I understand that you're one of the co-founders of Microsoft. Is that correct?
Yes.
When was the company founded?
1975.
And what positions have you held with Microsoft since then?
Partner, chairman, CEO.
What's your present title?
Chairman and CEO.
So are you familiar with the Microsoft Press Computer Dictionary?
No.
You've never cracked it open before?
No.
Okay. Well, I'll introduce you to it. I have here the Microsoft Press Computer Dictionary. It's the third edition, dated 1997. And it says, claims to be the authoritative source of definitions for computer terms, concepts, and acronyms from the world's most respected computer software company. I'll give you a softball question. Would you agree that Microsoft is the world's most respected computer software company?
Some people would agree with that, some people wouldn't.
What's your opinion?
I think we are the most, if you took it on a statistical basis, yes, we'd be the most respected software company.
This computer dictionary defines operating system as follows. The software that controls the allocation and usage of hardware resources such as memory, central processing unit, time, disk space, and peripheral devices. Is that an accurate definition of an operating system?
Well, the notion of what's in an operating system has changed quite a bit over time. So that that definition is not really complete in terms of how people think of operating systems in the last decade or so.
So that this definition in the 1997 dictionary is incomplete in your estimation?
No, what I said is that over time, the number of things that are in operating systems has increased. And so if you want to look at operating systems in the last decade, you'd say the definition is incomplete.
Okay. Is it accurate? Let me read to you again. Software that controls the allocation and usage of hardware resources such as memory, central processing unit time, disk space, and peripheral devices.
I said in terms of operating systems in the last decade, it's an incomplete definition.
In what respects is it incomplete?
There are aspects of the operating systems of the last decade that aren't included in that definition.
Okay, what aspects? Let me see if you agree with the definition in the Microsoft dictionary of that term. Application is there defined as a program designed to assist in the performance of a specific task, such as word processing, accounting, or inventory management. Is that an accurate definition, Mr. Gates?
Could you read it again?
Sure. A program designed to assist in the performance of a specific task, such as word processing, accounting, or inventory management.
I'd say it's a pretty vague definition.
Is it accurate as far as it goes?
I'd say it's vague but accurate.
Another term I'm sure we're going to be using throughout the course of the deposition is web browser. And let me read you the definition from your company's dictionary and see if you think that's accurate. Web browser is defined by the Microsoft Computer Dictionary as follows. A client application that enables a user to view HTML documents on the World Wide Web, another network, or the user's computer, follow the hyperlinks among them, and transfer files. Is that accurate?
It's actually describing browsing functionality.
Is it an accurate definition of browsing functionality?
It describes part of what you do when you browse.
What's your definition of a web browser?
I'd say browsing technology is what lets you navigate through It typically means something that lets you do HTML display and navigation.
Is that what you mean when you use the term web browser?
I'm sorry.
Is that what you mean when you use the term web browser?
Well, software that lets you do web browsing is sometimes referred to as a web browser.
And Microsoft has marketed a web browser under the trade name Internet Explorer, is that correct?
We've used the term Internet Explorer to refer to the Internet technologies in Windows as well as some standalone products we've done.
Let me see if you agree with this definition in the 1997 edition of Microsoft's Computer Dictionary. The definition is of the term Internet Explorer. Internet Explorer is defined as follows. Microsoft's web browser introduced in October 1995. Is that an accurate definition of Internet Explorer?
I'm not sure why they say October. I don't think that's right.
When is your recollection that it was introduced?
Well, we shipped Windows 95, including browsing functionality, in August 1995.
Was IE shipped as a standalone product in or about October 1995?
No?
Was it ever shipped as a standalone product?
Well, it depends on what you're referring to. If you're talking about Unix or the Macintosh, we did create a set of bits that stood by themselves and could be installed on top of those operating systems.
When were those versions of IE first marketed?
Certainly not in October 1995.
Apart from the timing issue, would you agree that Internet Explorer is defined here correctly as Microsoft's web browser?
And did you actually read what was in there?
Yeah, I read the first sentence. I could read you the whole thing if you'd like.
Well, it seems strange. If you're trying to use dictionary, you might as well read what it says. You could show it to me.
Yeah, well, I'll read it to you and I'll show it to you. You tell me if there's anything else in here you think is inaccurate, okay? The full entry under Internet Explorer reads as follows. Microsoft's web browser introduced in October 1995. Internet Explorer is now available in Windows and Macintosh versions. Later versions provide the ability to incorporate advanced design and animation features into web pages and recognize ActiveX controls in Java applets. Take a look at it and tell me if there's anything else in there you think is inaccurate.
Well, certainly the product we shipped, it was before October 1995, was Windows 95. The browsing functionality we had in it, we've updated quite a bit several times. And so defining Internet Explorer to be what we shipped just on one particular date can't be considered accurate. You have to say that many times we've taken the browsing functionality in Windows, which we refer to as Internet Explorer, and we've updated that functionality. So you can't really pin the definition to a particular date. It's really a brand name we use for those technologies.
Was this definition accurate in 1997 when Microsoft's Computer Dictionary was sold to the public?
I already told you that reference to October 1995 certainly makes the definition inaccurate.
Yeah, apart from that, is it accurate?
It's not accurate to say that Internet Explorer is defined at a single point in time, that it's one set of bits, because it's a brand that we've used for a set of technologies that have evolved over time. And in that sense, I would take exception to the way that the book that I've never seen there happened to define it.
You've described the web browser as a killer application, haven't you?
I'm not sure what you're talking about. You'd have to show me the context.
Yeah, I'd like you to look at exhibit number 1, Mr. Gates, right here in front of you. This is a memorandum that purports to be from you to your executive staff, dated May 22, 1996, and it attaches, for want of a better word, an essay entitled The Internet PC, which is dated April 10th, 1996. Do you recall writing that essay?
It looks like this is an email, not a memorandum.
You recall writing the essay dated April 10th, 1996, entitled The Internet PC?
Yeah, it looks like an essay I wrote. I don't remember specifically, but it does look like something I wrote.
Right, the portion of it I want to refer you to is at the bottom of the first page under the heading called The Latest Killer App. You see that?
I see a heading.
Yes. The first paragraph under that heading reads as follows, quote, "Our industry is always looking for the next killer application, for a category of software that by its utility and intelligent design becomes indispensable to millions of people. Word processors and spreadsheets were the killer applications for business PC starting in 1981. Then the next sentence reads, the latest confirmed killer app is the web browser. Recall writing that, sir?
No.
Do you have any reason to believe you didn't write it?
No.
Can you explain what you meant here by describing the web browser as a killer app?
I just meant that browsing would be, in our view, a popular thing, not necessarily on the web, but just browsing in general would be a popular activity.
Is a killer application an application that drives sales of other products like operating systems and hardware?
No.
Do you have a definition in your own mind of killer application?
It means a popular application.
Let me resort again to the Microsoft Computer Dictionary. I'll read you what that says about killer application. You may disagree with it, so you can tell me. The Microsoft Computer Dictionary, 1997 edition, defines killer app as follows. It gives two definitions, and I'll be very complete this time, Mr. Gates. The first definition is an application of such popularity and widespread standardization that it fuels sales of the hardware platform or operating system for which it was written. Do you agree with that definition?
You're saying to me that there's more in there and you're just reading me part of it?
I'm going to read you the second definition as well. But, the
So
question
you
is,
were asking me about it without reading me the whole thing?
No, sir. It gives two definitions. You're familiar with dictionaries, I take it. Sometimes they have more than one definition of a term, correct?
Sometimes terms have more than one meaning, so it's
Right.
actually fairly appropriate that dictionaries would give the two different meanings. And generally, before you'd ask somebody if they agreed with the dictionary, you'd actually give them the benefit of reading them what's in the dictionary, not just a part of it.
I'm reading the first definition. I ask you to agree with that definition.
I don't think it's the only definition.
But is that an accurate definition?
I'd like to hear what the other...
I'll read it to you. The second definition is an application that supplants its competition. Now let me go back and read you the first definition again, now that you've heard both of them. First definition reads as follows. An application of such popularity and widespread standardization that fuels sales of the hardware platform or operating system for which it was written.
Yeah, I already told you my definition of killer app is a very popular application.
Is this definition accurate?
I told you when I use the term killer application, in particular when I use it in a piece of email, what I mean by it. I'm sure there's people...
I understand you've told me that. There's another question on the table now. Do you have any any disagreement with this definition?
I think most people, when they use the word killer app, are not necessarily tying it to any relationship to hardware.
Okay, what about a relationship to an operating system?
Usually they're just talking about it being a very popular application. I certainly know of things that have been referred to as killer applications that haven't driven hardware sales or operating system sales.
What other applications would you identify as being killer applications?
Applied simulator.
Any others?
But you always have to take a year in a context for those things. For example, when desktop publishing software became popular in the 1980s, many people referred to it that way. When people were talking about interactive TV, they thought video on demand would be a killer application, and something went wrong because the whole thing never caught on. But people had been using that term, the idea of letting people watch movies, as something that would be extremely popular.
In what time frame was the web browser a killer application?
I think web browsers became very popular between 95 and 97. They became very popular.
So at that point in time, web browser was, in your definition, a killer application?
They were very popular, yeah.
Microsoft currently markets operating systems for personal computers, correct?
Yes.
What operating systems for personal computers does Microsoft currently have on the marketplace?
Well, we have MS-DOS. We've got Windows CE. It's got a lot of different versions. We've got Windows 3X, Windows 95, Windows 98, Windows NT version 3, Windows NT version 4.
Are all those operating systems currently being marketed by Microsoft?
Yes.
Does Microsoft endeavor to track its market share with respect to operating systems on personal computers?
There's not some unified effort to do that.
Is there anybody in Microsoft responsible for trying to determine what Microsoft's market share is with respect to PC operating systems?
No.
Have you seen any figures indicating what Microsoft's market share is with respect to operating systems on personal computers?
From time to time, people when they're doing marketing analysis may pull together some figures like that. And depending on what the context is, there'll be different numbers.
I'd like to mark as Exhibit 338 fiscal year 1996 mid-year review dated January 22, 1996. Is Exhibit 338 a type of document you refer to that contains market share information?
I don't know anything about 338.
Have you ever seen it before?
No.
You know what position Joachim Kempen held in January 1996?
Yes.
What was his position at that time?
He's in charge of our relationships with hardware manufacturers.
Do you have any understanding that one of Mr. Kempen's job responsibilities in that connection in 1996 was to try to determine what Microsoft's market share was with respect to operating systems sold to hardware manufacturers?
No.
I'd like you to turn to the page of this document that ends in 022. And the heading reads X86 OS analysis for fiscal year 96.
Okay.
On the page that is titled X86 OS Analysis for Fiscal Year 96, appears a statement, quote, all other competitive licenses less than 5%. Do you have any understanding that in or about early 1996, Microsoft's share of the market with respect to operating systems sold for x86 computers was in the vicinity of 95%?
No.
What is your understanding of what the Microsoft market share was at that time?
I wouldn't know.
Do you have any idea as you sit here today what Microsoft's market share is with respect to operating systems sold for x86 architecture computers?
Well, piracy alone is greater than 5%. But no, I don't know the number.
What other companies besides Microsoft sell operating systems for x86 architecture computers?
Well, there's a great number.
Can you identify them?
Santa Cruz, Red Brick, Caldera, IBM, and many different products. Sun Microsystems. Microware, Wind River.
I'd like to mark as Exhibit 339. Memorandum or email from Anthony Day to Ben Slifka dated October 25, 1994. Did you take a look at Exhibit 339, Mr. Gates? Exhibit 339 contains a number of emails, and I want to ask you a couple of questions about one on the first page from Russell Siegelman to yourself and others, Ray, MCI as an access provider dated October 13, 1994. Recall receiving this email?
No.
You had a reason to believe you didn't get it?
No.
What was Mr. Siegelman's position in October of 94?
He was involved with looking at Marvel.
And what was Marvel?
It's a code name for what we would do in terms of internet sites or online service activity.
Do you understand that in this email here, Mr. Siegelman is opposing a proposal to give MCI a position on the Windows 95 desktop as an internet service provider?
I don't remember anything about MCI. It talks about how we'll have a Mosaic client in Windows 95. I don't see anything in here about the desktop.
He references in this email the Windows box. Would you understand the Windows box to mean?
Well, the Windows box is certainly not the Windows desktop. The Windows.
Is it your understanding that when he uses Windows box here, he means a piece of cardboard?
Well, he's probably talking about the stuff that's inside. He's saying access to the Windows box. He's talking about the bits that are on the...
What do you understand to be the subject of the memorandum here he's addressing?
Mr. Halkier.
Okay, this is electronic mail. And Ross is suggesting that he disagrees at doing a deal with MCI under these particular terms.
In the email, he refers to Windows distribution as a unique and valuable asset. More specifically, as our one unique and valuable asset. You see that?
Well, I see a sentence that has those words in it.
Do you have any understanding as to what he meant?
Well, the Marvel people were having a hard time coming up with a strategy. And in retrospect, we can look back and say that they didn't come up with a good strategy. And they were looking at, what could they do that would be attractive for a lot of users. And sometimes their goals and the goals of the Windows group were different. And in retrospect, it's clear they weren't able to attract a lot of users.
Mr. Gates, I indicated at the outset of the deposition I do want to move through this as quickly as possible, but I must say that I think your answers are non-responsive and rambling. And if that continues to be the case, I'm just letting you know that this is going to take much longer than I would have hoped. And I will pose my question again because I think your answer was not responsive. Do you have any understanding as to what Mr. Siegelman meant here by his reference to Windows distribution being our one unique and valuable asset?
Was that the question I was asking?
Yes, sir.
Can you read me back the previous question?
In the email, he refers to Windows distribution as a unique and valuable asset, more specifically as our one unique and valuable asset. You see that? That's where I see the sentence that says those words. Question, do you have an understanding of what he meant?
Well, maybe there's some understanding. When you said, do you understand what he meant, I thought you were asking about his email as a whole.
Let me re-ask it for the third time now and see if I can get an answer. Do you have any understanding what Mr. Siegelman meant when he referred to Windows distribution as our one unique and valuable asset?
I think the Marvel Group, in their search for what they could do to get millions of users, in this particular point in time, were thinking about making it easy to sign up through the Windows box being something that would be helpful to them, and therefore an asset for the Marvel Group in what they were doing.
Do you understand that Mr. Siegelman, in his reference, had in mind a large market share that Microsoft has with respect to operating systems?
I don't see anything about that in here.
That's not your understanding?
But remember, Ross isn't involved with the Windows business. He's involved with the Marvel business.
Let me put the question again, without reference to this document. Mr. Gates, do you believe that Windows distribution is a unique asset that Microsoft has?
What do you mean when you say Windows distribution there?
Do you have any understanding what Mr. Siegelman meant by the phrase Windows distribution in this email he wrote to you?
He means, I think he means, I don't know for sure, I think he means including an icon on the desktop for access to Marvel.
And by the desktop, you mean the Windows desktop?
In this case, yes.
He goes on in his email to say as follows, quote, "The only real advantage we have in this game is Windows distribution. Why sell it so cheaply when we think will be a big market and can give us leverage in so many ways in the iWay business?" Do you even understand what he meant by the phrase iWay business here?
No. I don't remember ever seeing that term before.
What distribution channels has Microsoft employed to distribute Internet Explorer?
Well, the primary distribution channel is the Internet, where people very easily download whatever version of Windows Internet technology they're interested in. We've also distributed it through retailers, the Windows 95 update product, and wherever Windows goes out, which includes retail, OEM, and then people who do internet signups have also done some distribution. There's a lot of different marketing programs where we'll have like a conference and we'll make available Internet Explorer to people who attend the conferences. I think we've also included it with Microsoft Office in some cases.
Has Microsoft done research to determine which distribution channels are most effective in delivering browsers that are actually used by people?
I think somebody did a survey to ask people where they get their browser at some point.
Do you have any recollection who did that survey?
No.
Do you recall what the results were?
I know the Internet has always been the primary distribution channel for browsers.
You're talking about specifically Internet Explorer?
No.
I'd like to mark as Exhibit 340 a memorandum, or rather an email from Kumar Mehta to Brad Chase and Yusuf Mehdi, dated March 27, 1997. Is this an example of the type of memorandum you've seen in which Microsoft is endeavored to determine which distribution channels are most effective in distributing web browsers?
No.
What position in the company did Mr. Mita have in March of 1997?
I don't know.
Do you know if one of his responsibilities was market research?
No. I mean, I'm not copied on this. I mean, just looking at it, I'm not. And I certainly have no recollection of seeing this. It also seems to contradict some other things that I have seen.
The email reads as follows. Bob Foulon is gathering data for a John Roberts meeting with Bill Gates tomorrow. Apparently they are going to discuss whether IE and Memphis should be bundled together. Do you recall such a meeting with Mr. Foulon and Mr. Roberts?
No.
Do you recall Mr. Foulon or Mr. Roberts sharing with you market research data with respect to how people get their browsers?
I don't know Bob F.O.U.
Do you understand that's a reference to Bob Foulon?
I don't know Bob Foulon. I don't know anyone whose name is Bob F.O.U. anything.
Do you know John Roberts?
Yes.
What position does he have with Microsoft?
He, at this time, is that what you were interested in?
Yes.
This time I think he worked for Brad Chase.
That you recall with Mr. Roberts and or Mr. Chase in or about March of 1997, where you talked about the results of market research to determine how people obtained Internet Explorer?
I don't remember.
The email I quoted attaches another email dated March 27, 1997. Which says in the first two paragraphs, which I'll read, Bob, here's some information on how people get and use IE that might help you guys. My feeling, based on all the IE research we have done, is that it is a mistake to release Memphis without bundling IE with it. IE users are more likely than other browser users to get it with their computers. Overall, 20% of people who use IE at home obtained it with their computer, and 24% of those using IE at work got it with their computer. Effectively, we would be taking away the distribution channel of almost a quarter of all IE users. Do you have any understanding as to the accuracy of the numbers he cites here with respect to the number of people using IE who obtained it with their computer?
I have no idea what we're talking about in terms of what kinds of users he surveyed or looked at. So no, I have no opinion on it whatsoever. I mean, who knows?
Do you have any reason to believe the information he reports here is inaccurate?
I don't have enough of a context to even state an opinion. It doesn't even say what kind of users or anything.
Can you identify any specific documents you've seen that indicate how IE users obtain IE?
No.
Have you seen any documents like that at Microsoft, prepared by Microsoft employees?
I believe I have, yes.
Do you know who prepared them?
No.
Was Netscape the first company to market a web browser that gained widespread consumer usage?
I think Mosaic was the first browser. I don't know what your criteria you're applying in terms of widespread. Mosaic was the first popular browser, and that predates the existence of Netscape or their browser.
Did Netscape's browser supplant the Mosaic browser as the most popular one?
There was a point in time when Netscape browser became more popular in terms of usage share than Mosaic.
Do you recall when that was?
I'm sorry?
Do you recall when that was?
No. I don't think anybody knows exactly when that was.
I'd like to mark as Exhibit 340, 341, excuse me, I'd like to mark as Exhibit 341. Series of emails, the first one being from Pat Ferrell, F-E-R-R-E-L, to Bill Gates and others, dated April 6, 1995. No, that's fine. I hand you Exhibit 341, Mr. Gates, and this is a series of emails, and the one I want to ask you about is the one on the second page from Mr. Siegelman to yourself and others, dated April 6, 1995. Want to take a minute and take a look at it? Are you finished reviewing the email?
I looked at it.
The email starts off as follows, quote, Pat Farrell and I have been thinking about this problem a lot and watching Netscape very, very closely. I, too, am very worried. What position did Mr. Farrell hold at Microsoft about April of 1995?
He wasn't involved with Windows. He was involved with Marvel.
Is he still a Microsoft employee?
I don't think so. I'm not sure.
Do you recall personally being worried about Netscape in or about April of 1995?
No.
Do you recall discussing Netscape with Mr. Siegelman in this time period?
I'm sure Russ and I discussed the effect of the internet in general on online service strategies, like the work he was doing that became MSN, but not Netscape in particular, no.
The next sentence of the email says, quote, I agree with most of your problem statement, but I think you underestimate the publisher/ISV threat. Netscape is already opening up API hooks in their viewer, and many ISVs are hopping aboard. Do you know what his reference is to your problem statement?
No.
You understand what he means here when he talks about opening up API hooks and many ISVs hopping aboard?
I don't know what he meant. I can guess if you want.
Do you have any understanding as you sit here what he meant by the language used in this email?
I don't know what he meant. I'd have to ask him what he meant.
I'm asking for your understanding. Do you have one or not?
Understanding of what? Of what he meant?
Yes.
No. Of what those words might mean? I can guess.
I don't want you to guess. I'm asking if you have any present understanding of what these words mean.
I told you I don't know who he means by you. I don't know what he means by problem statement. So I'm a little unclear about what he means in this paragraph.
By ISV, do you understand him to be referring to independent software vendors?
That acronym refers to independent software vendor.
What does the acronym API refer to?
Application Programming Interface.
Programming
Interface.
You recall yourself having a concern in or about April 1995 about the possibility that Netscape was going to open up API hooks in the Netscape web browser.
I can't pin any recollection to that particular time period, no.
Did you at some point come to the conclusion that the prospect that Netscape might open up API hooks in their browser was a threat to Microsoft?
I think in late 95, Andreessen was talking about how he was going to put us out of business, suggesting that their browser was a platform. And in fact, they did have APIs in their browser.
Recall having any concern yourself before late 1995 with respect to the threat posed by Netscape opening up API hooks in their browser?
No.
If you recall that other folks at Microsoft had such concerns before late 1995?
It's hard to recall other people's concerns. I don't recall other people's concerns.
I'd like to mark as Exhibit 342 a series of emails, the first one being from Nathan Myhrvold to Mr. Gates, dated April 24, 1995. Before you take a look at that document that's in front of you now, which is Exhibit 342, Mr. Gates, do you recall that there was a general discussion in Microsoft at the top executive level in or about April 1995 with respect to the threat to Microsoft posed by Netscape?
No.
What position did Mr. Myhrvold hold with Microsoft in April of 1995?
He was Russ Siegelman's boss, so he wasn't involved in the Windows business. He was involved in our online service activities.
Was he one of your top executives?
He was an executive. I'm not sure what you mean by top executive. He didn't manage any of the large products that we offer.
Was he sort of Microsoft's resident strategic thinker?
No.
No. Did you value his advice?
Not over the advice of people who are more directly involved in their businesses.
Okay. If you would you take a look at Exhibit 342 and in particular the email on the second page, which is from Mr. Myhrvold to yourself and others regarding Internet strategy, dated April 18, 1995. First paragraph reads, quote, there has been a flurry of email about Netscape and our general internet development strategy. This email is my contribution to this topic, period, close quote. Does this refresh your recollection that there was a general discussion at the upper levels of Microsoft in about April 1995 with respect to Netscape and how to respond competitively to Netscape?
I think that's a mischaracterization. It appears there was some mail about the effect of Netscape and their activities on our online service strategy.
What do you understand by Mr. Myhrvold's reference here to general internet development strategy?
Well, this memo is about our strategy with the Blackbird front end and how it should relate to internet protocols. And it's a very long 9-page thing about Blackbird and his various opinions about Blackbird. The interesting thing is Blackbird basically was canceled.
Is your testimony and your understanding this memorandum is limited to a discussion about Blackbird?
Yeah, you keep using the word memorandum to refer to electronic mail. I don't think of as electronic mail as memorandum. So this email, which I haven't read, the part I've glanced at, all the action items, all the things he's saying we should do, all relate strictly to Blackbird and the online services activities.
And the next page, in the first full paragraph, Mr. Myhrvold states, quote, the world of the internet is rapidly becoming Windows-centric because Windows will be the most popular client operating system by a wide margin. Did you understand he was referring here to market share enjoyed by Windows?
I've said I don't remember the memo specifically, so it's hard for me to say that I remember something he was referring to.
Is it your present understanding that by the reference here to Windows being the most popular client operating system by a wide margin, Mr. Myhrvold was referring to the market share enjoyed by Windows in about April 1995?
He may have been.
Isn't it a fact that your executives at Microsoft back in April of 1995 were concerned that Netscape's web browser posed a threat to Microsoft's Windows platform?
Well,
Can you answer that yes or no, sir?
I don't know when people began to think of Netscape as a competitor to Windows. I don't think it was that early, but it might have been. I know that by late 95, when people thought about the various competitors to Windows, they did think of Netscape.
What's the earliest you could put on the concern expressed to you by Microsoft executives that Netscape posed a threat to the Windows platform?
Well, I said that in late 95, I'm pretty sure people thought of them as a competitor. I couldn't name a date earlier than that. I know that online service people were thinking about Netscape and the internet at earlier dates.
Let me ask you a few questions about page 898 of this document, several pages later on. I'll read you the portion of it that I want to ask you some questions about so you have that in mind. The front end, which supports these services, is basically the union of the MSN front end with Blackbird and O'Hare. At some point, this is very smoothly integrated, but first they are separate pieces of code stuck together at the end user level. the front end should be given away as widely as possible, including put into Windows. I agree with Paul Moritz's comment that we should distribute the front end very broadly by having it Windows, at least at some point down the line, and distributed free on the internet, distributed free with MSN. Recall any general discussion of this subject with Mr. Newbold or Mr. Moritz back in April of '95?
I know there was a plan to have Blackbird include all the HTML support, and so it would be a superset in that sense.
Is a reference to O'Hare a reference to Internet Explorer?
Probably.
Do you know a gentleman by the name of Ben Slivka?
Yes.
What were his responsibilities, any at Microsoft back in early 1995?
I'm not sure.
I'd like to mark as Government Exhibit 343 series of emails, the first one being from Alex Saunders to various people at Microsoft, dated January 31, 1995, the subject being frosting and O'Hare. Expedite your review of this document, Mr. Gates. I'll tell you in advance that my questions are going to be limited to the email on the last page of the document. This is an email from Ben Slivka to Tim Harris and others at Microsoft dated February 13, 1995, and does not show you as a recipient.
Which one?
The top one. The first sentence of the email from Mr. Slivka states, quote, O'Hare is the code name for our internet client, and we plan to ship it in the Win95 frosting package, which sim ships with Win95. Do you understand his reference here to O'Hare and the internet client to be a reference to what became known as Internet Explorer?
Well, I think Internet Explorer 1.0 that was in part of the Windows 95.
Do you recall a plan back in early 1995 to ship a product known as frosting?
I don't recall the plan. I know we worked on what we called frosting.
What is your understanding of what frosting was?
It became the Windows Plus pack. It didn't sim ship, I don't think.
Was it your understanding that at some point in time it was Microsoft's intention to include Internet Explorer in the frosting package as opposed to Windows 95?
Well, for the primary Windows 95 distribution channel, we included Internet Explorer 1.0 with Windows. So when you say Windows 95, it was part of Windows 95. Then there's the Windows 95 upgrade that was sold at retail, which that had a box labeled Windows 95 upgrade and a box labeled Windows 95 Plus Pack.
You recall that in or about February 1995, it was Microsoft's intention to include Internet Explorer in the frosting package and not in Windows 95?
No. I think you misunderstood what I said. Windows 95, the full product, included IE. Windows 95, the upgrade product, did not. But Windows 95, the full product, whether sold through the OEM or whatever, that included the capabilities. It was just the upgrade that did not.
I understood your answer. Let me ask the question again because I don't think you understood the question. The question was, is it your understanding that as of February 1995, it was not Microsoft's intention to include Internet Explorer in the full product known as Windows 95?
The product that didn't include Internet Explorer is called the Windows 95 upgrade. Windows 95, the full product, did include Internet Explorer.
I understand that when it was marketed, it included Internet Explorer. And the question is it your recollection that back in February of 1995, it was Microsoft's intention not to include Internet Explorer in Windows 95, but to market it instead as part of the package known as frosting? Can you answer the question, sir?
I'm confused about what you're asking me because you have to differentiate the retail channel, which is the Windows 95 upgrade and the Plus Pack, from Windows 95, the whole product. Windows 95, the whole product, we wanted to include a lot of features. We don't know for sure which features are going to get done in time until really the product's done. So certainly our intention to do it and working hard on doing it, that plan had existed for a long time. We weren't certain for any feature on Windows 95 exactly what we would decide to get in or not get in. We did in fact get the Internet Explorer 1.0 into the Windows 95 full product.
Do you recall that in or about February 1995, it was Microsoft's intention to ship O'Hare as part of frosting?
The thing that was codenamed O'Hare ended up in the Windows 95 full product, as it's one place it came, and another place was in the Plus Pack.
Let me ask it one more time. Was it Microsoft's plan as of February 1995 to ship Internet Explorer solely in the frosting package and not in the initial full Windows 1995 package that was to be marketed?
No, our plan was to get it into the Windows 95 full package if possible.
Do you recall that in or about February 1995, it was felt at Microsoft that it was not possible to include O'Hare in the Windows 95 package?
We had a plan to include it if at all possible. In the world of software development, there's always skeptics, so you can name any feature of Windows 95 and you can find somebody who would have been skeptical about whether it would get done or not in time for the shipment of the product. Certainly the people involved in doing the development were working hard, and in fact they succeeded in achieving our plan, which was as best we could to include it in the product, and we did.
Now, who was responsible back in 1995 for determining what went into Windows and what didn't?
That's a decision that I would have the final say on.
Who were your senior executives responsible for assisting in that decision?
Moritz.
I'd like to mark as Government Exhibit 344, series of emails. First one being from Paul Moritz, dated April 12, 1995. The Exhibit 344, Mr. Gates, is a series of emails, and my initial questions are going to be about the very last one, which is an email from you to Craig Mundy, dated April 10, 1995. What were Mr. Mundy's responsibilities back in April of 1995?
He was doing the broadband online service work, which was sometimes referred to as interactive TV.
In the first paragraph you say, quote, given that we are looking at the internet destroying our position as a setter of standards and APIs, you see things we should do to use ACT assets to avoid this. What was your reference to ACT assets?
ACT, ACT. That's Craig Mundy's group.
That's it. Your email goes on to state, quote, I admit I find it hard to focus lots of resources on trials and things when the internet is taking away our power every day, close quote. What sense did you mean the internet was taking away Microsoft's power every day?
I meant that this is copied to people involved in the online service activity, Nathan, Rick, and Russ, and not to the Windows people at all. Looks like at 3 a.m. that morning, I was thinking about the fact that our ambitions for online service in the narrowband field, we needed to think if some of the broadband work that Craig was doing could come in and be helpful to that, particularly given that the internet was changing the framework.
What was Mr. Rick Rashid's position back at Microsoft in April of '95?
He had actually two jobs at the time. He was involved in research, but mostly he'd moved over to help out with the ACT work, which is the interactive TV activities.
I'd like to mark as Exhibit 345, memorandum from Mr. Gates to his executive staff and direct reports entitled The Internet Tidal Wave. Do you recall authoring this memorandum, Mr. Gates?
Yes.
To whom did you send it?
It appears it was sent to executive staff and direct reports.
What does executive staff refer to?
It's an electronic mail alias with a group of people.
who did that constitute as of May of 1995?
I'm not sure, but it would have included most of the officers.
On the second page of the memorandum, in the second paragraph, you say, quote, most important is that the Internet has bootstrapped itself as a place to publish content. It has enough users that it is benefiting from the positive feedback loop of the more users it gets, the more content it gets, and the more content it gets, the more users it gets. Can you explain what your reference was to a positive feedback loop?
It's explained right there. It says the more users it gets, the more content it gets, the more content it gets, the more users it gets. I mean, I don't expect that people know what the term means, so I explain it right in that sentence.
Is a positive feedback loop something that, in your estimation, would result in ever-increasing popularity of the Internet?
No.
Did you anticipate in May of 1995 that the Internet would become increasingly popular?
That it become more popular, yes.
It was one of the reasons you thought it would be more popular was that more content would be written for the Internet?
Created to Internet standards, yes.
And was your understanding or expectation that the more content that was written, the more users there would be?
Yes.
In the fourth page of your memorandum, you state in the second paragraph above the heading Next Steps, quote, a new competitor born on the Internet is Netscape. The browser is dominant with 70% usage share, allowing them to determine which network extensions will catch on. Recall how you determined that Netscape's usage share was 70% back at this time? Is your reference to network extensions a reference to APIs?
No.
What's it a reference to?
To network extensions.
How do you define that?
Things that let you do richer things across the network.
Give some examples.
Advanced HTML, HTML tables, HTML style tags.
Did you undertake a reorganization of Microsoft back at this time in order to position the company to respond better to the Internet?
Not at the time I wrote this memo.
Under the heading Next Steps, you say, quote, the challenge opportunity of the Internet is a key reason behind the recent organization, close quote. What were you referring to?
I'm not sure.
What did you perceive the challenge / opportunity of the Internet to be at this point in time?
That users were interested in using the Internet, and so we needed to make sure that our software was doing a good job of that, and that was a challenge in the sense that other people could do it, and that was competition, and an opportunity in the sense that it would grow the importance of our strong software work.
On the next page, you talk about various critical steps. Were these steps to respond to the challenge/opportunity of the Internet you described in the earlier part of your memorandum?
I'm not sure what you mean by that.
You outline several critical steps. Can you explain why you felt they were critical?
For all the reasons I cite in the entire memo. I mean, the whole memo, there's part of the memo that precedes these steps. I could read the memo up to the point of the critical steps to you if you want.
What was your purpose in sending this memorandum to your to the executives?
To talk about my view of the Internet tidal wave.
Did you also outline your views as to what steps Microsoft needed to take to respond to the Internet tidal wave?
There's a part of the memo that talks about steps.
In that part of the memorandum, are you outlining the steps that needed to be taken in your view to respond to the Internet tidal wave?
I'm suggesting some steps I think we should take. I wouldn't say they're all related to one particular thing, but I make some recommendations here.
The second step here relates to something called a client. Is that a reference to Internet Explorer?
No.
What's it a reference to?
Client here means Windows.
Say, quote, first we need to offer a decent client, parens, O'Hare, close parens, that exploits Windows 95 shortcuts. Is not O'Hare a reference to client here?
Client means client operating system.
Why did you put O'Hare in parentheses after the word client?
Probably because that's the part of Windows that exploits Windows 95 shortcuts.
What Windows 95 shortcuts did you have in mind?
Windows 95 shortcuts is a technical term, and the O'Hare part of Windows exploits this feature known as Windows shortcuts. It doesn't mean shortcut as in the common sense use of the term shortcut. It means the technical feature Windows 95 shortcuts.
When you use the term O'Hare in the emails that you write, what do you mean?
Now in this case, I meant the group that was working on that part of Windows 95.
And what part is that?
The part that supported HTML.
Is that the part that became known as Internet Explorer?
Yeah, most of the work that in Internet Explorer came out of that group.
Further down in this paragraph, you refer to plus pack. Is that, again, a reference to something also referred to at Microsoft as frosting?
Yeah, frosting was a name we used for what later became known as plus pack.
you recall that it was in or about this time frame that Microsoft was doing everything it possibly could to include the O'Hare client in the Windows 95 package?
And by that, you mean the Windows 95 full product? Yes.
Yes. Who is responsible at Microsoft for accomplishing that?
I'm not sure you could point to one individual.
Was there one individual that had primary responsibility?
Brad Silverberg managed the group that was doing a lot of that work.
Did you periodically have something you called Think Week?
Yes.
What is Think Week?
It's setting aside a week of time where I have no meetings or phone calls, and I get a chance to use products and learn about new research work that we're doing and other people are doing.
Do you recall that one of the subjects you devoted time to in your 1995 Think Week was the Internet?
I'm sure I did.
Do you recall receiving information from your subordinates in connection with your 1995 Think Week on the subject of the Internet?
Well, before I go up on Think Week, I get boxes of information, usually 3 cardboard boxes, and some of that I get a chance to look at, and some of it I don't. I don't recall specifically what I was given for that Think Week.
How did the process work for giving you Think Week materials? Did your senior executives collect items that thought might be of interest to you and send them to you for your review?
Well, most of my Think Week time is focused on technology issues. And so there's a variety of people I solicit to provide input. It's not, many of them are not executives, but people who might have things that I'm interested in learning about.
Do you recall that Mr. Siegelman was one of the people whom you asked to collect materials for you for your 1995 Think Week?
I think probably asked Brian Fleming to gather the material, and he would have gone out to the other people asking.
What position did Mr. Fleming have?
He had an assistant position working for me.
July 24th, 97. Was it your expectation that the inclusion of Internet Explorer with Windows would drive up Internet Explorer's market share?
Objection. Ambiguity.
I'm not sure what you mean. We do know that when we included Internet Explorer in Windows, it gained basically no market share.
Okay, I'd like to mark as Exhibit 348 an email from Mr. Alchin to various people dated January 6, 1997. What do you understand the second email to contain, Mr. Gates, on Exhibit 348?
Looks like Ben Slifka's making some comments on something.
Do you understand that this email contains slides that were prepared for a presentation you made or were to make in or about January of 1997?
No, these are not slides that were prepared for me to give. I think these are, it may have been something that Ben Slifka was looking at doing, I'm not sure.
The subject of the second email from Mr. Slifka to Mr. Moritz is overview slides for Bill G/NC and the Java session with 14 pluses on Monday. Do you know what the reference is here to a session with 14 pluses?
Well, 14 probably refers to the fact that in our jobs in the technical group, there's level 14 is a fairly high level. And I know we had a meeting where we asked some of those high-level people to come and sit and talk about our strategy, indicate what they thought about the strategy.
Do you recall making a presentation yourself at that meeting?
I made a presentation, but not of these slides.
What was the subject of your presentation?
I don't recall exactly, but it certainly wasn't these slides.
Do you recall a discussion at that session of the NC and Java challenge?
No.
Do you have any understanding as to what's meant here by the NC and Java challenge?
I'm sure NC stands for network computer, and the competition that came from that direction. And Java, I'm sure, refers to the competition coming from that direction.
Why did you consider Java to be a challenge at this point in time, if you did?
Well, the term Java is used in a lot of different ways. There's a part of it with respect to run times that was a direct competitor to Windows.
Under key platform challenge, the memo states, quote, possible emergence of a set of APIs and underlying system software that lead to lesser or no role for Windows. Recall any of the portion of the discussion on this subject at that meeting?
No.
The next sentence says, puts our other server and apps businesses at a disadvantage. To recall any of the portion of the discussion on this subject at this meeting?
No.
Under the heading response summary, various items appear. One is increase IE share followed by integrate with Windows. Do you recall any of the discussion this portion of the meeting?
Well, remember, we haven't established that these slides were ever presented at any meeting. So, no, I don't recall that being discussed, but doing it in the context of the slides means nothing to me because I certainly don't think I presented any slides like this.
Do you have any recollection of the discussion at this meeting as to how to increase IE market share?
No.
Next page refers to another response is differentiate through Windows integration. Do you recall any aspect of the discussion on this subject?
No.
Is it correct that the Netscape browser was one of the principal means through which the Java virtual machine was distributed?
I don't know what you mean was distributed. Certainly the Java virtual machine has the ability to be distributed with any application over the internet. So just like all software on the internet, distribution is wide open.
Did you form any judgment yourself as to whether the Netscape browser was the major distribution vehicle for the Java virtual machine?
Well, I don't know what you mean, the Java virtual machine. Understand that many different companies have Java virtual machines. Netscape had one that was different than the one that Sun had, which is different than ours, which is different than HP's, which was different than IBM's, which is different than Nobel's. So you'll have to be more specific. But in terms of distributing those things, they're out there on the internet, easy to get.
Hey, Mark, is Exhibit 349, an email from Paul Moritz to Mr. Gates and others, dated July 14, 1997.
Let's see, I got a copy to give me.
To save time, I'll tell you, I'm going to ask you just, about the very first email here from Mr. Nutz to Mr. Dunny and yourself and others. And in particular, where he says, quote, "If we look further at Java/JFC being our major threat, then Netscape is the major distribution vehicle." You see that?
I see it.
What does JFC refer to here, if you know?
Well, as I said, it's all about runtime APIs, and JFC was the term for what Netscape was putting out as a set of runtime APIs, which was different than what Sun was putting out, but it was their Netscape 1.
Do you have any understanding as to what Mr. Moritz meant here when he referred to Netscape as the major distribution vehicle?
Well, Netscape had some unique APIs, and one of the ways they were distributing it was through their software products, including the browser.
Did you understand that in Mr. Moritz's view, Netscape was the principal means by which people were acquiring the Java virtual machine?
Well, you actually started these questions asking about Sun's virtual machine, and I explained to you that Netscape's is different. So I'm not sure what you're referring to now.
When Mr. Moritz said that Netscape is a major distribution vehicle, what did you understand him to be saying a vehicle for?
The Netscape runtime bits, not Sun's virtual machine. It says JFC there, so obviously it's not Sun.
This one here. Okay, I'd like to mark it as Exhibit 350. Email from Mr. Slivka to various people dated June 12, 1997. The second email on the first page here is from Chris Jones, and it says that here's a final copy of the memo we sent to Bill G. for Think Week about what we should do to get 30% browser share. Do you recall reviewing the attachment as part of your 1995 Think Week?
I didn't review it.
No? What were Mr. Jones' responsibilities in 1995?
Good question.
Do you recall?
No. Might have worked for Moritz.
Here about June 1995, Mr. Gates, did you become involved in the planning for some meetings with Netscape?
No.
I'd like to mark as Exhibit 352, 351. These days I'll get it right. I'd like to mark as Exhibit 351 an email chain appears to have been produced from Mr. Gates's file. Okay, the email I want to ask you about first, Mr. Gates, is dated June 1st, 1995, and the very top portion indicates that the bottom portion is being sent to you for your information by Paul Moritz, and the bottom portion is an email from Thomas Reardon dated June 1st, 1995, on the subject of working with Netscape. Do you recall receiving this memorandum or email?
Email, no.
I apologize for using my old-fashioned terminology. I'm trying to remember using email. You don't recall receiving this email in particular?
No.
The email states that Dan and Barb and I met late yesterday to review our recent discussions with Netscape and form our next few action items. Dan is meeting with Jim Barksdale, their CEO, shortly. Do you understand the reference to Dan to be a reference to Dan Rosen?
Probably.
And is the reference to Barb a reference to Barbara Fox?
I mean, you could ask Thomas. Probably.
Do you have any understanding, sir?
Based on I've never spoken to Thomas about this. I don't remember seeing the email.
Do you recall speaking to anyone about the meeting referred to here between Dan Rosen and Jim Barksdale?
No.
The email goes on to list working goals. Which are: 1, launch STT, our electronic payment protocol, get STT presence on the internet. 2, move Netscape out of the Win32 internet client area. 3, avoid cold or hot war with Netscape. Keep them from sabotaging our platform evolution. Do you understand the reference to Win32 internet client arena to be a reference to Windows 95?
No.
What do you understand to be a reference to?
Win32.
Can you describe what that is?
32-bit Windows.
Is Windows 95 a 32-bit Windows product?
It's one of them.
Were there any other 32-bit products in development in June 1995?
Certainly.
Which ones?
Windows NT.
Do you know whether Mr. Reardon was referring to Windows NT and Windows 30 and Windows 95, or one or the other?
Win32 is a term that refers to all the 32-bit platforms.
As I understand your testimony, that the 32-bit platforms under development in June of 1995 were Windows NT and Windows 95, is that correct?
Now, Windows NT was shipping, and there was a new version that was under development.
And Windows 95 was in development at this time?
Certainly.
In the portion of the email denominated number 2, which is move Netscape out of Win32/Win95, avoid battling them in the next year, there appears the following statement in the second paragraph, quote, they appear to be moving fast to establish themselves in the value-add app business by leveraging Netscape itself as a platform. Do you recall whether you agreed that that's what Netscape was doing back in June '95?
At this time, I had no sense of what Netscape was doing.
The next email I want to ask you about is on page 231 of the document. And it's an email from Paul Moritz to various people, including yourself, regarding the Netscape meeting, and it's dated June 5, 1995. Here, Mr. Moritz reports that he did not get the impression from the meeting he had that Netscape was ready for a broad strategic relationship. Do you see that?
Do you think that refers to a meeting he had? I don't think so.
Let me refer you to page 596, page number 596.
Okay.
It's an email the same date, and it says attached is my summary of the meeting that Nathan, Paul, and I had with Jim Barksdale of Netscape. Do you understand the reference to Paul to be a reference to Paul Moritz?
Well, maybe he was talking about a meeting he had.
Do you have any recollection of discussing Mr. Moritz's impression of his meeting with Netscape?
I didn't think Paul had met with Netscape.
So you have no present recollection of discussing with Mr. Moritz his views based on a meeting he had with Mr. Barksdale in about the early part of June 1995?
No.
Let me refer you next to Bates number page 585. And this is an email to you and others from Dan Rosen regarding a Netscape meeting, and the date of the email is June 22, 1995. It's page 585, Bates number. You got it?
Mm-hmm.
Do you recall getting this particular email?
No, I recall getting this email from Brad Silverberg on 584, but not this one from Dan.
You have no reason to believe you didn't get it, is that correct?
That's right.
Do you
I'm so confused if it actually was enclosed in the other one or not. It
Right.
may, from the way it's printed out, it may have been. And I do, although my name is right, I don't remember getting that one. I do remember getting this one, which it may also be an enclosure to.
All right. Do you understand this to be Mr. Rosen's report on a meeting he had on June 21st, 1995 with Netscape executives?
It looks like it. The thing I recall is the Reardon,
Right,
what he calls his perspective that Brad sent to me.
right. Did you understand that Mr. Reardon had a somewhat different perspective on the meeting than Mr. Rosen had?
Yes.
Who was the senior Microsoft executive at the June 21st meeting?
There were no senior executives at that meeting.
Who was the most senior of the people there?
You'd have to tell me who was at the meeting. I have no idea who was at the meeting.
Do you understand that Dan Rosen was at the meeting?
Apparently from this email, yes.
Did you understand that Tom Reardon was at the meeting?
From his email, yes.
Did you understand that Jim Allard was at the meeting?
Jim who?
Allard.
J. Allard?
J. Allard, yeah.
I don't know.
How about Chris Jones?
I don't know. Does one of these list who was at the meeting?
Let me just ask you, do you have any recollection as you sit here as to who you were told attended the meeting on behalf of Microsoft, other than Mr. Reardon?
I'm not sure what you mean told.
Were you informed, Mr. Gates, who attended the meeting on behalf of Microsoft?
I don't think so.
Do you have any understanding as you sit here today who attended that meeting on behalf of Microsoft?
Well, the last page of the thing you gave me on 599 might relate to that, but I don't have any prior knowledge about it.
The email from Mr. Rosen on the first page says, quote, our goals going into the meeting were in priority order. 1, establish Microsoft ownership of the Internet client platform for Win95. 2, have Netscape add value to the NT server and back office platform above our stuff, making it the preferred Internet solution. 3, have Netscape preferentially support Microsoft authoring tools / solutions and support our reviewers. And 4, send a message to the marketplace that Netscape and Microsoft were cooperating on Internet issues. Do you recall discussing these goals with any of the Microsoft people who attended the meeting in advance of the meeting?
No.
The next page of the email says, Chris Jones summed up the purpose nicely. Quote, we need to understand if you will adopt our platform and build on top of it, or if you are going to compete with us on the platform level, close quote. Did you understand that was a principal purpose of Microsoft in attending this meeting with Netscape?
No, it says in the Rosen memo, the purpose of the meeting was to scope out specific areas that a relationship between the two companies might take, and to set in place a process to either conclude a strategic relationship or go our separate ways.
Do you have any present recollection as you sit here as to what the purpose of the Microsoft executives was in attending the meeting?
Well, there were no Microsoft executives in the meeting.
You don't consider Mr. Rosen a Microsoft executive?
No, inside Microsoft, I don't know about other companies, but the VPs are called executives, and the non-VPs are called non-executives, and there were no executives at that meeting.
Let me rephrase the question. Do you have any understanding as you sit here today as to what the purpose was of the Microsoft employees who attended the meeting with Netscape on June 21st, 1995?
I can read to you from the stuff you've given me here.
Just read. I'm asking for your present recollection if you have one, and I can read the document myself.
I don't know what you mean my present recollection.
Do you have any, as you sit here today, do you have any recollection as to what your understanding was back in June 1995 as to the principal purpose of the Microsoft employees in meeting with Netscape?
I wasn't involved in setting up the meeting, so I can see what Reardon said here.
Okay.
I can see what Rosen said here. You've read something that purports to be something that Jones said. I mean,
as we discussed before, did you understand that Mr. Reardon and Mr. Rosen had different perspectives on the meeting?
well, I got some email from Brad Silverberg after the meeting that showed that Reardon seemed to have a more realistic view of what was going on.
Did you share his view?
I had no view whatsoever.
But when you said Reardon had a more realistic view of the meeting, can you explain what you meant?
Well, Reardon's mail says, maybe I'm being a dick, but there's no deal here. If we are smart and deft and engaged at the right levels, we have a chance to cooperate on a few of these smaller things. So, usually if you have two people that go to a meeting, and one comes back and says, it looks great, and the other comes back and says, it doesn't look good, my business experience is the person who says that it doesn't look good is probably the one who has the most accurate view of the meeting. Particularly when you're dealing with Thomas Reardon and Dan Rosen.
So you thought that Reardon's view of how the meeting went was likely or the more accurate one?
In the sense that it didn't look like much would come out of it, yes.
Do you recall, as you sit here today, apart from just reading these emails, anything that was reported back to you by any of the participants from Microsoft at this June 21st meeting?
Well, I think somewhere about this time somebody said to me that asked if it made sense for us to consider investing in Netscape, and I said that that didn't make sense to me. I didn't see that as something that made sense.
Do you recall who said that to you?
Would have been probably suggested in a piece of email from Dan, I think.
Do you recall when you got that suggestion, whether it was before or after the meeting?
Oh, it would have been after the meeting.
Do you recall anything else that anyone told you back in June 95 about the meeting?
No.
Did you personally devote time, Mr. Gates, to studying Netscape and trying to determine what their sources of revenue were?
In what time frame are we talking about?
Do you recall doing that at all?
I personally didn't make any study of it, but I know that in late 95, when we reviewed a bunch of different competitors, one of those was Netscape, and there was some revenue analysis done as part of that.
So what I want to ask you about is Exhibit 353. And this is the December 1st, 1996 email from you to Mr. Nehru. Examination has some bugs in it.
Work off of that one now.
All right. Do you recall asking Mr. Nehru about December 1996 to collect for you information about Netscape revenues?
No.
Do you recall sending this email on or about December 1st, 1996 to Mr. Nehru?
No.
Okay. Do you recall receiving from Mr. Nehru the attached email dated November 27, 1996?
From time to time, we do reviews of various competitors, and at least one point in time, Netscape was one of the people that we looked at. So it doesn't surprise me, but I don't remember it specifically.
Okay. On the second page of the exhibit, which is part of Mr. Nehru's November 27, 1996 email, he talks about browsers.
What page?
Page 2.
Okay.
He identifies their sources of Netscape's revenue. He says browser revenue for the quarter amounted to $45 million, a 32% increase over the last quarter, representing 60% of total Netscape revenue. Do you have any reason to doubt the accuracy of the information reported there?
Well, I know that Mr. Nehru didn't work for Netscape, so I'm sure he didn't have access to the figures directly. If you're interested in that, you should ask Netscape.
Was this the best information you had in December 1996 as to the proportion of Netscape's revenue that was derived from the browsers?
I don't know.
Do you recall receiving any other information on that subject?
I might have seen an analyst report.
I see the May 1996.
Well, it says here we're 70% confident about our numbers.
Do you recall why it was in this time frame you had asked Mr. Nehru to collect this information for you?
I don't think I did. I already told you that.
You have no recollection of asking him for this information?
I'm quite certain I wasn't the one who asked for the information.
Do you have any recollection as to who did?
Perhaps Steve?
Steve being Steve Ballmer.
Mm-hmm.
In your memo here, strike that, in your email here, you say, what kind of data do we have about how much software companies pay Netscape? Do you recall asking that question to Mr. Nehru in or about December 1996?
It looks like I sent him that question after he sent out one of these competitive analysis reports.
Do you recall, do you have any reason to believe you didn't ask him for this information on December 1st, 1996?
No, wait a minute. Now you're confusing two things. There's the information here enclosed, which I didn't ask him for, and that's what you've been asking me about earlier.
No.
Then there's the question here in my email. I have no idea if he ever responded to that, but that question certainly looks like came from me. But that's different than.
I understand. I'm not
Okay.
confused. Let me just see if I can straighten the record out here. Your testimony, as I understand it, is you believe that in all likelihood the information initially collected by Mr. Nehru was sought by Mr. Ballmer. Is that right?
I know it wasn't. I'm pretty sure it wasn't me who asked for it to be.
And then you got this email from Mr. Nehru, and you in turn asked him what kind of data do we have about how much software companies pay Netscape. Is that right?
That's part of the email I sent to him. It looks like, yes.
Okay. I'd like to mark as Exhibit 354 an email from Mr. Gates to various people dated May 19, 1996, and the subject is some thoughts on Netscape.
Oh, sorry.
Is Exhibit 354 a memorandum you prepared on or about May 1996?
Looks like it is. I don't have a specific recollection.
On the second page, under the heading Netscape, you say, during this Think Week, I had a chance to play with a number of Netscape products. This reinforced the impression that I think all of us share, that Netscape is quite an impressive competitor. To recall what it was that led you to the conclusion that Netscape was an impressive competitor?
I think the memo speaks for itself in terms of outlining that.
On Bates number, page 954, appears the heading Browser War. See that?
Mm-hmm.
What did you mean by your use of that phrase?
I think I wasn't the one who created that phrase. I think it was a phrase that some people had used to refer to the competition in the browser space, including that between us as the provider of Windows and Netscape with Navigator.
Under the heading of your memo titled Browser War, here's the following statement, quote, if we continue to have minimal share in browsers, a lot of our other efforts will be futile, close quote. Recall what other efforts you had in mind there?
Well, for example, our desire to get advertising revenue from the search button and the home page in the browser.
Do you recall anything else you had in mind?
I don't know if Blackbird had been canceled by this point or not, but since it was a superset browser, it would have fit that category.
Anything else?
Well, MSN, our online service, because of its dependency on the Blackbird technology.
Recall any other efforts that you had in mind here?
No.
You go on to say, quote, by the end of the year, we have to get more than 25% share, so we are taken seriously, close quote. Do you recall why you came to that conclusion?
I don't remember what I was thinking at the time I wrote the memo.
Do you recall who you had in mind as taking you seriously?
At the time I wrote the memo?
Yes.
No, I don't recall.
What's your best estimate of what the Microsoft's after-tax profits were in fiscal year 1996?
I don't think it's good to guess, because it'd be very easy to go get the real figure.
And you'd have to get correct. I'd like to mark this Exhibit 361, an email from Brad Chase to Bill Gates, Paul Moritz, and Steve Ballmer, dated September 8, 1997. Does Exhibit 361 refresh your recollection that Microsoft, from time to time, conducts surveys of web professionals?
Do you want me to read this thing?
Just answer my question if you can. You don't have to read the whole thing to answer my question, and I'll point you to one particular page that I want to ask you about.
I haven't seen the document before, but it appears to be a specific case where some information is gathered about what the document seems to call web professionals. I don't know what they mean by that term.
So one of my questions, you have no understanding of what's meant by web professionals, sir?
In the context of this document, I don't. I can give you remaining possible definitions for the term.
Do you have any understanding as to the type of web professionals that were surveyed here?
If I studied the document, I could learn something about that. I haven't read it.
Do you have any reason to believe this document was not sent to you on or about September 8, 1997?
No.
Did you recall receiving this memorandum?
I think I do.
Back on date stamp page 130, under the heading Desktop Web Integration,
Yep.
the memo states, concept of unifying the user's desktop and web experience sounds good and reasonable, but it's not clear this is what users want and certainly is not what they expect. Do you know the basis of the statement made here?
He's talking about how to refine the desktop web integration. It says we need to do a better job. And he talks about how to do the integration and what he thinks is a different, better way.
Do you know the source of the information that reports here to you?
I'm sorry?
Do you know what the source of this information was that he is reporting to you here?
No.
He says in the next line, quote, many users expect to just get browser improvements with IE4. I've heard many a remark from users that they don't want to view their folders to look like web pages. Do you know where he obtained that information?
No.
Would you agree that it's fair to describe Windows 98 as not a vital upgrade for PC users?
Now, at the time that, according to you, reporters were suggesting that Microsoft was on the edge of doom, Microsoft had profits of over $2 billion in after-tax profits. Is that correct?
Well, I think it mischaracterizes what I said completely to say that I'm just suggesting it. That's really quite a misstatement.
Could I have a
So I did, and I did answer.
Read the
which
question
is-
back, please.
Is what is the assessment of this paragraph inconsistent with what you told people publicly in 1996?
I think you're asking me to check for consistency with all the statements I gave during that 12-month period, and I'm not able to do that.
Of Exhibit 355, consistent with what you said publicly in 1996. In 1996, did you tell people publicly that Microsoft would do fine if internet software or browsers were free, but that Netscape would not do fine if internet software or browsers were free?
What do you mean by internet software?
What I mean is what you referred to as internet software in these various quotations.
I'm afraid we're not going to be able to know what my state of mind was when I gave that interview. If you want to define it, I'll be glad to answer the question.
do I take it that your testimony is that you simply have no recollection whatsoever as to what you meant by these words in 1996?
No, it wasn't what I meant. I responded to a reporter's question, and I've already said to you that she must have given me a reason to understand what she meant in her questions in order for me to be able to answer them.
Do you remember asking her what she meant by those terms?
I feel pretty sure I wouldn't have used the term unless there was some understanding of what she understood the term to mean.
Why is that, sir?
I'm just saying it's not typical for me to use a term with a reporter where it's a very open-ended term that could be used in a lot of different ways without any understanding between myself and the reporter of, in that context, in that series of questions, what's being referred to.
Well, I'd like to draw a distinction, if I could, between having any understanding at all, which could come from a variety of sources, and asking the reporter for a definition. Did you ask the reporter for a definition of what was meant by Internet software?
All I can say, not recalling the specifics of the interview, is that it's very unlikely I would make a statement like that without some common understanding between myself and the reporter of what that term, which out of context is incredibly ambiguous, what it meant in the context of her series of questions.
And just to be sure I understand it, what you're saying is that you don't remember what the definition was, and you don't even remember that there was a definition, but you believe there must have been a definition or you wouldn't have been using these words. Is that fair?
There must have been a common understanding. I wouldn't say a definition.
How would that common understanding have been arrived at, other than through a definition?
Oh, somebody can give examples. I'm just saying there doesn't have to be a formal definition for two people to have a context in a conversation of what a word means. That is, neither one has to say, I define the word as follows. So maybe I interpreted your use of the word definition too strictly.
Okay.
So if you define definition for this conversation in a loose way, then I'll understand what you mean.
That is, what you need in order to understand the question is to have me define what is meant by definition.
At least loosely.
Well, what I mean by definition is what you meant by definition when you said that you wouldn't have answered this question unless you'd had a definition.
Common understanding. I use the word common understanding, and I'll stick with that.
In 1996, was there a common understanding of what was meant by Internet software?
In a context-free sense, absolutely not.
Was there a common understanding of what was meant by an Internet browser?
The whole notion of what the browser, what features it would contain, or what it would mean, or all that was very uncertain in 1996.
Let me ask you a different question. Do you believe that the publication of this article, and in particular the publication of a statement attributed to you, whether accurately attributed to you or not, that, quote, our business model works even if all Internet software is free, close quote, says Mr. Gates. Quote, we are still selling operating systems. What does Netscape's business model look like if that happens? Not very good, close quote. Do you believe that the publication of that statement affected Netscape?
Well, I know when people have been quoted in the press, competitors, saying what trouble Microsoft is in and how much better their products are, that it's rarely had a direct effect on our business. I think somehow people rely on more analytical observers.
I'll move to strike the answer as non-responsive. Would you read the question again, please?
Do you believe that the publication of that statement affected Netscape?
What do you mean affected Netscape?
Are you telling me that you don't understand the question, sir?
Yes, that's what I'm saying to you.
Okay. By affected Netscape, I mean adversely affected Netscape.
Like hurt their feelings, somebody cried, or somebody, in reading the article, smiled.
Are you saying that you don't understand what I mean by adversely affected Netscape?
No, I don't know what your criteria is. I think it's likely somebody may have read it and disagreed with it.
Do you think it adversely affected Netscape's business prospects?
I think the general work that we were doing to do strong internet software had an effect on Netscape, but I don't think quotations like that had any direct effect.
You put in the word direct effect, and I know that you're a very precise person from the statement you've already made today. So I've got to ask you what you mean by the use of the word direct there that you put in the answer that wasn't in the question. What do you mean by
Well,
direct?
I said earlier that there are analytical observers like analysts, and they tend to look at technology companies and deliver pronouncements about them, and some of them will be positive about a company and some will be negative about a company. It's possible, in looking at the general activities of Microsoft, one of those analysts formed a certain conclusion about Netscape and published that conclusion, and that might have had an effect. And so you could say that analysts may have had an effect. And analysts look at what Microsoft does, primarily in the products, not as much what we say as what we do in shipping our products.
What I'm asking you about, of course, right now is the effect of what you were saying, or what was attributed to you. And I do want to come to the effect that your products had on Netscape as well. But right now I want to talk about the effect of what was attributed to you. And what I'm asking you is whether you believe that the publication of statements like this attributed to you adversely affected Netscape's business prospects.
I'm not aware of any specific effect. And my general experience is that when competitors have made statements about us, that doesn't have an effect, rather that the people who do analysis or the actual products get shipped are what cause effects on our business.
Do you think that the effect on Microsoft's business of competitors saying things about Microsoft is comparable to the effect on Netscape's business of Microsoft saying things like this about Netscape?
Are we now talking about what was published or what was said?
Well, we're talking about what was published here,
Okay, well then
Mr.
stick to that.
Yates. That's what I am, sir, because I understand that your testimony is that you just don't remember saying any of these quotations that these publications have attributed to you. That's why I'm asking about what is written here, because there's no doubt, you have no doubt that this was actually published, do you, sir?
I believe it was published.
Okay, so at least we know that the Financial Times published, quote, "Our business model works even if all internet software is free," close quote, says Mr. Gates. Quote, "We are still selling operating systems. What does Netscape's business model look like if that happens? Not very good," close quote. Now, I asked you whether you thought that the publication of that adversely affected Netscape's business prospects. And you then gave me an answer that talked about the effect on Microsoft of criticism of Microsoft. Do you recall that?
Well, that wasn't at all that I said. We can read back what I said.
If you'd like to have it read back, it's okay with me. I don't need to have it read back, but if I've got as much time as I need to finish the examination, sir, and I'm prepared to spend as many days here as I have to do that. I think the record is quite clear as to what your answer was, and I think it is quite clear that you kept going back to Microsoft's experience, and that's the only point I'm trying to get you to focus on. But do you recall that enough to answer the question, or do we need to go back? Either way is okay with me.
Go ahead and ask a question, and then I'll decide.
Okay. Do you think, because you're the one that brought up the effect on Microsoft of criticism, do you think the effect on Microsoft of criticism of it is comparable to the effect on Netscape of the publication of statements attributed to you, like, quote, "Our business model works even if all internet software is free," close quote, says Mr. Gates. Quote, "We are still selling operating systems. What does Netscape's business model look like if that happens? Not very good," close quote.
So you're supposing a case where I personally criticize Microsoft?
I'm not supposing anything at all, sir.
That's what you suggested.
No, sir. Let me try to be clear, and perhaps I'm not being clear.
Who's doing the criticism in your hypothetical?
Well, I think the only person that has mentioned the word criticism today is you. That I think it came out of your answer when you were talking about criticism of Microsoft. Now, if I've misremembered your testimony about that, I will stand corrected by the record. But my recollection is that I asked you whether you thought the publication of statements like this would adversely affect Netscape's business prospects. My recollection is that you gave me an answer, a substantial portion of which included a statement that it's been your experience that criticism of Microsoft didn't really affect your business.
No, I didn't say that. I said statements by competitors, whether critical or otherwise, I didn't think explained what happened to our business, but rather other factors could explain what happened to our business.
Okay, let me use statements. And if I misremembered the word criticism, I apologize. Do you think that the effect on Microsoft's business of statements about Microsoft by its competitors is comparable to the effect on Netscape's business of the publication of statements like, quote, our business model works even if all internet software is free, close quote, says Mr. Gates. Quote, we are still selling operating systems. What does Netscape's business model look like if that happens? Not very good, close quote. I wish this question had been answered simply. I think it could have been.
I gave you a very simple answer, but I was not aware of any effect on their business by the publication.
And that may have answered my question, sir. But because I know that you're a person that uses words very precisely, I need to be sure that we haven't missed something between the question and the answer. My question was whether you believed that this publication affected Netscape's business prospects. You said you didn't know of any effect, and I just want to be sure that your answer was meant to apply to the full breadth of my question.
The full breadth of your question?
Yes, sir. And if that's confusing to you, as I say, I will put the question as many times as I need to be sure that I get it clear to you. My question, and unfortunately I'm going to have to quote it again. There's no need. There's really no need. But my question, sir, is whether you believe that the publication of statements like the statement in the Financial Times that, quote, our business model works even if all internet software is free, close quote, says Mr. Gates. Quote, we are still selling operating systems. What does Netscape's business model look like if that happens? Not very good, close quote. Adversely affects Netscape's business prospects.
I told you I'm not aware of any effects on Netscape by the publication of that statement.
Finish your answer.
Yes?
Do you believe that the publication of that statement adversely affects Netscape's business prospects, whether you are aware of precisely what those effects are or not?
Well, I'm not absolutely sure, but I did explain to you that in the analogous situation, the effect is not come from that, but from other factors.
And what is the analogous situation that you refer to?
Statements by competitors about Microsoft.
And do you believe that statements by competitors about Microsoft are analogous in terms of their effect on Microsoft to statements like this about Netscape?
I'm not absolutely sure what you mean by like this, but in general, yes.
By like this, I mean the quotation in the Financial Times article.
I don't know what it means to be like that.
Is that because you don't understand the word like, or because you don't understand what it means to be like something?
Neither.
What is it then?
I stated in quite a broad way that statements by competitors about us have not been a factor to explain future developments in our business prospect, but rather other factors explain any changes in our business prospects. And I'll say that broadly about competitive statements by competitors.
Statements by competitors about Microsoft?
That's right.
Now what I'm asking about is not statements about Microsoft by competitors, but I'm asking about statements about Netscape. And the question that I most recently asked, that I thought was simpler than it's turning out to be, is whether you believed that statements about Microsoft by its competitors would have an analogous effect on Microsoft to statements like the one published in the Financial Times in 1996, in June, that we've been looking at. Do you think, Mr. Gates, that Microsoft's giving away of its Internet Explorer browser for free adversely affected Netscape's business?
Objection. I don't know what distinction you're drawing.
I'm talking about the statement.
The word "the browser," when I talked about it being free and forever free, was talking about the browser functionality of Windows.
But when you talked about it, you used the word browser, not browser functionality. Correct, sir?
I don't remember the exact words. It's very possible I used that shorthand.
And you talked about the browser being forever free. Did you not, sir?
Are you asking me about exact words?
Yes,
or are you
I'm
asking
asking
me
you
to
about
explain
the
what I
exact
said?
words. I'm asking about the exact words. Did you say the exact words that the browser was going to be forever free?
If you're asking me about exact words, I don't recall the exact words that were used.
Is it your testimony that you do not, as you sit here now, recall saying that the browser would be forever free?
Those exact words?
Those exact words.
I'd want to see the context and be reminded about that. I don't remember using those exact words.
Okay. Do you remember using the words forever free? Those exact words.
Those two words?
Yes.
I'm sure I used those before I was 5 years old.
Really? With respect to what?
Forever free. I want to be forever free.
Okay. Did you ever use those with respect to the browser?
If you're asking, is there a sentence that if you did a string search would have exactly those words in it, I'm not sure.
Okay.
I did say that we would keep, I did deliver that intent, that is that the browsing functionality in Windows was not something that we intended it at some time in the future to charge extra for.
And what you're telling me is you don't remember whether you just used the words forever free. That's what you're saying.
I may have.
You may have.
The general notion of the Windows browser functionality staying free in the future was certainly communicated by me.
Okay. Thank you. What products has Microsoft said publicly, whether in response to a question or otherwise, that these would explicitly be forever free?
I've said that about the broad feature set that's in Windows.
When did you say that, sir?
Oh, I remember an analyst talking to me about that once at an analyst meeting.
When was that?
Oh, it would have been one of our annual analyst meetings.
When?
Not this year, either last year or the year before.
Is there a transcript of that analyst meeting?
Not with the conversation with that analyst, no.
Oh, there are transcripts of analyst meetings, though, aren't there, Mr. Gates?
Only of the formal Q&A, not of the most of the Q&A, which is where people are mixing around with the press and analysts who come to the event.
And this question that you say happened after the transcript stopped being taken?
That's my recollection, yeah. We price our product, Windows. That's the only thing we do relative to pricing. The most important thing we do is we create the features of the product, including improved versions.
Let me be sure my question is clear. Was any part of Microsoft's actions with respect to its browser, or as you sometimes refer to it, browser technology, motivated by a desire to drive Netscape's revenues from users of Netscape's browser down to zero?
Well, I think you're getting a little bit psychological there.
No, I'm asking what you intended. What was the purpose of what you were doing?
Our purpose was to make Windows a better product and maintain and increase the popularity of Windows.
Was that the only purpose?
That was the purpose on which the decision was made.
I just want to be clear. It's your testimony that an intent to deprive Netscape of revenue played no role in any of the decisions that Microsoft made with respect to browsers or browsing technology. Is that your testimony?
Well, our decision to have the browser be a feature of Windows was in no way motivated by something to do with Netscape. We had chosen that that was a logical evolution of the Windows feature set before Netscape was a factor at all.
Mr. Gates, if your answer is that it played no role, that is your answer, but I need to get on the record what your answer is. And my question is whether an intent to deprive Netscape of revenue played any role in any of the decisions that Microsoft made with respect to its browser or browsing technology.
We decided that it was a logical improvement of Windows to put the browser into Windows before we had much awareness of there even being a Netscape. So the decision that that would be a feature, and as I've said, when we make something a feature of Windows, that means that it's available along with all the other features in the license fee. That decision had been made very early on. We also had a very early recognition of the potential revenue sources from things like the search button and the home page, and that those would become quite substantial. Let's say we decide to put a new feature in. Is that included in what you're asking about?
A new feature in what?
In our internet browser technology.
If the purpose is to deprive Netscape of revenue, if that's why you put it in, yes, it is included, sir. And if you don't understand the question, if my question is not clear, I will rephrase it. You can tell me the answer is yes, you can say the answer is no, you can say the answer is I don't recall, you say your question is so confusing to me I can't answer it. But all I'm trying to do is find out what your answer is.
Well,
do you have the question in mind?
I think it's quite a vague question. Let me just give you a hypothetical to understand. Let's say we think users want a feature, and it can be a feature that we're doing first, or it's a feature that Netscape has done first. When we decide to put that feature in, our primary goal is to make Windows more popular and build momentum for Windows. But certainly there is, let's say it's a feature that Netscape's done first, then we are thinking, okay, will users be interested in our browser? If it's a feature we've done first, we're thinking, will users be interested in our browser? So you can't say that, as you get into 1996, that we're unaware of Netscape, and even though what we're primarily doing is related to making better experiences for customers and all that, the fact that we'll be compared with them in terms of how people choose browsers, we're aware of that.
I didn't mean my question to suggest that you might have been unaware of Netscape in 1996, Mr. Gates. I assume that you were aware of Netscape in 1996. My question is whether an intent to deprive Netscape of revenue played any role in any of the decisions that you made about browsers or browsing technology. I'm not talking about a decision where you say, I understand this will have an effect on Netscape, but I don't care. I'm going to do it anyway. I'm talking about a situation in which, at least in part, you take an action with the intended purpose of depriving Netscape of revenue. Did you do that?
Well, the original decision to include the browser into Windows as a feature of Windows was not taken in response to some thinking about Netscape. But once you get out into a period where we're looking at Netscape as one of our competitors, it's very hard to say, did that influence our decisions or not? To me, that's a very vague question. It's one of the facts we are aware of. Our primary goal, of course, is to make Windows better for customers, and we were doing a lot of great stuff there, and we're actually very successful once we got past a certain point in doing a product that people did decide to choose. But how can you say, when every person at Microsoft makes any decision, we don't get to run it where there's no thought about Netscape and there is a thought about Netscape. So you're asking me to reach into people's minds and do something that I think is strange.
Would you read back my question one more time? And again incorporate it. The original one.
Question is whether an intent to deprive Netscape of revenue played any role in any of the decisions that Microsoft made with respect to its browser or browsing technology.
Have you answered that question now to the fullest extent that you can, Mr. Gates? Because if you can, we'll just stop.
I find the question unclear enough that I'm afraid I won't be able to do any better than I already have.
Okay.
We looked at charging as part of the IE3 planning during 1996.
I'm not asking when you looked at charging. I'm asking when did Microsoft first make an estimate or projection of how much money it would receive?
Well, when we looked at the issue of whether it was a better idea to charge or not as part of the IE3 planning.
And that would have been in 1996. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
You have to say yes or no for that.
Yes. You don't get mm-hmm.
She does, but it doesn't always come out exactly the way you'd think. And who made that estimate or projection?
Well, I know there was discussion with Pete Higgins and Peter Newport and myself about that, and each of us would have hazarded some view of the value there.
And what was the projection or estimate that you made as to how much money Microsoft would receive from browser advertising and when?
I don't recall the exact number.
Approximately.
I honestly don't recall the number.
Can you give me any approximation or range at all?
Would have been in this period, Netscape had done a deal to sell their search button traffic, some portion of it, for something like $15 million. And of course they had a much higher usage of their browser than we did of ours. And so depending on what you thought our usage would be, you could prorate in and look at what Netscape was getting on their search deals and other deals and do the estimate based on that.
Let me distinguish between two things. One is you're sitting here right now and doing a logical estimate. And the second is whether you remember what your estimate was back in 1996.
I don't remember what the estimate is, but I think I'm being quite helpful to you in telling you facts that went into making that estimate back in 1996, because Netscape had already monetized some portion of their search button traffic.
I appreciate your help, but what I'd like to do if I could is approach it my way, because for me it's easier to understand it my way if I take it question by question. And the first question is, do you now recall anything at all about the estimate that you made back in 1996 as to how much advertising revenue Microsoft would receive from the browser?
And my answer is directly related to that, which is I would have taken, I don't recall the number, but I would have taken the revenue Netscape was getting and used that to come up with what the number might look like for us proportional to our traffic. That's what I recall about that.
What you're saying is you don't recall what the number was,
No.
but you do recall the methodology that would be used to arrive at the number.
That's right.
Now, focusing on the number, I want to ask you the question that I always do in these circumstances, which is, do you recall any estimate or range of what the number was? I know you've given me a methodology, and that is helpful, and I appreciate it. But I also want to know whether you recall anything at all about approximately what the number actually was that you came up with, or what the range would be.
Well, there's several variables. Nobody can just say a number. You have to decide how much the Internet's going to increase in popularity. You have to decide over what period of time you're trying to estimate this number. You have to decide what the traffic share of IE will be. And then you sort of take the Netscape traffic at that point in time and use that, and say, is the monetized traffic sort of per hit going to become equally valuable, less valuable, or more valuable?
And is that what you did back then?
That's what I recall we did.
Okay, now, what I'm trying to find out is if you recall at all, what was the approximate number that you came up with, or what was the range within which the number, in your terminology, with a high degree of probability, would fall?
I'm sure that we came up with different numbers with the different assumptions, but I don't recall any of those numbers.
Okay, or do you recall approximately what any of those numbers were?
I could only do it by going back to the algorithm I've described to you and sort of using that data now and computing numbers. In terms of a recollection of any numbers based on the various assumptions that have to be made back in that time frame, no.
Okay. You were asked some questions earlier about a June 21, 1995 meeting with Netscape. And that's a meeting you did not attend, am I correct?
I've never met with Netscape.
And did you know that Microsoft people were meeting with Netscape before they actually met?
I don't recall knowing in advance.
You did know after the fact because you got the emails that we saw, correct?
Yeah, that's right. I recall getting those emails, at least the Thomas Reardon Silverberg one.
Yeah.
I'm not aware of any such thing, and I know it's very much against the way we operate.
It would be against company policy to do that.
That's right.
Now, subsequent to being apprised that Mr. Andreessen, at least, was asserting that this had happened, did you make any effort to find out what had actually happened at that meeting?
Well, first of all, I don't want to be involved in characterizing what Mr. Andreessen said, because all I know is something about a quote about a dead horse head or something like that. That was what I recall from the Wall Street Journal article. I did, after the Wall Street Journal article, see some email that Andreessen had sent our people after the meeting saying it was a great meeting. And I did see the Reardon mail that I deleted, but somebody gave back to me, and some Reardon notes from the meeting. Now, I think we're talking about the same meeting. I think there may have been more than one, but in any case, I think we're talking about the same meeting.
I think the record may show that there was a meeting before the June 21 meeting.
That sounds right.
But the meeting that I was particularly asking about was the June 21 meeting, and I think that probably was what was in the Wall Street Journal.
No, you can't really say, because the Wall Street Journal talked about a May meeting, and May is not June.
You're right.
Not by a long shot.
May is not June. I agree with May is not June, and maybe there were two such meetings. I don't.
Well, I'm not aware of any meeting between us and Netscape in May, so that seems very strange, and that confused me about that Wall Street Journal article.
Let me ask you, did you, when you saw the Wall Street Journal article and talked about a May meeting in terms of allegedly market-dividing conduct, did you try to find out whether there had been a May meeting between representatives of Microsoft and representatives of Netscape?
Well, again, I wouldn't characterize the article in that way. When I read the article, what it said interested me enough and concerned me enough. I did seek to find out if there was a May meeting, but I don't think the article is what you're said what you're suggesting. I mean, we should get a copy of the article. I don't remember it that way.
Okay.
I remember Andreessen talking about how he'd been in fear that Don Corleone had come to see him, and once I realized that there was no meeting in May, and it wasn't, that he after the meeting said he enjoyed the meeting and that it was just a group of our guys down there trying to talk about if there was any areas of cooperation. The whole thing seemed very strange to me.
Did you talk to people to find out whether there was a May meeting?
Yes.
Who'd you talk to?
I consulted with my lawyers.
Other than consulting with your lawyers, did you try to find out whether there was a May meeting?
Well, my lawyers then talked to all the people that might have met with Netscape, and I made sure they did that pretty broadly.
And you were informed that there was no May meeting. Is that your testimony?
That's the understanding I was given, yes. And then I was given some of the other information that I've already mentioned.
But all that information came from your lawyers, not from non-lawyer employees of Microsoft. Is that what you're saying?
It came to me through my lawyers.
Did you ever have a conversation with anyone in the last 12 months, other than your lawyers, concerning whether there were meetings in May or June of 1995 with Netscape, and if so, what happened at those meetings?
Well, there might have been a point after I got all the data from the lawyers where I said to some of the PR people what an outrageous slander that article had been and how unfair I felt it was, and so I may have mentioned that to them.
Did you have any conversations in the last 12 months with any person who was dealing with Netscape in 1995 about whether there were May or June meetings, and if so, what happened at those meetings?
No, I relied on the lawyers to go in and meet with those people and gather the facts and educate me about was there a May meeting and what was the agenda or what was Andreessen's state of mind after the meeting, what did the notes look like. But that's all very recent. That is after the journal article.
Now, have you ever read the complaint in this case?
No.
Have you ever received a summary of the complaint in this case?
I wouldn't say I've received a summary, no. I've talked to my lawyers about the case, but not really the complaint.
Do you know whether in the complaint there is an assertion? I'm not talking about the Wall Street Journal article. I'm talking about the complaint that was filed last May. Do you know whether in that complaint there are allegations concerning a 1995 meeting between Netscape and Microsoft representatives relating to alleged market division discussions?
I haven't read the complaint, so I don't know for sure, but I think somebody said that is in there.
Did you find that out before or after the Wall Street Journal article?
The first time I knew about these allegations was the Wall Street Journal article.
Mr. Gates, when did you first become concerned about the competitive threat that Netscape posed to Microsoft?
I know by late 95, we were thinking of Netscape as one of our many competitors. So I think it would have been around then.
When did you first become concerned about the competitive threat that Java posed to Microsoft?
Well, Java as a computer language does not pose a competitive threat to Microsoft. There's some runtime work that various companies are doing with different APIs, including Sun, that represent platform competition. So you have to be careful how you talk about Java.
Do you talk about Java as a competitive threat to Microsoft, Mr. Gates?
There's a lot of documents and understanding inside Microsoft that Java, the language, which if you take the term Java on the face of it and in some context is what it refers to, that's not a competitive threat. In fact, we are the leading vendor of Java language development tools. Sometimes in the right context, when people use that term, they're talking about various runtime activities, but you have to look pretty carefully at the context.
My question right now doesn't go to what various people within Microsoft have said or believe. My question goes to what you have said. Have you referred to Java as a competitive threat to Microsoft?
The Java runtime activities are a competitive threat to Microsoft. Java itself is not. So if I use the term Java, that way I'm careful to make sure people know I'm talking about the runtime piece.
Have you sometimes, as a shorthand, referred to Java as opposed to what you now say as the Java runtime activities as a competitive threat to Microsoft?
I may have if I made it clear what I meant.
And by making it clear what you meant, can you explain what you mean by that?
To draw the distinction between Java, the language, and the runtime activities around Java, the APIs being created there by various companies.
Have you received email from people that describe Java as a competitive threat to Microsoft?
Well, inside Microsoft, the context of the various pieces of Java, including in a lot more detail than I've had a chance to explain to you so far, is well understood. And so we use a lot of shorthands for a lot of things that confuse people who just look at the emails.
Could I have the question read back, please?
Have you received email from people that describe Java as a competitive threat to Microsoft?
Under the scenario I described, it's possible that people would do that in email.
When you say under the scenario that I described, what scenario are you talking about?
The scenario is people with inside Microsoft who have an understanding of the various pieces of Java who are communicating with each other.
My question is not what are the circumstances under which it is possible that that happened. My question is, have you received email from people in Microsoft that assert that Java is a competitive threat to Microsoft?
It's possible there's someone who, having the right context about the pieces that are entailed in Java, may have used that as a shorthand for the piece we consider a competitive threat.
My question is not what is possible, but what you recall. If you don't recall ever receiving an email in which somebody from Microsoft asserted that Java was a competitive threat, that's an answer to my question. You can say yes, no, I don't recall, but
I don't recall a specific piece of mail. I think there's a good chance that I've received mail where somebody used that kind of shorthand.
Now, have you used that kind of shorthand? That is, have you personally asserted that Java is a competitive threat to Microsoft?
Well, I always object to you're acting like the assertion stands by itself. There's a shorthand that I've told you about. So no, I've never asserted that statement. We use the term Java in a variety of contexts, and if you want to show me a context, I'll answer. But the assertion on the face of it is wrong unless somebody's using the term Java in a very special way.
What I'm asking you, Mr. Gates, is whether you have used Java in what you describe as the very special way to refer as a shorthand to whatever it is that you believe constitutes a competitive threat to Microsoft.
I don't remember a specific document where I did, but I think it's quite likely that with certain people I use that shorthand.
Okay. When you use Java as a shorthand in describing Java as a competitive threat to Microsoft, am I to understand that what you mean in that context is to refer to what you have described here as the Java runtime activities?
Yeah, if you want to get into what we mean by the shorthand, you'll have to show me a specific context, because sometimes it might mean EJB, sometimes it might just mean the VM, sometimes it might mean AWT, sometimes it might mean JFC. I mean, but I'll be glad to clarify any particular case. You have to have the context.
If necessary, we'll go through each one context by context, although that's obviously a lengthy procedure. But let me see if I can try to get some general principles. When you refer to Java as a competitive threat to Microsoft, what do you mean?
I've told you it depends on the context.
Okay. Why don't you list each of the different things that you mean when you describe Java as a competitive threat to Microsoft?
I don't know what you mean. You're asking me to recall every context where I might have ever used that shorthand?
Well, I'm asking you to tell me every context that you do recall.
I've told you I don't recall any specific document where I've used the shorthand. I can give you several contexts where it's very likely that I have.
If that's the best you can do, let's start with that.
Well, there's the context of server middleware APIs, an EJB discussion, and people who write three-tier applications, what APIs are they likely to develop their applications against?
And why does Java, in your view, represent a competitive threat to Microsoft with respect to server middleware or EJBs?
Now, I've told you that Java itself is not the competitive threat. I'm telling you the thing that is the competitive threat. So when you rephrase it to say Java is the competitive threat, that's just the shorthand term. The competitive threat is the APIs in the EJB and the other middleware layers that people are putting together.
Well, Mr. Gates, in your view, does Java play itself any role in what you view as a competitive threat to Microsoft?
Java the language?
Yes, let's start with Java the language.
No.
Okay. When you refer to Java as a competitive threat, why do you use the word Java as shorthand for what you now say doesn't relate to Java?
I didn't say that. It certainly relates to Java. Java runtime relates to Java. I mean, give me a break.
Mr. Gates, you know perfectly well that you and lots of other people within Microsoft describe Java, J-A-V-A, without talking about runtimes or EJBs or server middleware. Java, J-A-V-A, as a competitive threat. You know that, don't you?
I've told you that when we talk about the Java runtime threat, we often use Java as a shorthand for that. We haven't come up with another term for the Java runtime competitive threat in its various forms.
When did you first become concerned about the Java runtime threat to Microsoft?
There have been a lot of changes in the strategy of Sun and various people. I know there was talk about Java in the second half of '95, but I don't think we really understood what the various people around were doing. Sometime in '96, when Sun was doing its promotion of writing applications strictly to the Java runtime, to their Java runtime, which is one of them. In fact, they have multiple. Then we would have looked at that as something we needed to understand and decide how it affected our strategy.
My question is not when you decided you needed to look at Java to decide something. My question is, when did you first conclude that what you have referred to as the Java runtime threat was a competitive threat to Microsoft?
Objection.
Well, it gets a little complicated because there's some of the, even the runtime pieces of Java that we support, but there's some things that people are doing in those runtimes that we have a different approach. But that's all, more recent in terms of understanding what our products are going to do.
My question is, when did you first conclude that what you have described as the Java runtime threat was a competitive threat to Microsoft?
I think there was a lot of discussion about what to do with the Java and Java runtime things, and there was a part of what Sun was doing that by late '96 we had decided not there's some extensions they were doing in late '96 that we thought of as competitive.
Do I understand that last answer to be that it would not have been until late 1996 that you considered what you have described as the Java runtime threat as a competitive threat to Microsoft?
Well, you used the word conclude, and there's a long period of time where there's a lot of thinking about Java runtime inside Microsoft where people are going back and forth, and some people say, hey, this is fine, it's not competitive. Somebody would say, hey, maybe it is competitive. There's a lot of going back and forth. So when you use the term conclude, I assume you're talking about a point at which there's a clear opinion and not just a lot of debate, even my view being established. And so then I think you've got to go as late as late 96 before there's much clarity at all.
I think you may have answered the question, but I want to be sure, because my question relates not to what other people were saying within Microsoft, but what you believed. And what I'm trying to find out is when you, Bill Gates, first believed that what you have described as the Java runtime threat was a competitive threat to Microsoft.
Well, you used the word conclude.
Actually, in this last answer, I used the word believe. The last question, I used the word believe.
So you're changing the question.
Well, if believe and conclude is different for you, I'll ask it both ways.
Yeah, it's very different.
Okay, then let me ask the question so the record is clear what you're
You don't want to let me answer the last one?
Or if that's what you're going to answer, let's read the question back so that we're sure. And would you reincorporate the question so that the record is clear that what follows is intended to be a response to this particular question?
I think you may have answered the question, but I want to be sure, because my question relates not to what other people were saying within Microsoft, but what you believed. And what I'm trying to find out is when you, Bill Gates, first believed that what you have described as the Java runtime threat was a competitive threat to Microsoft.
But in the first part of 96, I was getting a lot of different opinions about Java runtime and what some was doing and what we should do. I wouldn't say that I believed firmly that it was a competitive threat, because that all depended on what Sun was doing, what other companies were doing, and what we were going to do. By late 96, I think I had a view that what Sun was doing was a competitive activity.
When you talk about having a view that what Sun was doing was a competitive activity, do you use the term activity to mean the same thing that you meant before when you used the term threat?
Well, you were the one who used the term threat. I'm not quite sure. It was competitive. Is something that's competitive always a competitive threat? I'm not sure.
Mr. Gates, I think the record will show, and if necessary, we can go back to it, that you used the term Java runtime threat. Do you recall doing that?
Yes.
Okay. Now,
that's not the same as competitive threat.
Well, when you use the Java runtime threat phrase, what did you mean by threat?
I meant that it was competitive.
And so you were using, in that context, threat and competitive to mean the same thing?
Yes.
Okay. Now, using threat in the same sense that you were using it to mean competitive, I want to ask what you said was the different question from what you believed. When did you conclude that the Java runtime threat was a competitive threat to Microsoft?
Well, by late 96, I thought of it as competitive.
And when you use the word thought there, are you using it to mean what you have said you meant by believe, as well as what you said you meant by conclude?
I mean, by then, it was pretty clear to me it was another thing we had to think of in terms of the list of the competitors, as opposed to earlier, where I wasn't sure of that.
What did you do to try to respond to what you have described as the Java runtime threat?
The same thing we always do, just innovate in our products and use the customer feedback to delight them so that they choose to license our products.
Did you do anything else to try to respond to what you describe as the Java runtime threat?
Well, we try to understand from customers what they're doing and how our strategy might appeal versus someone else's strategy, and then go back and look at our strategy to see if we can make it better.
Did you do anything else?
I'm not sure what you mean. I mean, our whole activity here, everything we do really comes under what I just described.
Everything Microsoft does comes under what you've just described. Is that your testimony, sir?
Mm-hmm.
Well, sir, does trying to undermine Sun come within the activity that you've just described?
I don't know what you mean by that.
You don't?
No.
Have you ever had discussions within Microsoft about the desirability of trying to undermine Sun because of what Sun was doing in Java?
I said to you, part of our activity is to go out and work with customers to see what it takes to have them choose to license our products, and that's in competition with many other companies, including Sun.
Would you read back the question, please?
Have you ever had discussions within Microsoft about the desirability of trying to undermine Sun because of what Sun was doing in Java?
We've certainly had discussions about making our products better than Sun's and other competitors in any area that people might think of them as desirable.
Would you read the question back, please?
I answered that question.
Would you read back the question and the answer?
Question, have you ever had discussions within Microsoft about the desirability of trying to undermine Sun because of what Sun was doing in Java? Answer,
I said to you, part of our activity is to go out and work with customers to see what it takes to have them choose to license our products, and that's in competition with many other companies, including Sun.
I'm not now talking about what you do in competition with other products or other companies. What I'm talking about is whether or not you've had discussions with people within Microsoft in which you've talked about the need to undermine Sun, using those words, if that'll help you, within Microsoft.
I don't remember using those words.
You don't?
No.
You think you did use those words? You just don't know, one way or the other?
I don't know.
Would it be consistent with the way you felt about Java for you to have told people that you wanted to undermine Sun?
As I've said, anything about Java, you got to show me a context before I can answer, because just the term Java itself can mean different things.
Well, let me try to approach it this way. Mr. Gates, have you ever told anyone, regardless of what you meant by it, that you wanted to undermine Java, or undermine Sun, or undermine Java because of Sun? Any of those?
And to be,
I said I don't recall using that word.
Would it have been consistent with the way that you felt about Sun and about Java for you to have used that word? And if you don't understand the question, I'll rephrase it.
Well, Sun's message to the market and ours aren't the same. And so there is, as part of that competition, a desire to get people to understand our message and what we're providing versus their message and what they're providing. So in that sense, there could have been a discussion around that topic, but I still don't know if the word undermined was ever used.
Did you have discussions with Apple that were directed towards attempting to reduce or eliminate competition, Mr. Gates?
No.
Did you have discussions with Apple in which you were trying to get Apple to agree to help you undermine Sun?
There was some discussion about what runtime APIs Apple would support, whether they would support some of ours or some of Sun's. I don't think I was involved in any discussions myself with Apple about that.
Well, let me show you a document and try to probe what you mean by being involved. Let me give you a copy of a document that has been previously marked as Government Exhibit 365. A portion of this document is an email message from you to Paul Moritz and others, And the portion that I'm particularly interested in, and you can read as much of the 3-line email as you wish, is the last sentence, which reads, quote, "Do we have a clear plan on what we want Apple to do to undermine Sun?" Close quotes. Did you send this email, Mr. Gates, on or about August 8th, 1997?
I don't remember sending it.
Do you have any doubt that you sent it?
No, it appears to be email I sent.
You recognize that this is a document produced from Microsoft's files, do you not, sir?
No.
You don't?
Well, how would I know that?
Well, do you see the document production numbers down at the bottom?
I have no idea what those numbers are.
Do you recognize this as the form in which email has been printed out by Microsoft?
I don't know what that means. It's all email printed by anyone looks just like this. So the fact that it looks like this doesn't give you any clues to who printed it.
Well, let's begin with that, sir. Email printed out by other people are not stamped with Microsoft confidential stamps and Microsoft document production numbers. You would agree with that, would you
It
not?
has nothing to do with printing out.
Do you understand my question, sir?
No.
Okay. Do you see down at the bottom where there are confidential stamps and a stamp that says attorneys only and document production stamps? Do you see those?
I see the stamps. I can't characterize whether they're document production stamps. To me, they look more like you'd see on a prisoner's uniform.
So that you don't have any knowledge about these stamps. It is your testimony. You
I've
know
never
what they
seen
are.
a stamp like that. I've never used a stamp like that.
Haven't you seen stamps like that in every single one of the documents that you've been shown during this deposition?
Can you get me all the exhibits?
Yes. The one that has this document production stamp and this confidential stamp down in the bottom right-hand corner, is that the one you mean, Mr. Gates?
Is that a stamp? To me, that's not a stamp.
Let me go back to the email, Mr. Gates. What did you mean when you asked Mr. Moritz whether or not, quote, "we have a clear plan on what we want Apple to do to undermine Sun," close quote?
I don't remember.
Did you personally participate in any conversations with Apple in 1997 or 1998?
Of any kind?
Let me be a little more specific. Did you participate in any conversations with Apple in 1997 or 1998 concerning what Apple would or would not do that would affect Microsoft competitively?
Well, there were some conversations with Steve Jobs about Microsoft Office. And a relationship we formed around that and some other issues.
And did you participate in those conversations?
I talked to Steve Jobs on the phone, I think, twice.
And what was the nature of your conversations with Mr. Jobs?
Well, Steve called me up and said that he'd become the CEO of Apple, sort of, and that Gil Amelio wasn't the CEO of Apple. And he raised the question of, was there some beneficial agreement that we could enter into different than we'd been discussing with Gil. And it wasn't a very long call, but the conclusion was that Greg Maffei would go see Steve.
What is Mr. McFay's title?
At that time,
What is his title today?
his title today is CFO.
Of Microsoft? Chief Financial Officer? And what was his title at the time?
I think treasurer.
When did Mr. McFay go to talk to Mr. Jobs?
I don't recall the date.
Approximately.
Sometime in '97.
This was after your conversation with Mr. Jobs?
Yes.
Did you have any conversation with Mr. Jobs or anyone else at Apple after your 1997 conversation with Mr. Jobs?
I had a brief conversation with him again in '97, the night before a Macworld speech that he was giving, where I appeared as part of that speech, but it was about my role in his speech.
I'm going to leave that aside.
Well, it all relates to the agreement with Apple.
Okay, then I won't leave it aside. What did you say to him, and what did he say to you about the agreement with Apple?
I said, it's not signed yet. What are we going to do about this presentation if it doesn't get signed? And he said he hoped it would be signed, and then we talked about the logistics of appearing by video conference in the middle of his speech.
Have you completed your answer?
Yes.
Other than the two telephone, or I guess one telephone conversation, one in person, was the brief conversation you just recounted one in person?
No, that was on the phone.
That was
He
on
was
the
in
phone.
Boston, I was in Seattle. That's why I had to do a video conference to be in his speech.
So that both of your conversations with Mr. Jobs in 1997 were by telephone? Is that correct?
There may have also been some email between Steve and I. I don't think there were any more phone calls, but the two I've described are both phone calls. There were no face-to-face meetings that I remember.
Other than the two telephone calls and leaving email aside, did you have any conversations, either by telephone or in person, with any representative of Microsoft in 1997 or 1998?
Yes.
Other than the two telephone conversations with Mr. Jobs that you have already identified, during 1997 or 1998, did you have any conversations by telephone or in person with any representative of Apple?
Trying to think when Heidi Roizen quit Apple. I think she had quit by 97, but I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm pretty sure she'd quit by then, so no, I don't think so.
Do I take it from that answer that you had a conversation with Heidi Roizen?
At some point in time that I can't remember, yes.
Okay. Other than your possible conversations during the period with Heidi Roizen and the two telephone conversations in 1997 with Mr. Jobs, did you have any other conversations, either by telephone or in person, with any representative of Apple in 1997 or 1998?
No, I don't think so.
To your knowledge, did any representative of Microsoft have any meetings or telephonic discussions
Certainly.
with any representatives of Apple
Certainly.
in 1998 concerning competitive issues?
I don't know what you mean by competitive issues, but there's a ongoing contact with Apple. We're the largest developer of software for the Apple Macintosh, and so there's constant discussion with Apple.
And as the largest developer of software for the Macintosh, is what you do important to Apple?
Sometimes it doesn't seem like it. We always think of it as important, but sometimes they don't treat it that way. Sometimes they do.
You mentioned discussions with respect to Office. Would you explain for the record what you're talking about there?
Microsoft Office.
Microsoft Office for Macintosh?
Yes.
And was it your understanding that Microsoft Office for Macintosh was believed by Apple to be very important to them?
I really have a hard time testifying about the belief of a corporation. I really don't know what that means.
Well, sir, in making the decision that you would ask of Apple, did you believe that what you were offering Apple with respect to Microsoft Office for Macintosh was important enough to Apple so that they ought to give you something for it?
I have no idea what you're talking about when you say ask.
Well, let me show you a document that has been previously marked as a Government Exhibit 366. This is a document bearing Microsoft Document Production stamps MS98 0110952 through 53. The first part of this purports to be a copy of an email from Don Bradford to Ben Waldman with a copy to you, Mr. Moritz, and others on the subject of, quote, Java on Macintosh /IE control. Did you receive a copy of this email on or about February 13th, 1998?
I don't know.
Do you have any reason to doubt that you received a copy of this email?
No.
first paragraph reads, quote, Apple wants to keep both Netscape and Microsoft developing browsers for Mac, believing if one drops out, the other will lose interest, and also not really wanting to pick up the development burden. Getting Apple to do anything that significantly, materially disadvantages Netscape will be tough. Do you agree that Apple should be meeting, it reads, do agree that Apple should be meeting the spirit of our cross-license agreement and that Mac Office is the perfect club to use on them? Do you have an understanding of what Mr. Bradford means when he refers to Mac Office as, quote, the perfect club to use on Apple, close quote?
No.
The second sentence of that paragraph, the one that reads, getting Apple to do anything that significantly, materially disadvantages Netscape will be tough. Was it your understanding in February of 1998 that Microsoft was trying to get Apple to do something that would disadvantage Netscape?
No.
Do you know why Mr. Bradford would have written this in February of 1998 and sent a copy to you?
I'm not sure.
Did you ever say to Mr. Bradford, in words or in substance, in February of 1998 or thereafter, Mr. Bradford, you got it wrong. We're not out to significantly or materially disadvantage Netscape through Apple?
No.
Did you ever tell Mr. Bradford or anyone else in February 1998 or thereafter that they should not be trying to get Apple to do things that would significantly or materially disadvantage Netscape?
No.
All right. What was Mr. Bradford's position in February of 1998?
I think he had a small group in California that worked I'm not sure who he worked for. He probably worked for somebody who worked for Silverberg. No. No, I'm not sure who he worked for.
Well, let's begin with what company he worked for. He clearly worked for Microsoft, correct, sir?
That's right.
And do you know what his title was?
No.
Do you know who Mr. Waldman is?
Yes.
What was his title in February of 1998?
I don't know.
What were his responsibilities in February of 1998?
He ran a group that was doing Macintosh software. Neither of these guys have a title like vice president, that I can say for sure. So they have a title like engineer or software engineer manager, but I don't know their title. They're not executives.
In addition to you and Mr. Moritz, copies of this go to David Cole, Dave Reed, Charles Fitzgerald, and John Devon. Do you know what Mr. Cole's position was in 1998?
Yes.
What was it?
He was the VP, actually I don't know the VP, but he was a VP working for, I don't know if we'd reorganized by then. He was in Maritz's organization somewhere.
What was Mr. Reed's position at that time?
I have no familiarity with Mr. Reed.
Do you have any familiarity with Mr. Fitzgerald and Mr. Devon?
Yes.
What were their positions?
Charles Fitzgerald was in the evangelism group working for Todd Nielsen. Todd Nielsen.
And Mr. Devon?
Mr. Devon was managing the overall office development.
Did you have any conversations with anyone within Microsoft as to what position Microsoft should take with Apple in terms of what Microsoft should ask Apple for in return for Microsoft developing Mac Office?
What time frame are you in?
1997 or 1998?
Well, it actually makes a big difference. We reached an agreement with Apple in 1997, and I'm not aware of any agreement other than the 1997 one.
Could I have the question read back?
Did you have any conversations with anyone within Microsoft as to what position Microsoft should take with Apple in terms of what Microsoft should ask Apple for in return for Microsoft developing Mac Office?
I'm not sure what you're saying about Mac Office. We develop Mac Office because it's a profitable business for us.
Well, you threatened to cancel Mac Office, did you not, sir?
No.
You never threatened Apple that you were going to cancel Mac Office? Is that your testimony?
That's right.
Did you ever discuss within Microsoft threatening Apple that you were going to cancel Mac Office?
You wouldn't cancel, no.
Let me mark as government exhibit .368. A document that bears document production stamp 980113394. Through 9/7.
Thank you.
Now let me direct your attention to the second item on the first page. of this exhibit. And this purports to be an email from Mr. Waldman to you dated June 27, 1997. Is that correct, sir?
The second one.
You have to answer audibly yes or no, Mr. Gates.
Yes, the second one.
Okay. Now, in the second paragraph of this email to you, the second sentence reads, quote, "The threat to cancel McOffice 97 is certainly the strongest bargaining point we have, as doing so will do a great deal of harm to Apple immediately." You see that, sir? Do you recall receiving this email in June of 1997?
Not specifically.
Do you have any doubt that you received this email in June of 1997?
No.
Do you know why Mr. Waldman wrote you in June of 1997 that the threat to cancel McOffice 97 is certainly the strongest bargaining point we have, as doing so will do a great deal of harm to Apple immediately?
Well, Mr. Waldman was in charge of this update. You know, the Mac Office product had been shipping for over a decade by now, and there was a financial question of whether to do this update, and he felt it made good business sense to do it. Other people, irrespective of the relationship with Apple, had said that it didn't make sense to do the update, and so there was some mail from Ben, including this one, where he was saying he thought we should go ahead and finish the product. I'm not sure what he means about the negotiations with Apple. I'm not sure what we were negotiating with Apple at this point.
Was this the time that you were negotiating with Apple to try to find out what you could get Apple to do to undermine Sun?
Well, the only thing you've shown me where that term was used is after we reached a Mac Office agreement with Apple.
You're referring to your email dated August 8th, 1997, is that correct?
That's right.
That has been marked as Exhibit 365?
That's right. That's after.
Yes, that's August 8th, 1997.
That's right.
And it is clear from your August 8th, 1997 memo that you are still attempting to get Apple to do additional things. Is it not, sir?
No.
Well, sir, let's read it. It's only 3 lines. You write, quote, "I want to get as much mileage as possible out of our browser and Java relationship here." And when you talk about here, you're talking about with Apple, are you not, sir?
I'm not sure.
Well, the subject of this is FW post-agreement, correct, sir?
Yeah, that's what makes me think this was probably post-agreement.
Post-agreement with Apple, right?
Yes.
Okay. So the subject is post-agreement with Apple. And the very first sentence says, "I want to get as much mileage as possible out of our browser and Java relationship here." Second sentence says, "In other words, a real advantage against Sun and Netscape." The third line says, "Who should AV be working with, do we have a clear plan on what we want Apple to do to undermine Sun? Now, do you have any doubt that when you talk about, I want to get as much mileage as possible out of our browser and Java relationship here, you're talking about Apple?
That's what it appears.
Okay. Do you have any recollection of any discussions about the subject matter of this email in or about August of 1997? If the question is confusing, I'd be happy to rephrase it, Mr. Gates.
Go ahead.
Did you send this email?
It appears I did.
Did you discuss this email with anyone?
I don't remember that.
Let me go back to Exhibit 368. Which is the June 27th, 1997 email from Mr. Waldman to you. Do you recall, and I know you said you don't recall receiving this email, but do you recall anyone describing the threat to cancel MacOffice 97 as a bargaining point that you have in dealing with Apple in or about June of 1997?
I remember going to a meeting where Paul Moritz took the position that we shouldn't do the update. And the Mac Office 97 update. And the main negotiation we had with Apple at this point was a discussion about a patent cross-license. And so I said to Paul I wanted to understand better where we were on the patent cross-license and understand the state of the Mac Office development. And then it appears that this is an email that's coming after that meeting. I don't remember somebody using those exact words.
Whether you remember somebody using the exact words that Mr. Waldman uses in his June 27, 1997 email to you, do you remember people telling you in substance that the threat to cancel MacOffice 97 was a strong bargaining point that you had against Apple, and that canceling MacOffice 97 would do a great deal of harm to Apple immediately?
I know there was the internal debate about whether to do the update. And I know there was the patent discussion going on. And I said that maybe, even if it didn't make business sense to do the update, maybe as part of an overall relationship with the patent cross-license, that we should go ahead and do it. And so a commitment to do the upgrade was one of the things that we told Apple we might commit to as part of the patent cross-license relationship.
And did you believe in 1997 that canceling McOffice 97 would do a great deal of harm to Apple? As Mr. Waldman writes you, it would?
There was a question about whether to do the upgrade and whether it made business sense. I can't really say how much impact it would have on Apple of us doing the upgrade or not. Certainly Ben, as the person in charge of the upgrade, was very passionate about its importance and its dramatic nature.
My question to you now, sir, is whether you believed that canceling McOffice 97 would do a great deal of harm to Apple.
Well, I know that Apple would prefer that we have a more updated version of Mac Office, that would be a positive thing for them, and so that's why it was part of the negotiation relative to the patent cross license.
And did you believe that canceling McOffice 97 would do a great deal of harm to Apple?
I told you I think it would be it'd be better for Apple to have everybody doing major upgrades like this. I doubt, can't characterize the level of benefit of the upgrade to Apple, but certainly it's something they wanted us to complete.
The next sentence in Mr. Waldman's June 27, 1997 email to you begins, "I also believe that Apple is taking this threat pretty seriously." Did someone tell you in or about June of 1997 that Apple was taking Microsoft's threat to cancel McOffice 97 seriously, or pretty seriously?
Well, Moritz had taken the position that it didn't make business sense to finish this upgrade. And it's very possible Apple might have heard about Moritz's opinion there and therefore been worried that we business-wise didn't see a reason to complete the upgrade and that they would have the older Mac Office as opposed to this new work that we were partway along on.
Mr. Gates, my question is not what position Mr. Moritz did or did not take. My question is whether anyone told you in or about June of 1997 that Apple was taking pretty seriously Microsoft's threat to cancel McOffice 97.
Apple may have known that senior executives at Microsoft, Moritz in particular, thought that it didn't make business sense to complete that upgrade.
Mr. Gates, I'm not asking you what Apple may have known or may not have known. What I'm asking you is whether anybody told you in or about June of 1997 that Apple was taking pretty seriously Microsoft's threat to cancel McOffice 97.
Those particular words?
Told you that in words or in substance?
I think I remember hearing that Apple had heard about Moritz's view that it didn't make sense to continue the upgrade, but and that they wanted us to continue the upgrade. But I don't remember any of it being phrased at all the way you're phrasing it.
Well, the way I'm phrasing it is the way that Mr. Waldman phrased it to you in his email of June 27th, 1997. Correct, sir?
Well, in reading it, I see those words, yes.
Yes. And you don't have any doubt that you received this email, do you, sir?
I have no reason to doubt it. I don't remember receiving it. I do remember in general sending an email like the one that's at the top there.
Do you recall anyone telling you in words or in substance in or about June of 1997 what Mr. Waldman is writing here in this email? And
This is
what
a
Mr.
very long piece of email.
All
Have you read the whole email yourself?
All right. I think my question was imprecise. I was probably trying to avoid quoting something for yet another time, but I think I accept your counsel's view that the question was probably defective. I thought it was clear what portion of the email we were talking about, but I will make it clear. Mr. Gates, Mr. Waldman on June 27, 1997, sends you an email that says, the threat to cancel McOffice 97 is certainly the strongest bargaining point we have, as doing so will do a great deal of harm to Apple immediately. I also believe that Apple is taking this threat pretty seriously, close quote. Do you recall anyone...
Do you want to finish the sentence or not?
You can if you think it is necessary to answer the question. Do you recall anyone telling you what I have just quoted in words or in substance in or about June of 1997?
No.
In the period of 1996 forward, after you concluded that Java, or as you put it, the Java runtime threat and Netscape were competitive threats to Microsoft, what were your goals in terms of dealing with Apple? What were you trying to get Apple to agree to do for Microsoft?
Well, the main reasons we were having discussions with Apple in this 97 period was that they had asserted that various patents that they had applied to various Microsoft products. And so our primary focus in discussing an agreement with them was to conclude a patent cross-license of some kind.
I want to be sure that the question and answer are meeting. I asked for a period of 1996 to the present. You answered about 1997. Were your goals in 1996 or after 1997 any different than the goals that you've just described in dealing with Apple?
There's only one agreement with Apple, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay. Do you understand the word goals or objectives?
You talked about agreeing with Apple. There's only one agreement with Apple that I know about that we're discussing, and that was one that was concluded in, I think, late July or early August 1997. And there's no other agreement that I know was even discussed or considered.
Okay. Let me ask you to look at a document previously marked as Government Exhibit 369. Thank you. The second item on the first page of this exhibit purports to be an email from you dated June 23, 1996, to Paul Moritz and Brad Silverberg, with copies to Messrs. Higgins, Bradford, Waldman, and Ludwig on the subject of, quote, Apple meeting, close quote. Did you send this email, Mr. Gates, on or about June 23, 1996?
I don't remember it specifically, but I don't have any reason to doubt that I did.
In the second paragraph, you say, quote, I have two key goals in investing in the Apple relationship. One, maintain our applications share on the platform, and two, see if we can get them to embrace Internet Explorer in some way, close quote. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Does that refresh your recollection as to what your two key goals were in connection with Apple in June of 1996?
Well, first of all, June of 1996 is not in the time frame that your previous question related to. And certainly in the email to this group, I'm not talking about the patent thing, but believe me, it was our top goal in thinking about Apple for many, many years because of their assertions.
My time frame in my question, sir, was the time frame beginning in 1996 when you began to view Netscape or the Java runtime threat as a competitive threat to Microsoft.
And that was after June of 1996.
Is it your testimony that in June of 1996 you did not consider Netscape to be a competitive threat to Microsoft?
Netscape was a competitor, but in terms of Java and all the runtime related issues, we didn't have a clear view of that at all.
So that, I want to be sure I've got your testimony accurately. It is your testimony that in June of 1996 you considered Netscape to be a competitive threat, but you did not consider Java or Java runtime to be a competitive threat. Is that your testimony?
We considered Netscape to be a competitor, and I told you earlier that until late 96 we were unclear about our position on various Java runtime things and what other companies were doing and what that meant for us competitively.
Do you agree that in June of 1996 the two key goals that you had in terms of the Apple relationship were, quote, one, maintain our applications share on the platform, and two, see if you could get Apple to embrace Internet Explorer in some way?
No.
Do you have any explanation for why you would have written to Mr. Moritz and Mr. Silverberg on June 23, 1996, that those were your two key goals in the Apple relationship?
No, they weren't involved in the patent issue at all. So when I write to them, I'm focused on the issues that relate to them. I do mention patents in here, but that certainly was the primary goal at this time and in subsequent times.
Let me be clear. When you write to Mr. Moritz and Mr. Silverberg, you talk about patents, do you not, sir?
Where do you see that?
Well, did you talk about patents?
Do you want me to read the mail, the entire mail?
Have you read it enough to know whether you talk about patents?
I saw the word patent in one place. If I read the whole thing, I can find out if it's in other places as well.
Okay. You do talk about patent cross-license, do you not, in this memo? And if you want to look at the last page, 5 lines from the bottom.
Yeah, they weren't involved in the patent issues at all. So it looks like in this mail I just mentioned that in a summary part. But it was our top goal in our discussions with Apple.
Now, when you write to Mr. Moritz and Mr. Silverberg, you don't describe that as your top goal. In fact, you don't even describe it as one of your 2 or 3 key goals,
Correct, sir?
This piece of email doesn't talk about the patent goal as the top goal. It's most likely that's because the people copied on the mail don't have a thing to do with it, and I wouldn't distract them with it.
I want to be sure I have your testimony correct. In June of 1996, what was Paul Maritz's title?
He was involved in product development activities.
He was involved in product development activities. What was his title?
I don't know. Systems?
Systems?
Mm-hmm.
Did he have a title that went with that?
Senior Vice President Systems?
Senior Vice President Systems. I see. Did Mr. Silverberg have a position in June of 1996?
He worked for Mr. Moritz.
Did he have a title?
I don't know what his title was at the time. He would have been an officer of some kind.
An officer of some kind. So you're writing a memo to Paul Moritz, a senior vice president, and Brad Silverberg, an officer of some kind, and you're sending copies to 4 other people on the subject of the Apple meeting. And you say, I have 2 key goals in investing in the Apple relationship.
That's quite distinct than any goals I might have for a deal with Apple. It says, I have 2 key goals in investing in the Apple relationship. Not, I have 2 key goals for a deal with Apple.
Well, sir, at the bottom you say what you propose in terms of a deal, and you talk about what Apple will get out of the deal and what Microsoft will get out of the deal. Correct, sir?
Do you want me to read you the email? I mean, I don't know anything more than just what it says in the email. I'm glad to read it to you.
Well, sir, does it say at the bottom of the email that you are proposing something with Apple, and you are identifying what Apple would get under your proposed deal and what Microsoft would get under your proposed deal?
Yeah, that's at the bottom of the email.
In fact, the bottom of the email, talking about a proposed Apple-Microsoft deal, you say, quote, the deal would look like this. And then you've got a column Apple gets and a column Microsoft gets and a column both gets. Right, sir?
I'm reading that.
Okay. Now, in this email of a page or a page and a half, in which you are proposing this deal, you describe your 2 key goals as maintaining Microsoft's applications share on the platform and getting Apple to embrace Internet Explorer.
Now that's wrong.
That's wrong, okay?
The word deal and the word relationship are not the same word. This says I have 2 key goals in investing in the Apple relationship. This down here is an agreement which I thought we could reach with Apple.
And is it your testimony here today under oath that your 2 key goals in investing in the Apple relationship, which you mentioned at the 2nd paragraph of this email, is different than your 2 key goals in the proposed deal that you describe 5 paragraphs later?
I don't see anything in here about the key goals, 2 key goals in the deal. I've told you that I'm certain that my primary goal in any deal was the patent cross-license.
Mr. Gates, my question is whether it is your testimony today here under oath that when you talk about your 2 key goals in investing in the Apple relationship in the 2nd paragraph of this email, that is different than what your key goals were in the deal that you proposed 5 paragraphs later.
That's right. Investing in the relationship is different than the deal.
Now, you don't tell Mr. Moritz or Mr. Silverberg that your goals for investing in the Apple relationship are different than your goals in the proposed deal, do you, sir?
But the goals in the deal are quite different, so obviously they would have known they were quite different.
Well, sir, you say the goals and the deal are quite different. One of your two key goals that you talk about in your in your second paragraph is to get Apple to embrace Internet Explorer in some way. And the very first thing under what Microsoft gets in your proposed deal is, quote, Apple endorses Microsoft Internet Explorer technology. Do you see that, sir?
Mm-hmm.
Now, does that refresh your recollection that the deal that you were proposing had some relationship to the two key goals that you were identifying?
Some relationship, yes, but they aren't the same thing at all.
All right, sir. Did you ever prepare any email to anyone, Mr. Moritz or Mr. Silverberg or anyone, in which you said that your primary goal in an Apple deal was obtaining a cross-license?
I don't remember a specific piece of email, but I'm sure I did with at least Mr. Maffei and Mr. Moritz.
You were sure that you sent them email saying that?
I'm sure I communicated it to them in some way.
Do you believe you sent them anything in writing or an email?
I think it's likely, but I don't remember a specific document.
Okay. You certainly haven't seen any such a document in being prepared for your deposition. Is that fair?
I didn't say anything about what may or may not exist at this point. I said that I'm sure I communicated to Mr. Moritz and Mr. Maffei that our primary goal in doing the deal with Apple was the patent cross-license.
And I had thought, and perhaps I misunderstood, I had thought that you had said that you believed that you'd actually communicated that not merely orally, but by email or in writing.
I think it's likely that I communicated it in email.
And if you'd communicated an email, would that email have been preserved?
Not necessarily.
A lot of these emails were preserved, because we now have copies of them, right?
That's right.
How did Microsoft decide what emails would be preserved and what emails would not be preserved?
Individuals get email into their mailbox and they decide.
Do you have any explanation as to why people would have decided to keep the email that described your two key goals in the Apple relationship as being what they are stated to be here, and not have preserved your email that you say you sent saying that you had a primary goal of a cross-license?
Objection.
You're
Lack of foundation. Hold it.
I'll restate the question to just be absolutely certain that it's a fair question, Mr. Gates. If it were the case that neither your counsel nor myself, after diligent search, can find an email that says your primary goal in dealing with Apple was a patent cross-license, do you have any explanation as to why that email that you say you think exists would not have been saved, whereas the email that describes one of your two key goals as getting Apple to embrace Internet Explorer was preserved?
Objection.
Well, when you say dealing with Apple, there were a lot of things we were dealing with Apple on. I've told you in terms of the deal that I was involved in discussing in '96 and with under another management Apple in '97, there's no doubt the primary goal was the patent cross-license.
And by the primary goal, what you mean is the primary goal that you, Mr. Gates, had. Is that correct?
I don't think I'm the only one who had it, but certainly yes, that was the primary goal of myself and or the company.
And when you said in your June 23, 1996 email, quote, I have two key goals in investing in the Apple relationship, close quote, you were talking about yourself personally? Is that correct?
Yeah, when I say investing in the Apple relationship, that means spending time with Apple and growing the relationship.
And when in describing the deal 5 paragraphs later, the very first thing that Microsoft gets is, quote, Apple endorses Microsoft Internet Explorer technology, close quote. Did that indicate to you that that was an important part of what you were getting in terms of the deal?
No such deal was ever struck, so I'm not sure what you're saying.
Was that an important part of the deal that you were trying to get, sir?
We never got as far as trying to get that deal, unfortunately.
You never got as far as trying to get that deal? Is that what you're saying?
No. Well, in this time frame, Gil Emilio's total focus was on his new OS strategy. And so what I outlined here, we never got them to consider.
Well, sir, your email begins, last Tuesday night, I went down to address the top Apple executives. Correct, sir?
That's right.
And down at the bottom, when you're introducing the deal, you say, quote, I proposed. Now, you're referring to what you proposed to the Apple top executives, are you not, sir?
Yes.
Okay. And what you proposed was, quote, the deal that you then describe at the bottom of the first page and the top of the second page. Correct, sir?
That's right.
And that was a deal that you proposed the Tuesday night before June 23, 1996, to what you describe as the top Apple executives. Correct, sir?
I'd put forward some of those points.
Well, you put them forward and you describe them as proposing a deal. Correct, sir?
That's how I describe it here, yes.
All right, sir. Now, you said that the deal that you were talking about never got done. Did you ever get Apple to endorse Microsoft Internet Explorer technology?
You're trying to just read part of that?
I'm actually, what I'm doing is I'm asking a question right now, sir. I'm asking whether in 1996 or otherwise, at any time, did you get Apple to endorse Microsoft Internet Explorer technology?
Well, you can get a copy of the agreement we reached with Apple and decide if in reading that you think it meets that criteria or not.
Sir, I'm asking you as the Chief Executive Officer of Microsoft. I'm asking you whether you believe that you achieved that objective.
We did not get some exclusive endorsement. We did get there's some part of the deal that has to do with Internet Explorer technology.
Do you know what that part of the deal is?
Not really. It has something to do with they'll at least ship it along with other browsers.
Does the deal prohibit them from shipping Netscape's browser without also shipping Internet Explorer?
I'd have to look at the deal to understand.
It is your testimony sitting here today under oath that you simply don't know one way or the other
whether Apple is today free to ship Netscape's browser without also shipping Internet Explorer?
That's right.
When you identify things as key goals, do you typically tend to follow up and see to what extent those goals have been achieved?
In a very general sense, yes.
Did you ever follow up to see whether one of the two key goals that you identify in your 1996 email to Mr. Moritz and Mr. Silverberg and others of getting Apple to embrace Internet technology in some way had been achieved?
Well, certainly what I said here, I have two goals in investing in the Apple relationship. Those weren't achieved because the investments I made were with Gil Amelio, who was fired from Apple very soon thereafter.
Was there something about Mr. Amelio getting fired that changed what your goals were for the Apple relationship?
I said I have two key goals in investing in the Apple relationship. The form that investment took was spending time with Gil Amelio. That turned out to be wasted time because he was fired from Apple rather abruptly within about 8 months of this.
When he was fired, did that change what goals you had for the Apple relationship, Mr. Gates?
It was basically a complete restart because we had to understand what the new management, what they were going to do with Apple and where they were going.
Did your goals change?
Goals for what? For
The
investing
Apple
in the relationship?
You say in this email that you have two key goals for investing in the Apple relationship.
In
One of
investing
them,
in the Apple relationship.
One of them is to get Apple to embrace Internet technology in some way. What I'm asking you is whether that changed after this person got fired.
We reevaluated all of our thoughts about working with Apple based on what the new management was going to do, where they were going to target the machines, what they were going to do with their machines. Since they continued to say that we were in violation of their patents, it continued to be our top goal to get some type of patent cross-license.
You better read the whole question, and then again reincorporate it so that it's clear from the record.
You say in this email you have two key goals for investing in the Apple relationship. One of investing in the Apple relationship. Question. One of them is to get Apple to embrace Internet technology in some way. What I'm asking you is whether that changed after this person got fired.
You keep, either intentionally or unintentionally, trying to confuse my goals for investing in the relationship with the goals we had overall for various dealings with Apple. Certainly the goals I had for investing in the relationship, that I had to start over and rethink because the investment was to spend time with the CEO who had been fired.
Mr. Gates, neither in this email nor in any other document that either of us is aware of, do you make that distinction that you're making now, correct? Do you understand the question I'm asking you?
This document does not say that my goals for dealing does not state my goals for dealing with Apple up here. It states my goals in investing in the Apple relationship. So there's a clear distinction right there in that document.
Mr. Gates, this document deals with a proposed deal that you made to top Apple executives.
That's
correct?
only one part of what's in the document.
Right.
There's a part where it talks about, you never mentioned it, but the first goal is maintain our application share on the platform. That's something that I'm doing in investing in the Apple relationship.
Actually,
And that's not related to the deal that's given, the proposed deal that's discussed below in the email. So those are clearly two separate things. Related but separate.
what I think I've done is I think I have mentioned the first goal a number of times.
I don't think so.
I think it's been read about 3 times in the record, and the record will show it.
Okay. That's a point of disagreement.
Okay. My question, Mr. Gates, has to do with what your goals were, what your stated goals were. Now, you say here, I have 2 key goals in investing in the Apple relationship, one of which was to get Apple to embrace Internet Explorer technology in some way. Did that continue to be a goal that you had after 1996?
It wasn't a goal in investing in the Apple relationship in the sense I meant it here. It was a goal for our overall dealing with Apple.
Okay.
One of many.
Okay. Was it a key goal?
I'm not sure what you mean by key goal. It was a goal.
What I mean by key goal is what you meant by key goal in your June 23, 1996 email, Mr. Gates.
That's about investing in the Apple relationship, which meant spending time with Gil Amelio. So I don't know why you can take the word out of there and apply it to a completely different context.
Well, sir, when you say a completely different context, let's be clear about what we're talking about. The completely different context that you're talking about is the difference between investing in the Apple relationship and doing a deal with Apple? Is that what you're saying?
No, we have goals for our general dealing with Apple, which came to a deal. We actually reached a deal either in late July 97 or early August. But there's a separate thing of what was that deal, what were we able to achieve in it, what we were trying to achieve when we were negotiating with the previous management a deal, and what I'm trying to do in terms of spending my time investing in the Apple relationship.
And what you're saying is it is your testimony under oath that although you can't recall actually having sent this email, you're confident that when you wrote this and referred to investing in the Apple relationship, you meant only what you expected to get out of spending time with the Apple executives. Is that your testimony?
Yeah, I was explaining why I was spending time with Gil Amelio.
And that's all you meant to be saying here is your testimony.
That's in reading this, that's what I believe I was trying to communicate to the recipients of the email.
All right, sir. Let me ask you to look at a document previously marked as Government Exhibit 370. This purports to be a email, and the second item on the email is an email from John Ludwig to Don Bradford, dated August 21, 1997, and the subject is Conversations with Bill G. last night. And the Bill G. referred to there is you, correct, sir?
Yes.
And it begins, I was at the exec staff meeting last night. And can you explain for the record what the exec staff meeting was?
He's referring to a regular get-together 4 times a year of the Microsoft executive staff.
And he goes on to say that there were 3 interesting exchanges with Bill and the whole group about Apple. Do you see that?
I see it.
And number 1 is, quote, Bill's top priority is for us to get the browser in the October OS release from Apple.
We should do whatever it takes to make this happen. If we are getting shut out, we should escalate to Bill. You should make sure that we are engaging deeply with Apple on this one and resolving any and all issues, close quote. Do you recall conveying to your executive staff in or about August of 1997 that your top priority was to get Microsoft's browser in the October OS release from Apple?
No, I don't recall that.
The top email, which is from Don Bradford to a number of people, dated August 21, 1997, and is also on the subject of, quote, conversations with Bill G. last night, close quote, says that Mr. Bradford and someone else, Mohan Thomas, quote, will take the lead on working out the Apple bundle deal, close quote. Do you see that?
Yes.
Did you instruct your executive staff in or about August of 1997 to work out a, quote, Apple bundle deal, close quote?
I think this is post the August agreement, or late July or August, early August agreement we reached with Apple. And I think there were some circumstances under which they would include or bundle IE with some of their shipments. I think that's what that's referring to.
And is that what your present recollection is that you told your executive staff in August of 1997?
Well, I don't recall specifically what I said to the executive staff about Apple, but it appears Ludwig took out of that he was supposed to make sure that whatever outs that Apple had under the previous agreement for not shipping our technology, that we avoided those being a problem that prevented them from shipping our technology.
Well, Apple wasn't prohibited from shipping your technology in August of 1997, was it, sir?
No, I actually think there were, I don't know the Apple agreement, I haven't read it, but I think there's something in there that if we got certain things done and if there were no problems and it passed tests and we were ready in time, that they would actually affirmatively include some of our technology in various OS releases. And this appears to be a discussion about whether or not we're going to be able to meet the requirements on us related to that.
It is clear that getting the browser in the October OS release from Apple was something that you, Bill Gates, and Microsoft wanted. Correct, sir?
Yes, that's something that we wanted.
Okay. The last sentence of the second paragraph says Bill was clear that his whole goal here is to keep Apple and Sun split. He doesn't care that much about being aligned with Apple. He just wants them split from other potential allies. And that relates to Java, does it not, sir?
I don't have a direct recollection, but if you read this sentence in front of it, that paragraph seems to relate to to Java runtime.
Now, do you have a recollection of telling your executive staff in or about August 21 that your whole goal with respect to Apple relating to Java runtime was to keep Apple and Sun split?
No.
Who was at this executive staff meeting?
Probably members of the executive staff.
And who were they?
It's about 40 to 50 people. I doubt you want to take the time for me to guess. We generally get about 70% attendance. Looking at this document, I think it's very likely that I was there and John Ludwig was there. But as to the rest of the executive staff, I'd just be guessing. It's very rare for us to have non-executive staff members at those meetings, although sometimes it happens.
Is Mr. Ludwig somebody who you believe is an honest and competent person?
In general, yes.
Do you have any reason to believe that he would make up anything about what your statements were?
No.
Let me ask you to look at a document that has been previously marked as Government Exhibit 371. The portion that I'm particularly interested in is in the second email that is in this exhibit, which is on the first page. And it is an email from you to Paul Moritz and others, dated January 22, 1998. Did you send this email on or about January 22, 1998?
I don't remember doing so, but I have no reason to doubt that I did.
The next to last sentence says, quote, "I think we can gain a lot of share with IE on Mac if we do some modest things," close quote. Why were you interested in January 1998 of increasing IE's share on Mac, as you describe it?
Well, I'm not sure what I was thinking in particular when I wrote this mail, but I can, sitting here now, I can give you some reasons that I think I would have had for saying that.
Okay. Would you do so, please?
Well, the use of IE on Macintosh was beneficial to us in terms of our the APIs we had there and the content HTML extensions that we had there. And when you go to people who do content, being able to say to them that those extensions are popular not only with PC users but Mac users makes it easier to convince the content person to take unique advantage of the innovations that we'd made in HTML, as well as some of the innovations we'd made in how the browser was structured.
I want to be sure I understand your answer. You mentioned APIs and you mentioned the HTML extensions. Are those two different things?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And am I correct that the broader distribution of the APIs is something that makes writing to those APIs more attractive to independent software writers?
If users are choosing to use the software that those APIs are present in, it makes it easier to convince software vendors to write to those APIs.
Let me ask the question this way. Why were you interested in having Apple distribute your APIs? Objection.
Well, the key issue wasn't about distribution at all. The key issue was usage share by Mac users of the various browsers that were available on the Macintosh.
Why were you interested in having the usage share of Mac users of your APIs increase?
That question is nonsensical.
Okay. You were asked earlier why you wanted to increase your share of IE on Mac. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And am I correct that you said that there were two reasons? One dealt with APIs and one dealt with HTML extensions.
Yeah, I've thought of a third reason since then, but that's right.
Okay. There was also, you might not remember.
Now there might be 3 or 4.
Why don't you tell me the one that you're thinking of, and we'll see if it's the same one Mr. Hine is thinking of.
Well, I've talked earlier about having traffic out of IE is always of value.
So those are the 3 reasons that you can think of now. Is that correct?
Those are 3 reasons that are among the good reasons that raising usage share of IE on Macintosh was a positive thing for Microsoft.
I'd like to know the other reasons that you can think of now, if there are other reasons.
That's all I can think of right now.
Okay. Why does increasing IE's share on Mac help you with respect to APIs?
Because the Mac IE had APIs.
And how does having that help Microsoft?
Because those APIs are in common with some Windows APIs.
And why does that help Microsoft?
If we do things that make our APIs in Windows more attractive, it helps us in increasing the volume of Windows that we license.
Are you saying that increasing IE's share on Mac will help increase the number of Windows that you license?
Yeah, I went through the chain of logic that explains that to you. I don't know if you misunderstood some part of it.
All I'm trying to do is get your answers on the record, because if I begin to tell you what I think about your answers, we'll be here all day. So am I correct that it is your testimony here that increasing your share of IE on Mac will increase the distribution of Windows?
I don't know what you mean by distribution of Windows.
The usage of Windows.
No, the number of copies that we license.
Will that be increased?
Through the indirect factors that I explained to you, yes, there's a positive effect there.
So that by increasing your share of IE on Mac, you would expect to increase the number of copies of Windows that you would license.
Yeah, increasing our usage share over time, we think will help us to increase the number of copies of Windows we'll license.
Does increasing IE's share on Mac make it more likely that content providers will want to use IE?
I don't know what you mean by content providers using
know?
IE.
You don't know what
Content providers
providers
use servers. They don't use clients.
Do you know what content providers are?
Yes.
Give me an example of a content provider. Disney?
Disney.
Disney would be a content provider. Disney is an important content provider, correct, sir?
Now you're going to have to give me some context.
Without me giving you some context, you can't answer the question as to whether Disney is an important content provider. Is that your testimony under oath?
Important in what sense?
Important in the everyday, common usage sense of what important means. Mr. Woolsey, I think probably the word content providers was not used, but the word content was used by the witness, and I think it was in the context of answering the question.
If you're actually interested, it's the use IE where you seem to be confused about what content providers do. There's no question about what content provider means. When you say use IE, it's people who view content who use IE.
Right. And in order for somebody to view content through IE, that content has to be put someplace to begin with, right?
Yes.
And one of the things that Microsoft has tried to do is it has tried to convince content providers to put content places and in a way so that it was more attractive to view that content using IE than with Netscape's browser. Correct, sir?
It's not the places that make it attractive. It's the way they use the HTML.
What you've tried to do, what Microsoft has tried to do, is get content providers to display information in a way that would make it more attractive to a user to view that content using IE than using Netscape Navigator. Correct, sir?
Now we've tried to get them to author it in a way that they exploit our HTML extensions. Author.
And is the effect of that to make it more attractive for users to view the content using IE than Netscape Navigator?
Totally depends on what they do, what Netscape Navigator does with HTML extensions and what that content provider does with those HTML extensions.
Let me ask what I think is a simple question. Has Microsoft made an effort to get content providers to agree to display information in a way that makes that information more attractive when viewed by the then existing Internet Explorer than if viewed by the then existing Netscape browser?
Our efforts have been focused in getting them to author so that it looks good in Internet Explorer. These people are authors. They don't do display, they do authoring.
Let me try to use your words. Maybe that will move it along. Have you tried, has Microsoft tried, to get content providers to agree to, in your words, author information and data in a way so that that information and data is more attractive to users when viewed through the then current version of Internet Explorer than when viewed through the then current version of Netscape's browser?
Our attempts to convince people to author using our extensions is not relative to Netscape. It's just a question of, can we convince them to use our extensions? And yes, we have endeavor to convince them to use our extensions. But that doesn't say anything about what they're doing or how that stuff looks in Netscape.
Are you saying that your effort to convince content providers to use your extensions was unrelated to what the effect would be on Netscape?
The effect on Netscape would be indirect. Our intent in doing that was to increase the popularity of our products.
Was part of your objective also to decrease the popularity of Netscape products?
Our intent was to increase the popularity of our products.
I'm now asking a different question, and the answer may be simply no. But I'd like to have an answer to my question, which is that in addition to trying, as you say you were trying to do, increase the popularity of your products, were you also trying to decrease the popularity of Netscape products?
All of our effort was aimed at making our product more popular. There may have been an indirect effort in terms of their people choosing our product over other people's products, but the focus is on making our product more attractive.
Did you enter into agreements with content providers that limited the ability of those content providers to make their content more attractive when viewed through Netscape's then current browser?
I'm not familiar with agreements that we had with content providers.
You're not familiar with them at all? Is that what you're saying?
I know that we had some, so I'm familiar with their existence. I've never read one. I've never seen one. I've never negotiated one.
Have you ever discussed with anyone the substance of what's in them?
What I know about them is that they're related to the efforts to convince people to take advantage of extensions we've done that make those extensions worthwhile to end users.
My question now is whether you've ever discussed the substance of what's in those agreements with anyone, and if you have, I'll try
To the
find out
degree
who.
I just described them, yes. Beyond that, no.
With whom did you have those discussions?
Well, I would have been in meetings with various people, Brad Chase, Paul Moritz, Brad Silverberg in a certain period of time.
And did they ever tell you that these agreements with content providers limited what the content providers could do with Netscape?
I don't think so.
Do you know, as you sit here now, whether any of the agreements that you entered into, Microsoft entered into with content providers over the last 3 years, limited what those content providers could do with Netscape?
That when I was going to testify in Washington, D.C. in the Senate, that Netscape or someone agreements in an effort to create some controversy around them. And so I was given like a paragraph or two summary. And there were about 40 issues in general there, but one of the issues was related to those agreements. And so there may have been something in those paragraphs about the agreements beyond what I knew about them earlier.
But you don't recall the substance of that now, is that what you're saying?
Well, I can tell you there was something about in a period of time a certain class who is on our channel bar, they could appear on competitive channel bars, but if they could only pay us, there was something like that.
Yeah, that's an interesting one for you to focus on. Can you think of any reason why you would want content providers to agree that they would not pay Netscape any money?
I know that we had hopes that the channel bar would get some usage, and we wanted to work with some content providers to show off the channel bar. And I can't give you the reasoning behind any part of the ICP agreement because I wasn't involved in those.
What I'm asking you now is whether you, as you sit here now, can think of any legitimate reason why Microsoft would be getting content providers to agree not to pay Netscape. I'm not talking about getting them to try to use your channel bar. I'm talking about getting them to agree not to pay Netscape.
You'd have to ask somebody else why they put that in the agreement, unless you're asking me to just speculate wildly.
Well, I don't know whether it would be wild speculation or not, but what I'm asking you is whether you, as you sit here now as the chief executive of Microsoft, can think of any legitimate reason for Microsoft getting content providers to agree not to pay Netscape.
Yeah, I'm not aware of any broad prohibition against paying Netscape for anything. I think there was something about, relative to the channel bar, we wanted some of the premier partners, which was a very small number, to talk about their work with us, and it would have been embarrassing if all those same people were in the same relationship with Netscape in that time period.
In your answer, in which you said that you thought you recalled some of the things that you were told in preparation for your hearing testimony, you were the one, were you not, just a few minutes ago, who said that you recalled that there was some provision that even if the content provider was on another channel bar, they couldn't pay for it. Do you recall saying that just a few minutes ago?
Mm-hmm.
You've got to say yes for the report.
Yes.
Now, that's what I'm asking about. What I'm asking is whether you can think of any legitimate reason why Microsoft would get a content provider to agree not to pay Netscape.
I can guess about that if you want.
Well, what I'm asking it is not whether you can guess why you did it, because we could all guess maybe why you did it. What I'm asking is whether you can think of any legitimate reason that would justify doing that.
Sure.
What?
Well, someone might have said, geez, it'd be embarrassing if all these same people appeared in Netscape's equivalent in that time period. Let's have them agree not to appear at all. And then someone else might have said, no, let's not be that restrictive. Let's just make it less likely they'll appear by saying that they won't pay Netscape to appear.
But if you're going to let them appear, why would you try to stop them from paying to appear?
It lowers the probability that they'll appear.
And why does it do that, sir?
Because there's lots and lots of content providers. And so if in the channel bar, these gold or premier or platinum, I forget the terminology, slots, there's only visually, at least in the way we did it, room for about 5 or 6 of those. And so if you have a contract that says that they won't take money from Netscape to appear in their channel bar, given the broad universe of contract providers that are out there, it's very likely that Netscape will choose to pick people who do pay them to be in their channel bar, and therefore you've lowered the probability that all of the people who appear in yours also appear in Netscape's.
So that precluding people from paying was an indirect way of trying to make sure that they didn't appear on Netscape's channel bar. Is that right?
Now you've changed things. I've told you I don't know why the provision was put in there. You asked me if I could think of any set of reasoning behind it, in which I did, and then you changed and asked me a question about the history, which again I can't talk to you about the history.
And I don't mean to be asking just about the history. What I mean to be asking is whether you, as the Chief Executive Officer of Microsoft, and you testified yesterday about some practices that you thought were consistent and some practices that you thought were inconsistent with company policy. And is it consistent with company policy? Let me approach it this way. To get companies like content providers to agree not to pay competitors? Is that consistent with company policy if that was done?
Objection.
Our company policy is that when we're doing agreements, we rely on the expertise of our law and corporate affairs department to look at those and make sure that they're appropriate. That's one of the things that's done in agreements like that.
Well, other than whatever your lawyers tell you that you can't do, which I don't want to ask about because I think they'll probably object on the grounds of privilege, do you have a company policy that addresses the issue of whether it is appropriate for Microsoft people to enter into agreements that limit companies from doing business with Microsoft's competitors?
There's no general policy that covers that area. As I said, the very competent staff we have is involved in reviewing agreements we reach.
Did you ever have any conversations with anyone about whether or not they could deal with a competitor of Microsoft?
And that's open-ended enough. I'm not sure what you mean at all.
Well,
There's lots.
I mean to keep it open-ended as an initial question, and then if you say no, then I don't have to go through it. But if you say yes, then I go through who you met with and what you said.
Did you ever have any conversations with anyone about whether or not they could deal with a competitor of Microsoft?
I'd say the answer is probably yes, because,
If the
for
answer
example,
is yes, then I want to
no,
ask.
I want to make. I think I should give an example so you understand how I've interpreted your question.
Could you give me a specific example?
Yes.
That is, somebody that you
IBM
have.
is a competitor of ours, and people have said to me, should we fly out and meet with IBM on this topic? And I've said, in some cases, yes, we should, and in some cases, no, we shouldn't. So that's a case where I was giving people advice on whether they should deal with a competitor of Microsoft.
Were these people within Microsoft?
People, yes.
Okay. Now, have you ever had any personal conversations with anyone other than a Microsoft employee as to whether that person's company could or should deal with a competitor of Microsoft?
Well, in terms of should, I might have said to somebody that...
No, I'm not asking what you might have said. What I'm asking is what you remember doing. Okay, I'm trying to move this along. I'm trying to stay as concrete as I can, and I'm not asking you to speculate about what you might have done.
Okay,
I'm asking you what you remember doing.
I know concrete cases where I've told customers that I think picking our product as opposed to a competitor's product is in their best interest, and so that they should pick our product. And in that sense, yes.
Have you told people that if they pick your product, they can't use a competitor's product?
If there's a technical issue about how things won't work together, possibly, but otherwise, no.
Do you know a Mr. Poole who works at Intuit?
No.
You do not?
No. I think you're confused.
You may be right. But all I need to do is get your testimony down, and then people can judge for themselves. So it is your testimony that you do not know anyone who works at Intuit, whose name Mr. Poole. Do you know somebody at Microsoft who deals with Intuit who is named Mr. Poole?
Yes. It's quite distinct.
Yes. The distinction is actually at the heart of what I'm going at, sir. What is Mr. Poole's first name?
Will. That's at least what he goes by.
Right. And what is Mr. Will Poole's title?
I have no idea.
You have dealt directly and personally with Mr. Poole, have you not, sir?
Not until very recently.
When was the first time that you dealt directly and personally with Mr. Poole?
Well, if you mean was he ever on an email that I went back and forth on, that probably goes back, that could be any time in the last few years. In terms of actually being in a meeting that Will was in, I think that's quite recent.
When?
Which?
Both.
I said in terms of email, that would be the last couple of years. How can I be more concrete than that?
I don't know.
I answered the question.
Can you be more concrete than the last couple of years?
No.
Okay. Now, when with respect to the meeting?
I don't think I was in a meeting that he was in until maybe 2 or 3 months ago.
Did you ever have a discussion with Mr. Poole, either orally or through an email, in which you told Mr. Poole what the conditions were pursuant to which Microsoft would give Intuit access to a position on the active desktop?
There may have been mail on that general topic, but I don't remember any specific mail.
Did you have any discussions with Mr. Poole apart from email?
No.
Did you tell Mr. Poole in words or in substance that Intuit could get access to a position on the active desktop only if it would agree not to deal with Netscape?
There may have been some discussion about whose browser technology Intuit choose to integrate its products with. There certainly wasn't anything broadly about dealing with Netscape.
Well, let me try to be as precise as I can. Did you tell Mr. Poole in words or in substance that if Intuit wanted to have access to a position on the active desktop, Intuit would have to agree to use Microsoft's browser technology and not use Netscape's browser technology?
I don't remember that specifically, but I do know that we were in various time periods endeavoring to get Intuit to choose the componentized IE technology as the way that Quicken, the default way that Quicken would bring up a browser. In fact, they've always supported both browsers at all times.
My question to you is whether you told Mr. Poole, either orally or through email, that in order for Intuit to get access to a position on the active desktop, Intuit would have to agree not to use the Netscape browser technology. Did you tell Mr. Poole that orally or through email?
I know we were talking with Intuit about using IE as the default browser because of our technology. So in that sense of being the default, we were trying to get them to favor IE. But I don't remember any specific thing beyond that.
So is it your testimony that you do not remember telling Mr. Poole in words or in substance that if Intuit was to have access to a position on the active desktop, Intuit would have to agree not to use the Netscape browser technology?
Intuit has supported the Netscape browser technology at all times, and I never thought there was any chance of avoiding them supporting the Netscape browser technology. I did think there was a chance that we would become the default, and I was hoping we could convince them that it made sense for them to make us the default.
The default browser.
That's right.
I understand that that's what you said, and I do want to explore that, but I want to first be clear that it is your testimony that you never told, or at least you don't recall ever telling Mr. Poole in words or in substance, that in order to get access to a position on the active desktop, Intuit would have to agree not to deal with Netscape or not to use the Netscape browser technology.
I don't remember using those exact words.
How about substance?
In terms of substance, my desire to get us to be the default did imply a favorable position for us relative to other browsers.
Is it fair to say that your position with respect to wanting to become the default browser for Intuit meant that the Microsoft browser would have a more favorable position, but it would not preclude Intuit from dealing with Netscape? Is that correct?
That's right.
Okay. Now, I want to follow up on that issue. But before I do, I want to be absolutely certain that I have your testimony now clear. And that is, leaving aside the issue of becoming the default browser, did you ever tell Mr. Poole in words or in substance that in order for Intuit to have access to a position on the active desktop, Intuit would have to agree not to deal with Netscape or not to use the Netscape browser technology? Did you ever communicate that to Mr. Poole in words or in substance?
You can't leave out the idea of the default browser. It's nonsensical to say, did you do that, but leaving out the notion of the default browser. The substance of us being the default browser is that that's a favorable position for our browser. So what you've just asked me is nonsensical.
Does making Internet Explorer the default browser preclude Intuit from dealing with Netscape?
In a specific way, yes.
In what way?
Any deal that relates to them being the default browser.
Other than a deal that involves them becoming the default browser, does it preclude Intuit from dealing with Netscape?
Not necessarily.
So that Intuit could make Internet Explorer its default browser, but still deal with Netscape with respect to Netscape's browser. Correct?
Yeah, Intuit at all times has supported the Netscape browser.
Now, I think it has to be clear from what you've just said that it is your view that becoming the default browser does not preclude Intuit from dealing with Netscape completely in terms of browsers. Is that fair?
Well, it was the issue that would have been of the most interest to us.
I'm not asking what the interest was that you had or what the issue was that was of most interest to you. What I'm asking is whether, aside from the issue of the default browser, you ever told Mr. Poole in words or in substance that in order for Intuit to get access to a position on the active desktop, Intuit would have to agree not to deal with Netscape or not to use the Netscape browser technology at all?
The question doesn't make sense to me. If you say that somebody's not the default, you're certainly affecting how they deal with you on the browser.
Could you explain what you mean by that?
We wanted to convince Intuit to make us the default browser.
And making you the default browser, does that preclude them from dealing with Netscape at all in terms of browsers?
Not in every respect, no.
Okay, not in every respect. Did you ever tell Mr. Poole, in words or in substance, that if Intuit was going to obtain access to a position on the active desktop, Intuit would have to stop supporting the Netscape browser?
Well, supporting can mean a lot of different things.
I mean
I know. I
you
never
mean when you said it.
expected at any time that they would not support the Netscape browser in terms of running with it, working with it, supporting it, and all those things. In terms of did I use that specific word, no, I don't have a recollection. But support can mean quite a few things.
What I'm not doing right now is asking what you meant by support. What I'm asking you is whether you told Mr. Poole that. Do you understand the distinction?
Did I use those words?
That you told Mr. Poole.
See, if you're going to ask me, did I use the exact words, you can ask me that question. Or if you're going to ask me if I said something like that, that's okay. But then I have to actually understand what the words, what you mean by the words.
Okay, let's take it one step at a time. Did you tell Mr. Poole that if Intuit was to have access to a position on the active desktop, Intuit would have to stop, quote, supporting, close quote, or could no longer, quote, support, close quote, the Netscape browser.
What does it mean when you keep going in and out of quotes like that?
It means you use the word supporting or you use the word support.
Whether I said what?
Well, whether you told Mr. Poole that if Intuit was to have a position on the active desktop, that Intuit would have to agree to stop supporting or could no longer support, that is, you use the word support, the Netscape browser. Did you do that, sir, in email communications or orally or in any other form of communications to Mr. Poole?
I don't remember using those words, if that's the question.
Do you remember whether or not you used those words?
No.
What, if anything, did you tell Mr. Poole?
I'm not sure if I told Mr. Poole or Mr. Chase or Todd Nielsen or who, but I'm sure I communicated that the kind of support Intuit had been giving where Netscape was the default browser, that I didn't see that as consistent with agreeing with them for them to be featured on the active channel bar.
I think that goes to what you were saying before, which is that you wanted Microsoft's browser to become the default browser.
That's right.
Okay, now what I'm trying to do is ask whether you went beyond that in talking to Mr. Poole. Did you say to Mr. Poole that if Intuit is going to get access to a position on the active desktop, Intuit had to do something more than simply make IE the default browser?
That was my goal there, which of course would imply a change in how they'd been supporting Netscape as the default browser.
Right. I understand that you said you wanted IE to be the default browser, and that inevitably means that Netscape's can't be the default browser because you can only have one default browser, right?
Right.
Now, what I'm now asking is, did you go beyond that and say to Mr. Poole that if Intuit was going to get access to a position on the active desktop, Intuit would have to do something more than simply make IE the default browser?
I don't think so.
Did you ever say that to Mr. Chase or to anyone else?
I don't think so.
Or communicate it in email or some other communication?
I included that, so no, I don't think so.
Okay. I thought you might have included it, but I wasn't sure, so I wanted to be clear. In connection with Intuit, Mr. Gates, insofar as you were aware, was there any effort to get Intuit to agree that Intuit would not promote Netscape's browser?
I'm not aware of anything specifically related to promotion. As I said, I didn't deal with them directly. You could say that ask them not to support Netscape as their standard supported browser is a change in their promotion of Netscape.
Yes, I take that point. Let me make the question a little more precise. Other than an attempt to get Intuit to make Internet Explorer into its default browser, did Microsoft make any effort that you're aware of to get Intuit not to support or advertise Netscape's browser?
It's kind of a strange question because Intuit never would have specifically advertised someone's browser. So I don't know what you mean by promotion when you give that example.
Well, I'm really just asking for what Microsoft did, and if you don't understand the question, Mr. Gates, you can tell me and I will rephrase the question.
Isn't that what I just did?
Saying that you didn't understand the question?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Let me put another question to you. Did Microsoft, insofar as you are aware, try to get Intuit to agree not to enter into any kind of marketing or promotion agreements with Netscape?
I don't know.
Did you have discussions with anyone concerning what Microsoft was trying to get from Intuit?
I might have sent email about it at some point.
Do you remember the content of that email?
No.
Remember anything at all about the content of that email?
Well, I don't know that it's an email either. I said I might have sent email. It may have been many emails. So no, I don't remember anything beyond the fact that there may have been email about this, and I may have made my views about the subject known.
Let me ask you to look at a document that has been previously marked as Government Exhibit 376. This purports to be a email dated April 17, 1997 from Brad Chase to you and some other people, which is forwarding on a email of earlier in the day on April 17th from Mr. Will Poole to Brad Chase. The subject of both emails is Intuit terms agreed. Do you see that?
Well, it's just a forward, yeah.
Do you recall receiving this email?
No.
Do you have any doubt that you received a copy of this email?
No.
There are.
Well, I don't have any reason to doubt. I don't know that I received the email. I don't have any reason to doubt it. But since I don't remember it.
Did you ever see this email before?
I don't remember ever seeing it.
Under the heading Intuit Obligations, it says Bundle IE3, Quicken, in parentheses, and IE4, in parentheses, other products. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Were you told in April 1997 that Intuit had agreed to bundle IE3 and IE4 with its products?
I don't remember that specifically.
Farther down, under Intuit obligations, there is an obligation that reads, quote, not enter into marketing or promotion agreements with other browser manufacturers for distribution or promotion of Intuit content. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Were you told in words or in substance in or about April of 1997 that
Intuit had agreed not to enter into marketing or promotion agreements with other browser manufacturers for distribution or promotion of Intuit content?
I don't remember being told that.
Do you have any reason to doubt that you were told that?
In the sense that one of the emails that may have come into my mailbox might have related to that, I don't doubt it. I certainly wasn't something that could have been very significant to me because I don't have a recollection of it.
The last Intuit obligation that is listed here is, quote, create differentiated content area for Intuit channel that is available only to IE users, close quote. You see that?
Mm-hmm.
Were you told, in words or in substance, in or about April of 1997, that Intuit had agreed with Microsoft that Intuit would create a differentiated content area for Intuit's channel that would be available only to IE users?
I don't remember being told that, nor do I understand what it means.
Have you ever had any discussions with anyone within Microsoft about the possibility of content providers creating a content area that would only be available to IE users?
I don't understand that. I mean, if the URL is there, you can get to it.
So what you're saying is that this obligation that Intuit is said to have taken on is an obligation that you just don't understand at all what it means. Is that what you're telling me?
I'm saying these words that are on this piece of paper, I don't understand what they mean.
Do you understand the concept?
I don't know what it means.
Okay. Did you ever ask Mr. Poole what it meant?
Nope.
Did you ever ask Mr. Chase what it meant?
No.
Did you ever ask anybody what it meant?
Those words, no.
Or the concept that is described by those words?
I don't understand those words, so it's hard for me to relate to the concept. I don't understand the words.
Let me be sure that I understand what you don't understand. You're telling me that you don't understand what it would mean for Intuit to create a differentiated content area.
That's in quotes.
Yes, for the Intuit channel that would be available only to IE users.
I'm not sure what they mean by that.
Do you have any idea what they mean by that? Let me ask you to look at a document that has been previously marked as Government Exhibit 372. This is a email to you from Ben Slivka, dated April 14th, 1997. Then the subject is, quote, Java review with you, close quote. Did you receive this email in or about April of 1997, Mr. Gates?
I don't remember.
The email begins that the author is working with Paul Moritz to set up a 2 to 3 hour review for you on your Java efforts. Do you see that?
On our Java efforts.
On Microsoft's Java efforts.
No, I think it's Ben Slivka's group.
And he is a Microsoft group, right?
Yeah, he's part of Microsoft, but not all of Microsoft.
So you would interpret this as that he is working with Paul Moritz to set up a 2 to 3 hour review for you of part of Microsoft's Java efforts, but not all of Microsoft's Java efforts. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, the work his group is doing.
The work his group is doing on Java, right?
Right.
Okay. And he lists
what he describes as some pretty pointed questions that you, Mr. Gates, had about Java. Do you see that?
I'm not sure those are the pointed questions. It says, I want to make sure I understand your issues, concerns.
Well, that's actually the last part of a sentence that begins, quote, when I met with you last, you had a lot of pretty pointed questions about Java, so I want to make sure I understand your issues, concerns. That's what the sentence says, correct, sir?
Right.
And when Mr. Slifka says, I met with you last, he's talking about you, Mr. Gates, correct, sir?
Yes.
And when he says, you had a lot of pretty pointed questions about Java, he's again talking about you, Mr. Gates, correct?
Right.
And then he lists what he refers to as a start. 1, what is our business model for Java? 2, how do we wrest control of Java away from Sun? Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Sometime prior to April 14, 1997, had you conveyed to Mr. Slifka that one of your pointed questions about Java was, quote, how do we wrest control of Java away from Sun?
I don't think I would have put it that way. Certainly was an issue about the popularity of Sun's runtime APIs versus our runtime APIs.
Is it your testimony that you didn't raise the question of how do we wrest control of Java away from Sun with Mr. Slifka?
I'll say again, I doubt I used words like that, but there certainly was an issue of the popularity of our runtime APIs versus their runtime APIs.
Just so that the record is clear, I'm not asking you about whether there was a question about the popularity of your runtime APIs or their runtime APIs. What I'm asking is whether you told him in words or in substance that you wanted to know how Microsoft could wrest control or get control of Java away from Sun.
Objection.
I don't remember anything about control as a word or in substance, but there was an issue about the popularity of our runtime APIs versus Sun's runtime APIs.
I take it you know Mr. Slifka?
Mm-hmm.
You've got to answer yes or no audibly so the reporter can take it down.
Yes.
And you believe him to be a person of competence and integrity?
Yes.
Do you have any reason to believe that he would have misstated what you told him when you met with him last before April 14th, 1997?
In no way does this purport to be a restatement of things I said to Ben Slifka.
Well, Mr. Gates, what this memorandum says is, quote, when I met with you last, you had a lot of pretty pointed questions about Java, so I want to be sure I understand your issues and concerns. Here's a start. Can you please add any that I'm missing? And then he lists 6, the second of which is, how do we wrest control of Java away from Sun? You see that in the exhibit, do you not, sir?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
All right, sir. Let me ask you to look at a document that has been previously marked as Government Exhibit 373. It's a one-page exhibit, and the second item on the page is
a message from you to Paul Moritz, dated June 16, 1997, on the subject of, quote, Java schism, close quote. Did you send this message, Mr. Gates?
I don't remember it, but I don't have any reason to doubt that I did.
What did you mean by, quote, Java schism, close quote?
I think the email speaks for itself.
The email may very well speak to itself or for itself.
I
What
appear to
want
have
to
written
know
a
is-
mail that says, a point that is important to me is to have pure Java applications that do a lot have to ship a full runtime instead of being able to count on the runtime being shipped with the operating system, and so on.
Maybe my question wasn't clear. What I'm trying to get you to do is to tell me what you meant by the term Java schism.
It's a heading for this piece of email. The email is the communication, not the heading.
I understand that, sir. But what I'm asking is, you chose the heading, did you not, sir?
It appears I typed that.
Right. And why did you choose this heading for this memo? What were you meaning to convey by the term Java schism?
Exactly what I put into the message.
Well, sir, what did you mean by schism?
It explains that in the message.
I'm asking you to explain it in your words, what you mean by the word schism.
I'm drawing a distinction between pure Java apps and where they get their runtime bits.
And is that the schism that you're referring to?
That's what this email is about, and I titled it Java Schism, and I wrote that email. And the question is, how do pure Java applications get their runtime bits?
What is on the two sides of the schism, Mr.?
The bits you get from the browser, the bits you get elsewhere. I mean, the mail couldn't be clearer. It's asking about two sources of the bits. You can get bits from the browser, you can get bits somewhere else.
Okay. Now, where else can you get the bits?
They can ship with the application.
And why was it important to you to have pure Java applications that have the characteristics that you described them here?
I didn't want to have the browser get so large that it would have all the runtime bits for all the applications.
And so where would the bits be?
With the application.
And what you're saying is it's important to you that Microsoft develop pure Java applications that have a lot of bits in them so that those bits don't have to be in the browser. Is that the
No.
case?
It doesn't say anything about Microsoft developing pure Java applications.
You're right, it doesn't.
And it's clearly not about that.
What is it about then, sir?
It's about pure Java applications in general.
Did you believe that it was desirable to have as many pure Java applications as possible?
It has nothing to do with this email. The answer is no, but
Okay.
if you think it has something to do with this email, that's incorrect.
Okay. I think that it may or may not be productive for you to speculate as to what I think. What I am trying to do is I'm trying to get your testimony about this email and about your views of Java more generally.
I thought so.
And first, let me ask a general question, and that is, did you believe that from Microsoft's standpoint it was desirable to have as many pure Java applications as possible?
We weren't focused on that as a goal, no.
In fact, is it fair to say that you preferred fewer pure Java applications to more pure Java applications?
We preferred more applications that took advantage of our APIs, and so we worked with ISVs to maximize the number that took advantage of our APIs.
And your APIs were not pure Java APIs.
No, some were and some weren't.
Yes, so some were and some weren't, but the APIs that you wanted people to use were APIs that were not pure Java APIs, correct, sir?
No, we were glad to have people use both.
Were you indifferent as to whether they used your pure Java APIs or your proprietary APIs?
You've introduced the word proprietary, and that completely changes the question. So help me out. What do you want to know?
Is the term proprietary API a term that you're familiar with, sir?
I don't know what you mean by it.
Is it a term you're familiar with in your business?
I really don't know what you mean. You mean an API that you have a patent on?
Mr. Gates, is the term proprietary API a term that is commonly used in your business?
Let me give you
All I'm trying to do is get
the
an answer to
common
my
meanings that those words could have, and then you can pick one of them and ask me a question about it.
No,
It
all
can
I'm
be
doing-
do you want me to define proprietary API or
No,
not?
I don't want you to define proprietary API. I didn't ask you to define proprietary API. I asked you a simple question as to whether the term proprietary API was commonly used in your business. Now, I'm prepared to sit here as long as you want to answer questions that I haven't asked. But I have a certain number of questions that I'm going to ask at the end of these other answers. Now, this is a simple question. You can say yes, no, or it is used in lots of different ways. But then I can choose what to follow up on. Or you can simply make whatever statements you want, and I'll go back to my question afterwards. Is the term proprietary API a term that is commonly used in your business?
I don't know how common it is. It has many different meanings.
Is it a term that you have used in your business?
Sometimes.
Okay. Now, is it fair to say that when you use the term proprietary APIs, sometimes you mean one thing and sometimes you mean something else?
That's right.
Would you give me the different meanings that you sometimes ascribe to the term proprietary APIs when you use that term?
It can mean an API that only happens to be available from one company. It can mean an API that, for some reason related to intellectual property, can only be available from one company. And of course, that's never a black and white thing. It can mean an API that somebody's chosen not to take to a standards body. Those are three different things you might mean by it.
I just want to be sure that the answer is clear. I'm not asking what I might mean by it or what a person might mean by it. What I'm trying to do is get you to tell me meanings that you ascribe to that term when you use it.
I've used all three of those.
Okay. Are there other meanings that you have ascribed to the term proprietary API in your use of that term?
Not that I can think of right now.
Okay. Now, with respect to the APIs in Windows, there are both Java APIs and non-Java APIs. Is that fair?
I hate to tell you this, but what you mean by Java there is subject to massive ambiguity.
Let me try to put the question this way. In Windows, there are pure Java APIs, there are impure Java APIs, and there are APIs that have nothing to do with Java. Is that fair?
I don't see anything about APIs.
Do you see, Mr. Gates? Let me ask you a question. If you can't answer the question, you can't answer the question. Does Windows include pure Java APIs?
In some versions of Windows, there are some Java runtime APIs, which at one time Sun labeled as pure Java APIs. Subsequently, they changed in a way that was not upwards compatible. So it's actually kind of confusing.
Does Windows have any APIs that you would consider to be pure Java APIs?
Today?
Yes.
Yeah, I guess the AWT 1.1 stuff you might think of that way.
Anything else?
I don't know what you mean, anything else. Are we enumerating?
Any other APIs in Windows that you would consider to be pure Java APIs, Mr. Gates?
I know there's more. I don't know the technical names for them.
Okay. And does Microsoft have a version of Java that is not what you refer to in your memo as pure Java?
I have no idea what you mean by that question.
Okay. Does Windows include APIs that are written in what is described as a form or version of Java, but not pure Java?
Are you talking about the language?
If you don't understand the question, Mr. Gates, you can simply say you don't understand the question.
Okay, I'm sorry. I don't understand the question.
Okay, that's what I'm trying to do. What I'm trying to do is get on the record what you say you understand, what you say you don't understand.
Yeah, but
Would you the answer back, please? Or the statement back.
Are you talking about the language?
No, I'm not talking about the language, if by the language you mean all the things that you said about the Java language when we were talking about Java yesterday. Now let me go back to me asking the questions, if I can. As part of an effort to take control of Java away from Sun, in the terms used by Mr. Slivka in his memo with Mr. Gay to you, dated April 14th, 1997, did Microsoft make an effort to get people to use a version of Java APIs that was not pure Java APIs?
I don't understand the question.
Okay. In an attempt to, in Mr. Slifka's words, wrest control of Java away from Sun, did Microsoft make an effort to get programmers to write to APIs that could be used to run applications on Windows, but not on all other operating systems to which a pure Java written program could be run?
I wouldn't say that was part of anything to do with controlling Java, but we do promote the use of the unique Windows APIs.
And with respect to the unique Windows APIs, are some of those APIs that Microsoft describes as Java APIs, or has in the past?
There's a lawsuit with Sun.
Well, there's a lawsuit with Sun, and it's a lawsuit with Sun relating to the use of Java, right?
It relates to a very specific contract that we have with Sun.
And does that very specific contract with Sun relate to Java?
It's a license to various Sun technologies related to Java.
Okay. Now, you're familiar with that lawsuit, are you not, sir?
Not very.
Not very? Do you know what the contentions in that lawsuit are?
No.
Never tried to find out? Is that your testimony?
I haven't read the complaint, if that's your question.
That's not my question. My question is whether you've ever tried to find out the substance of the allegations about Java that Sun is making in its lawsuit against Microsoft.
My understanding of their allocations is very limited.
What is your understanding of their allegations?
I haven't read the contract between Microsoft and Sun.
I'm asking you about the allegations in the complaint, not whether you've read the contract. I'm asking for your understanding, which I know you've already said is very limited, but I'm asking for your understanding of what allegations Sun makes in its claim against Microsoft.
I think there's some dispute about they were supposed to make the test cases public and upwards compatible, and they didn't make them public and they weren't upwards compatible. And that relates to the contract that I haven't read.
And that's what you think they allege in the complaint?
Well, those are certain things that they were required to do, I believe.
My question is not about what you believe they were required to do, Mr. Gates. My question is, what is your understanding about the complaint that they make about what you did, about what Microsoft did? Do you understand the question?
You're asking me to summarize their lawsuit?
I'm asking you to tell me what you know about the claims they make in that lawsuit. You said you know something about it, but it's very limited. All I'm trying to do is get you to tell me what it is you know about the claims they make in their lawsuit.
I think they want us to ship J&I.
Is that all you know about their claims?
I think there was something about a trademark.
What about the trademark?
Whether we could use the trademark? I'm not sure.
Don't you know, Mr. Gates, that one of the allegations that they make is that you're taking their trademark and applying it to things that it shouldn't be applied to?
Yeah, I think there's a trademark issue. I'm not sure what they're saying about the trademark.
Do you know anything that they're saying about the trademark, according to your present testimony?
I know there's a dispute about the trademark.
But don't you know that one of the things they're alleging is that Microsoft is taking their trademark and applying it to things that shouldn't be applied to, according to them?
I'm not sure that's right, because
You're not sure.
I don't think we use their trademark. I'm not sure. I'm kind of confused about that. I've never seen us using their trademark. So I'm a little confused about how that relates to any dispute with Sun.
Did you ever try to find that out?
What?
What the claims were, more than your present knowledge?
I read something that was on our website about 4 days ago.
About the Sun lawsuit?
Yeah, Bob Muglia had some statements.
Other than that, did you ever try to find out what Microsoft is being charged with, what they're alleged to have done wrong?
I've had discussions with Moritz saying, do I need to learn about this lawsuit? Do I need to spend a lot of time on it?
What did he say?
He said no, he's focused on that and I can focus on other things.
Is one of the things that you're focused on trying, in Mr. Slifka's words, to wrest control, or get control, if wrest is a word that you don't like, of Java away from Sun?
No.
How did you think Microsoft could get control of Java away from Sun? Objection.
I honestly don't know what you mean by control of Java. I know those words are in that email from Mr. Slifka, but when you ask me the question, I don't know what you mean control of Java.
Is your testimony, Mr. Gates, that as you sit here today under oath, you have no idea what Mr. Slifka meant when he said that one of the pointed questions that you had raised with him was how to get control of Java away from Sun?
I told you I think it related to our attempt to make our runtime APIs the most popular runtime APIs.
And not the Java APIs from Sun. Is that what you're saying?
Well, let's not label the APIs, not the unique ones that Sun was promoting.
When you say the unique ones that Sun was promoting, what were the unique ones that Sun was promoting called?
I'm not sure what they're called. I think AWT 1.2 maybe? Or JDK 1.2?
And is it your best testimony that that's what you think this would have meant back in April of 1997, sir?
That what meant?
Getting control of Java away from Sun. The thing we've been talking about here.
Is that the same as REST control? I mean, you keep reading me these words from the email.
I'm trying to get away from the word REST because you say you don't remember that exact word, so I'm trying to use a word that is more neutral, like get or obtain control.
And I've told you I can't understand what's meant by control there. I know that we're trying to make our APIs popular with developers.
How does making your APIs popular with developers relate to obtaining control of Java, if at all?
I don't know what it means to control Java. How can somebody control Java? What does that mean?
Is it your testimony that you have no idea what that means?
To control Java? I don't think anyone can control Java. It's like saying controlling BASIC or COBOL.
you really mean that, sir?
Yes.
And I'm going to press this just another 30 seconds, and then I will stop. But I really do want to be sure that I have given you a full and fair opportunity. Is it your testimony that as you sit here today under oath, that you have no idea what is meant by control of Java as used in this email to you by Mr. Slifka?
I've said several times, I think he must be referring to our effort to make our APIs the most popular APIs, but that wouldn't give us control of Java. So I'm having a hard time relating it to the specific words.
Well, without relating it to the specific words, how would getting people to use your APIs get control of Java? Why do you relate those two in your mind?
Because he probably means the Java runtime, not Java.
Let's say he means the Java runtime.
Then he's talking about the competition of APIs.
Is it fair to say, Mr. Gates, that you interpret this as how does Microsoft obtain control of Java runtime? Is that what you're saying?
I think that's the most likely explanation of what he meant. I still don't understand the word control there because it's not the word I'd use.
According to Mr. Slifka, it is the word you used, is it not, sir?
We've already been through that.
But looking at this doesn't refresh your recollection about having used that word.
It does not.
Have you ever said in words or in substance to anyone that you wanted to obtain control over Java or over Java runtimes?
I don't remember using those words.
Do you remember conveying that concept or conveying that substance?
If by that concept you mean conveying the idea that we wanted our runtime APIs to be the most popular, then the answer is yes.
Why did you want your runtime APIs to be the most popular?
By having our runtime APIs be the most popular, it means that people are more likely to license Windows because there's applications that take advantage of the unique innovations that are in the Windows product.
Why does the fact that there are applications that take advantage of the unique APIs that are in the Windows product make people more likely to license Windows?
Because it shows off the unique innovations of Windows.
How does it show off the unique innovations of Windows?
Well, let's say, for example, they call our tasking APIs. Then it shows off the unique way that we've done tasking. Let's say they call our clipboard APIs. Then it shows off the advances we've made in data exchange, which are very advanced.
Is it your testimony that trying to get applications writers to write to Windows' own APIs was something that you were trying to do only for the reasons that you've identified?
Well, I think there's additional reasons as well.
Isn't it a fact, Mr. Gates, that one of the reasons that you were trying, that Microsoft was trying to get control over the Java runtimes, or Java as it's described in Mr. Slifka's memorandum, was to prevent Java or Java runtimes from supporting competition with Windows?
What do you mean by control? That means I don't understand the question.
Okay. Did you ever participate in any discussions within Microsoft as to the extent to which Java or Java runtimes posed a threat to Microsoft's position with respect to the Windows platform?
Yeah, I've already told you that there came a point where we viewed Sun's unique Java runtime APIs as a part of the competitive environment, a competitor.
Okay. Now, why were the Java APIs from Sun a competitor?
Well, if people just use the least common denominator APIs, then they don't show off the innovations that we're doing in Windows, and it makes it less attractive to people to license Windows or update Windows.
Now, what I'm trying to do, and you may think you've answered this question, but I don't think the record makes it clear in any event. What I'm trying to do is distinguish between that reason, which you've given me a couple times, and any other reason that may exist. Do you understand what I'm asking?
No.
Okay. let me try it again. Isn't it true, Mr. Gates, that in addition to whatever desire you may have had to show off your Windows capabilities that you say you had, that one of the things that was going on here was Microsoft's trying to prevent Java from getting wide enough distribution so that it could support applications programming for platforms other than Windows?
No.
Not at all, sir?
There's no limitation of distribution.
Didn't ask whether there's any limitation of distribution. I asked you whether in any way the desire to prevent Java from developing applications that could be used on platforms other than Windows motivated what Microsoft was doing in connection.
What does it mean, Java developing applications?
I actually didn't recall that I'd used that phrase.
Can you read me the question?
Isn't it true, Mr. Gates, that in addition to whatever desire you may have had to show off your Windows capabilities that you say you had, that one of the things that was going on here was Microsoft's trying to prevent Java from getting wide enough distribution so that it could support applications programming for platforms other than Windows? Answer, no. Not at all, sir. Answer, there's no limitation of distribution. Question, didn't ask whether there was any limitation of distribution. I asked whether you in any way the desire, I'm sorry. I asked you whether in any way the desire to prevent Java from developing applications that could be used on platforms other than Windows motivated what Microsoft was doing in connection with Java.
Can you answer that question, Mr. Gates? If you can't, I'll rephrase it, but if you can answer it, I'd like to.
I don't know what you mean, Java developing applications.
Isn't it a fact, Mr. Gates, that in addition to whatever other reasons you say you had for what you did with Java and Windows APIs, part of what you were trying to do was to prevent Java from having a wide enough distribution so that it could support programs that could be used on platforms other than Windows?
We had no way of preventing Java from being used on other platforms. It is used on other platforms.
That wasn't my question, sir. My question is whether or not part of what you and Microsoft was trying to do was to limit the distribution of Java sufficiently so that you could thereby limit or reduce the extent to which applications were written that could be used on platforms other than Windows.
No. In fact, we sell the most popular Java tools in the market.
It is your testimony then, sitting here, that Microsoft was not at all motivated by a desire to limit the extent to which Java could be used to develop applications programming that could be used on platforms other than Microsoft's Windows. Is that your testimony?
Yes.
Did Microsoft believe that Netscape's browser was a means of distributing Java APIs?
Well, Netscape had some APIs in its browser. I'm not sure if you'd refer to them as Java APIs or not.
It's not a question whether I would refer to them that way or not, Mr. Gates. What I'm asking you is what you and Microsoft believe. And my question is, did you and others at Microsoft believe that Netscape's browser was a method for distributing Java APIs?
There were APIs in the Netscape browser. I don't think they were strictly Java APIs, or even in a direct sense specifically.
Have you completed your answer, sir?
Mm-hmm.
Could I have the question read back again?
It's not a question if I would refer to them that way or not, Mr. Gates. What I'm asking you is what you and Microsoft believe. And my question is, did you and others at Microsoft believe that Netscape's browser was a method for distributing Java APIs?
Can you tell me that, sir?
There were APIs in the Netscape browser, some of which, under some definition of Java APIs, you'd call Java APIs.
And was there concern within Microsoft that the distribution of these things that you say could be called Java APIs would adversely affect Microsoft?
Our concern is always to get people to develop Windows applications, and to the degree there's other APIs people to develop to, there's some competition for the attention of developers in focusing on those APIs, but that doesn't relate to distribution.
Could I have my question read back again, please?
And was the concern within Microsoft the distribution of these things that you say could be called Java APIs would adversely affect Microsoft?
Could I have an answer to that question, please, sir?
No, not the distribution.
Let me ask you to look at a document that has been previously marked as Government Exhibit 349. The first message in this exhibit is an email from Paul Moritz to you and a number of other people dated July 14, 1997. Correct, sir?
That's what appears to be yes.
Did you receive this email, sir?
I don't remember it, but I don't have any reason to doubt that I did.
Mr. Moritz writes to you in the third sentence, quote, if we look further at Java/JFC being our major threat, then Netscape is the major distribution vehicle. Do you see that, sir?
Mm-hmm.
Do you recall Mr. Moritz telling you in words or in substance that Netscape was the major distribution vehicle for the Java/JFC threat to Microsoft?
No.
Did you believe in July of 1997 that Java/JFC was a major threat to Microsoft, as Mr. Moritz writes here?
It was a significant issue for his group in terms of where ISVs would choose to focus their development in the future.
Did you believe in July of 1997 that Java/JFC was a major threat to Microsoft?
In the form that it existed as of that day, maybe not, but if we looked at how it might be evolved in the future, we did think of it as something that competed with us for the attention of ISVs in terms of whether or not they would take advantage of the advanced features of Windows.
Do you have any understanding as to what Mr. Moritz meant when he wrote to you about Java/JFC being a major threat to Microsoft?
Yeah, I just answered that.
What did you understand Mr. Moritz to mean when he says Java/JFC was Microsoft's major threat?
I just answered that.
You'll have to give me an answer, Mr. Gates, because if you did answer it, it's not an answer that I can understand how it applies to the particular question I'm asking.
I said we looked at how the various runtime APIs, which was always confusing, where they were going and what they were doing, and JFC is just a term for some of those, how they might evolve in a way that would take away the focus of developers in terms of writing applications that would take unique advantage of Windows features.
I understand that you say that that was an issue for you. Why was that a major threat to Microsoft, if you have any understanding?
Well, if people stopped writing applications that took advantage of Windows runtime APIs, that would mean that users wouldn't have access to the innovative features that we were putting into Windows.
Why was that a major threat to Microsoft?
If ISVs weren't writing applications to take unique advantage of Windows, then it wouldn't show up the Windows innovation, and so users wouldn't have much reason to update Windows or to license any new versions of Windows.
You referred to JFC in a couple answers ago, and of course that's here in the memo. What does JFC stand for, as you understand it?
I was always a little confused about that, and it changed over time. It stands for Java Foundation Classes.
Mr. Moritz writes here that Netscape is the major distribution vehicle for Java and Java Foundation classes. Do you see that?
That's at the end of that sentence.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
You see that?
Yes.
Now, in a prior answer, you said you didn't understand how the browser was a distribution vehicle. Does this refresh your recollection that at least within Microsoft in July of 1997, Netscape was viewed as the major distribution vehicle for Java?
Not for Java. And in my view, the browser wasn't a key distribution channel. Moritz may or may not have agreed with that, but you can always ship the runtime with the applications.
Mr. Moritz here says Netscape is the major distribution vehicle. Now, it's clear to you, is it not, sir, that he means the major distribution vehicle for Java and Java Foundation classes?
He doesn't mean for Java.
Well, sir, he says...
I've told you many times about the use of the word Java, and I'm not sure you heard me. When people use the word Java, they don't mean just Java.
So when Mr. Moritz here used the word Java in this email that you say you don't recall receiving, you're telling me that he meant something other than just Java.
I bet he meant some runtime APIs, not Java.
Let's assume that you're right. Let's assume that when he talks about Java, he means Java runtime APIs. Would you then agree that what he is saying here is that Netscape is the major distribution vehicle for Java runtime APIs and Java Foundation classes?
That appears to be what he's saying in this email.
And Mr. Gates, what was Mr. Moritz's title on July 14th, 1997?
I think Group Vice President.
What was he Group Vice President of?
I don't know what the title would have said after that, but he managed the group that contained all of our Windows activities.
Was he Group Vice President for Platforms?
I'm not sure. I'm sure if it contained the word platforms, it didn't just say platforms, because he's got Office and some other things also.
But within his responsibilities would have been Windows.
That's right.
Let me ask you to look at a document that has been marked as Government Exhibit 374. This is an email to you from Todd Nielsen dated August 25, 1997, with copies to Brad Chase. Did you receive this email, sir?
I don't remember receiving it, but I don't have any reason to doubt that I did.
Let me ask you to look at the 7th paragraph down. It's the 3rd paragraph from the bottom. The last sentence that says, quote, "So we are just proactively trying to put obstacles in Sun's path and get anyone that wants to write in Java to use J/direct and target Windows directly." Close quote. See that, sir?
Mm-hmm.
Do you recall being told in or about August of 1997 that Microsoft was trying to put obstacles in Sun's path and get anyone that wants to write in Java to use J/direct and target Windows directly?
No.
Do you know why Microsoft was trying to put, quote, obstacles in Sun's path, close quote?
I don't know what that means.
Do you know why Microsoft was trying to get anyone that wants to write in Java to use JDirect?
Yes.
Why was that?
Because JDirect allows you to make calls that show off the unique innovations in Windows and therefore make Windows more attractive.
Was there any reason other than that Microsoft wanted to get anyone that wants to write in Java to use JDirect?
Yes.
What?
Well, there's a benefit to us if people are showing off Windows and it increases Windows popularity. That helps us with the other applications we write for Windows as well, including Microsoft Office.
How is that so?
Because Microsoft Office is targeted to Windows, we get a benefit that goes even beyond increased sales of Windows if we manage to popularize Windows.
Why is that?
Because they can buy Office.
Well, they can buy Office and use it on the Mac too, can't they? Since you didn't cancel Mac Office.
We have a much wider set of applications available for the Windows platform than any other platform. We have more frequent updates of products like Office on the Windows platform. It's a more powerful version, the Windows version, and therefore our revenue per unit is somewhat higher.
You mean the version of Office for Windows is more powerful than the version of Office for Mac? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, we have Office Pro.
What is JDirect?
JDirect is a way of allowing Java language code to call native OS functionality. It's a fairly clever thing that we have done, and others now use that term to refer to it when they let their OS functionality show through as well.
You've referred to Java runtimes. Are there JDirect runtimes?
There's a thunk, but I don't know if you'd call it a runtime or not. It's a thunk.
Would you define for me what the difference is in your mind between a thunk and a runtime?
A thunk is a small piece of runtime that remaps parameters and calling conventions in such a way to be able to pass along an API call to another piece of runtime.
I should say, when was JDirect developed by Microsoft?
I'm not sure.
Approximately.
I don't know. I mean,
Why was JDirect developed by Microsoft?
to make it easy for people who choose the Java language to call the unique runtime features in various operating systems, including Windows.
Why do you want people to write in JDirect as opposed to Java?
They are writing in Java. You only use JDirect if you write in Java.
Well, what Mr. Nielsen says is that Microsoft is trying to get anyone that wants to write in Java to use JDirect. Do you see that?
That's right. And that
And
means
why?
writing in Java.
And why do you want to get anyone who wants to write in Java to use JDirect?
Because that gives them a way of calling unique Windows APIs that allow us to show off the innovative features in Windows.
Couldn't you do that by having them simply write in Java and you providing the thunk separately?
The name of the thunk is JDirect. I guess we could have another thunk and call it something other than JDirect, and that would be another way that they could do it. But we didn't choose to do it twice.
No, you didn't choose to do it twice. That's not my question, Mr. Gates. My question is why you were trying to get program developers, independent programming people, to use JDirect. Why were you trying to get them to do that?
Because it allows them to get at the unique API functionality that's in the Windows product and show off the innovations that we do there.
But you didn't have to.
Tell me some other way.
Well, I'm asking you. If you tell me that that's what you say is the only way that you could think of for them to do it, that's your testimony. I don't get to testify here. If I did, there have been a lot of things that I was said along the way. But since I don't get to testify, all I get to do is ask you questions. And my question to you is whether there was a way that you were aware of at the time to let people see all of what you refer to as the functionality of Windows without getting people to write to what you refer to here to use JDirect if they wanted to write in Java.
JDirect is exactly the work we did to make it possible and reasonable for people writing in Java to call the unique Windows APIs.
Have you finished your answer?
Yes?
Okay. Now, were you aware of other ways of accomplishing the same result that you considered and rejected at the time?
What time is that?
The time that you developed JDirect.
We don't know what that time is.
Well, you may not know the exact year, but do you know that were you aware when JDirect was being developed within Microsoft? Were you aware of it at the time?
I'm not sure.
Did you know it was being developed?
I'm not sure.
Did you have any discussions about the development of JDirect at the
I was
time it was
not
being
involved
developed?
in the design of JDirect.
Not asking you whether you were involved in the design of JDirect. I'm asking you whether you were aware at the time that JDirect was being developed that it was being developed.
I'm not sure.
Did you ever have any discussions with anyone about the development of JDirect at or about the time it was being developed?
I don't think so.
At the time that JDirect was being developed, did you know that people were trying to develop JDirect?
It's just a thunk.
My question is, did you know that they were trying to develop this thunk?
I doubt it.
Did you participate at all in any discussions as to what alternatives there were to the development of JDirect?
Before it was developed?
Let's start with before it was developed.
No, I don't think so.
What about during the time it was being developed?
I don't think so.
How about after it was developed?
I don't think so.
Let me show you a document that's been previously marked as Government Exhibit 378. In the middle of the first page, there is a message dated May 14, 1997 from Ben Slifka to you and others. Did you receive this email on or about May 14, 1997?
I'm not sure, but I have no reason to doubt that I did.
When Mr. Slifka writes, as he does in the second paragraph, this summer we're going to totally divorce Sun. Do you know what he's referring to?
I'm not sure.
Did you ever ask him what he was referring to?
No.
In the next to last or in the last sentence, actually, in the last sentence of the second paragraph, Mr. Slifka writes that JDK 1.2 has JFC. And is the JFC there the Java Foundation classes that you referred to earlier?
It's one of the many JFCs.
What is one of the many JFCs?
The one in JDK 1.2.
Is the JFC in JDK 1.2 a part of what was described as a major threat to Microsoft?
I have no idea which JFC that sentence written by somebody other than me referred to.
Well, the sentence written by somebody other than you was written to you, right, sir?
It was sent to me.
Yes. And it was sent to you by one of your one of your top executives, correct, sir?
In an email.
Yes. And that's a frequent way that your top executives communicate with you, correct, sir?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Slifka here says that Microsoft is going to be saying uncomplimentary things about JDK 1.2 at every opportunity. Do you see that?
What's that?
That is JDK 1.2 has JFC, which we're going to be pissing on at every opportunity.
I don't know if he's referring to pissing on JFC or pissing on JDK 1.2, nor do I know what he specifically means by pissing on.
Well, do you know that generally he means by pissing on, he's going to be saying, and Microsoft is going to be saying uncomplimentary things?
He might mean that we're going to be clear that we're not involved with it, that we think there's a better approach.
Well, as you understand it, when Mr. Slifka says he's going to be pissing on JDK 1.2 as you seem to interpret it, at every opportunity, do you interpret that as meaning that Microsoft is going to be saying uncomplimentary things about JDK 1.2?
I told you I don't know whether pissing applies to JFC or JDK.
Well, he's going to be pissing on, or Microsoft's going to be pissing on either JDK 1.2 or JFC or both, according to Mr. Slifka. Is that at least fair?
It appears to be what the sentence says.
Yeah. And as the chief executive officer of Microsoft, when you get these kind of emails, would it be fair for me to assume that pissing on is not some kind of code word that means saying nice things about, but has the usual meaning that it would in the vernacular?
I don't know what you mean, this kind of email.
The kind of email that is sent to you by executives in the course of your business, Mr. Gates.
So all emails I get? Ben Slifka's not an executive.
All the emails you get from people telling you that they're going to piss on competitive products. That's what I'm talking about.
I don't remember mail like that. It looks like I got one, but believe me, it's not a term that's commonly used.
Okay. But you have no reason to think that he means it in any way other than the normal meaning of that term, do you, sir?
I think it's a term with multiple meanings. In this case, I think it means what you've suggested it means.
Okay. I thought it did too, and I hope to avoid actually going through the actual language. Okay, let me Mr. Gates, let me show you a document that has been previously marked as Government Exhibit 377. The second email here refers to what is attached as a final copy of the memo that was sent to you for Think Week in November 1995. Do you recall receiving this document, sir?
Now, what I recall about this document is that it's already been marked as an exhibit and that I spoke with Mr. Houck about it yesterday.
That may be so. My question to you is, do you recall receiving this? Let me make it simple. Did you receive this memo in or about November of 1995?
As I said before, for my Think Weeks, I get about 3 cardboard boxes of materials that people put together for me. And in looking at this memo, it's not a memo that I'd seen before Mr. Houck's depositions questions put to me yesterday.
So it's your testimony the first time you saw this document was when Mr. Houck showed it to you yesterday?
That's right. It had a different exhibit number then.
Let me ask you to go to page 5 of the document, which bears in the bottom right-hand corner the Microsoft document production number ending 4683.
Okay.
Do you see the heading Shell Integration?
Yes.
Do you see the second sentence where it says, we will bind the shell to the Internet Explorer so that running any other browser is a jolting experience?
I see that.
Do you have any understanding as to what was meant by that?
I can guess.
Well, first, this is in a memo that is entitled, How to Get 30% Share in 12 Months. Correct?
Let's take a look. Yeah, that's on the first page.
And is it clear to you that that is referring to getting a 30% share of the browser market?
I haven't read the document, but it
Well,
seems
sir,
likely that's what it is.
Okay. Now, do you have an understanding. I'm not asking you to guess, but do you have an understanding as to what is meant by the statement, we will bind the shell to the Internet Explorer so that running any other browser is a jolting experience?
I don't know what he meant by it, but I can tell you what it likely means.
Okay. I take it this is really how you would have interpreted this when you received it. Is that fair?
I didn't read it, so
I said if you had received it, this is how you would interpret it.
I said I didn't read it. I would have read the whole memo if I'd received it. I wouldn't have turned to that page and just looked at that one sentence. I would have read the memo from the beginning, page by page, and then I probably would have understood it better than I do at this moment.
If you do not have an understanding of what is meant by it, you can tell me. If you do have an understanding of what is meant by it, I would like to have it.
I don't know what he meant by it, but I'd be glad to guess as to what it might mean.
I don't want you to guess, but if you, as the Chief Executive Officer of Microsoft, can tell me how you would, in the ordinary course of your business, interpret this statement, I would like to have you do so.
He may be referring to the fact that when you get a separate frame coming up on the screen, it's different than having something take place in frame. And part of our shell integration strategy, going back all the way to 1990, included the idea that as you navigated or browsed through different media types, you didn't have to have another frame come up, because that's sort of an artifact of having to think about applications instead of objects. And so as we looked at integrating the browser and the shell together, we were going to create a form of navigation optionally, but as the default, where you don't switch frames as you navigate the links from the shell to what's out on the internet back to what's in the local store.
Did anyone ever tell you, independent of this document, in words or in substance, that Microsoft intended to bind the shell to the Internet Explorer so that running any other browser is a jolting experience?
Well, certainly the idea of integrating in a way that made a better browsing experience was something we were talking about quite a bit. Those words, no, I never heard anything along the lines of those words.
The words that are in this document.
That's right.
Okay. Did Microsoft make any effort to discourage Apple from writing in JDK 1.2?
That never would have come up. Apple is not an application developer.
Let me back up. Did Microsoft ever make an effort to get Apple to discourage applications writers for Apple's machines from writing in what you have referred to as Sun's Java, or using the Sun Java runtime?
I'm sure there was discussion with Apple about the fact that their unique operating system capabilities wouldn't show through with the least common denominator pure approach. Whether that related specifically to JDK 1.2 or not, I can't say.
When you say you're sure there were discussions, are you talking about discussions between Microsoft representatives and Apple representatives?
Yes.
What was Microsoft's interest in having Apple discourage application writers for Apple's operating system from using Java runtimes or JDK 1.2?
We thought they might share the view that applications showing off unique operating system features was a good thing, but
Was there any other reason, sir?
no.
Did you have, personally, any discussions with Apple with regard to trying to agree with Apple as to the extent to which Apple and Microsoft would compete with respect to Apple's QuickTime software?
No.
Do you know if anyone from Microsoft had such discussions with anyone at Apple?
You know, over a course of years, we've talked to them about what their plans are for QuickTime, but that's all.
Does Microsoft have software that competes with QuickTime?
Since QuickTime's a free runtime, you could answer that either yes or no. It's not a revenue source for Apple, but there is an Apple technology that has some common things with some Microsoft technologies.
Do you believe that QuickTime software competes with any software distributed by Microsoft?
Depends what you mean compete.
Using that in the way that you would ordinarily understand it in the operation of your business, sir?
No.
Did you make any effort, or did Microsoft make any effort, to get Apple to agree not to market QuickTime in any respect, or to limit the marketing of QuickTime in any respect?
There were discussions about whether we could help them with their QuickTime goals at various points in time. And in fact, they encouraged us to do something where we'd actually, by working with them, make QuickTime even more popular than it is.
Could you read back my question, please?
Did you make any effort, or did Microsoft make any effort to get Apple to agree not to market QuickTime in any respect, or to limit the marketing of QuickTime in any respect?
Can you answer that question, sir?
I'm not aware of anything that was directly aimed at those things, no.
Are you aware of anything that was indirectly aimed at those things?
Did, to your knowledge, any representative of Microsoft try to convince Apple not to sell or promote QuickTime for uses for which Microsoft promotes the use of NetShow?
There was some discussion about the future development of the runtime code, whether we could work together on the Windows side of that runtime code that would enhance their goals and our goals.
And was there a discussion in that context about Apple agreeing not to sell or promote QuickTime for uses that Microsoft was promoting NetShow to fulfill?
Not that I'm aware of.
Insofar as you're aware, did Microsoft representatives tell Apple representatives that if Apple would agree not to sell or promote QuickTime for uses for which Microsoft offered NetShow, that Microsoft would help Apple in other areas?
Well, as far as I know, the QuickTime runtime is free. So when you say sell, I'm not sure what you mean there.
I think I said sell or promote. I certainly meant to, but I will use the word distribute, if that will help.
I think there was a technical discussion about whether a common runtime was achievable, which would have enhanced their QuickTime goals.
When you say common runtime, could you explain what you mean by that?
I mean that the Windows Media Player runtime would combine technology from them and from us that met all of their goals for QuickTime.
And so there would be a Windows Media Player that would be distributed, and Apple would stop distributing QuickTime for purposes for which the Windows Media Player was distributed? Is that what you're saying?
No, they wouldn't have to stop anything. There would just be a new runtime that might incorporate some of their technology and help them with their QuickTime goals.
When you say there'd be a new program that would incorporate or might incorporate some of their technology, would that result in them stopping the distribution of their existing QuickTime technology?
There's no reason it would need to.
Was that part of the discussions?
I don't think so, but as I told you, I wasn't part of any of those discussions.
Were you aware of those discussions while they were going on?
I knew that Apple had the QuickTime runtime for Windows, and there was always a question of whether we could create a Windows runtime that combined what their goals were there and what they had done well there for the work we were doing. And I know we talked to Apple about whether we could help each other in an effort like that.
When you talk about helping each other, would that result in a single product that would then be distributed in place of both QuickTime and NetShow?
Well, people could still distribute their old things, but if you create a new thing that's better, some people might use it.
Well, was the purpose of creating the new Windows Media Player that you referred to obsolete
QuickTime?
Whatever functionality QuickTime had previously would be unaffected by any such effort.
That really wasn't my question, Mr. Gates. Maybe I can state it more clearly. Did Microsoft try to convince Apple to take actions which would have resulted in Apple no longer distributing QuickTime to people to whom Microsoft was distributing NetShow or a successor Microsoft product?
I'm not aware of anything that would have stopped them from distributing the QuickTime they had, but it was possible we could come up with something that would be helpful to both companies in terms of a product that took some of their technology and ours and was better for users.
Did Microsoft offer to have Apple continue to offer a multimedia player for the Mac platform and to assist Apple in that if Apple would agree not to distribute that multimedia player for the Windows platform?
As I said, I don't think there was any discussion about not distributing some old thing, but rather a question of could something new be created which would be better for both companies?
Was the idea that once this new thing was created, the old thing that Apple was distributing would no longer be distributed by Apple?
As I said, I don't think that was part of the discussion.
Have you ever been told anything, or have you ever read anything about any contentions that Apple may or may not make concerning these discussions?
No.
Are you aware of any assertions by Apple representatives that Microsoft representatives tried to get them to agree to divide the market?
No.
No one's ever told you that?
That's right.
And you've never heard that from any source?
That's right.
Do I take it from what you said yesterday that if in fact Microsoft representatives had attempted to get Apple representatives to participate in the market division, that would be contrary to Microsoft policy?
Objection. That's right.
And I take it that if you found out that people had done that, contrary to Microsoft's policy, they would be appropriately dealt with?
Yes.
Are you a regular reader of the Wall Street Journal?
Some days I read the Wall Street Journal.
Are you aware of a Wall Street Journal article that discusses assertions by Apple concerning alleged efforts by Microsoft to get Apple to agree to divide markets?
No.
Let me ask you to go to a different issue of market division, or alleged market division. But before I do, let me just refer you to a Wall Street Journal article of July 23, 1998, entitled U.S. Probing Microsoft's Multimedia Role. Does that refresh your recollection as to whether you ever saw a Wall Street Journal article about alleged market division attempts between Microsoft and Apple?
Do you want to show us the article?
I have no objection to showing it. And I have no objection to marking it.
I don't care what tomorrow.
Yeah. My purpose is just to try to refresh his recollection to see whether he recalls having ever seen this.
No.
Okay. In that case, let me show you a document marked as Government Exhibit 375. The second item on the first page is an email message from you to Jim Alchin and others dated October 12, 1997. Did you send this email October 12, 1997?
I don't remember it, but I have no reason to doubt that I did.
In the first paragraph, you say, quote, I have a critical meeting with Intel a week from Wednesday. I want to convince them that they need to stay away from Oracle NCs and work more closely with Microsoft, close quote. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Did you have that meeting?
I had a meeting.
Do you recall having that meeting?
I don't know what you mean, that meeting.
You say, I have a critical meeting with Intel a week from Wednesday. Did you have that meeting?
I feel sure I had a meeting with Intel after this piece of email was sent.
In October of 1997?
Could have been November. You'd have to, let's see, no, October.
Let me ask you to look at the last paragraph under the heading, Sun byte codes are bad for them. And you say, quote, I want them to understand that helping NCs and Java will push us to do Windows and other software in Sun bytecodes, even if we don't rewrite them in Java, close quote. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
When you say, I want them to understand, are you referring to Intel?
I think so.
Did Microsoft make any effort to convince Intel not to help Sun and Java?
Not that I know of.
Did you or anyone at Microsoft attempt to convince Intel not to engage in any software activity?
Between those two.
Let me put the question this way. Did you, or to your knowledge others, that it should not engage in any software activity unless Microsoft was involved in that activity?
I'm sure we pointed out sometimes how sometimes a lack of communications between the two companies on various subjects, including software development, led to unfortunate unreliability and mismatch, which led to bad customer experiences.
And what did that lead you to ask Intel to do?
Oh, in general, to see if we couldn't do a better job communicating with each other so that people would have better experiences using the PC.
Did you tell, or did anyone, insofar as you were aware, from Microsoft tell Intel representatives that you did not want Intel's software engineers interfering with Microsoft's existing domination of the software side of the PC industry?
No.
Are you aware of a Intel operation referred to as the Intel Architecture Labs?
Yes.
Did you tell Intel Chief Executive Officer Andy Grove that you believed that Intel should shut down its Intel Architecture Labs?
No.
What did you understand the Intel Architecture Labs to be doing?
I can't claim to have a lot of expertise on the broad set of things the Intel Architecture Lab was doing.
What did you know the Intel Architecture Lab was doing?
Well, they were doing some plumbing software to try to get some things to run on Windows 3.1 at one point. It's one thing I know they were doing, but in terms of their breadth of activities, and most of it I wouldn't have any familiarity with.
Did you believe that there was anything about what Intel was doing in the Intel Architecture Labs that was inconsistent with Microsoft's interest?
Well, the fact that their software didn't run with Windows 95 and would break if the user wanted to move up to Windows 95 was a subject of concern and discussion for us related to an overall set of projects that were sometimes called NSP, although that term had many meanings.
What does NSP stand for?
Sometimes it means native signal processing.
And how did what the Intel Architecture Labs was doing relate to NSP?
That was the plumbing.
For NSP?
I believe so.
Did you tell Intel CEO, Mr. Grove, that you believed that what Intel was doing in the Intel Architecture Labs was contrary to Microsoft's interests?
In a broad sense, no. In terms of some specific things that broke software for users, I did evidence that concern.
And you did so personally?
Personally and impersonally.
Did you ask Mr. Grove to cancel the Intel Architecture Labs work?
No.
Did you, or insofar as you're aware, anyone else at Microsoft tell people at Intel that they should leave the software side of the PC business entirely to Microsoft?
Well, we were having a hard time coordinating our work with Intel, and we thought the quality of some of their work was very low, as well as not working with any of our new Windows work. We may have suggested at some point that the net contribution of their software activities could even be viewed to be negative.
Did you, or insofar as you are aware, anyone else at Microsoft tell representatives of Intel that their software activities were inconsistent with cooperation between Intel and Microsoft?
The specific work they did that completely broke our work, I'm sure I indicated I didn't think that was a good idea for either company.
Other than the specific software that would not work on Windows 95 that Intel was working on, did you, or insofar as you were aware, anyone else at Microsoft tell Intel representatives that the software work that Intel was doing was inconsistent with cooperation between Intel and Microsoft?
Well, there's some other things they did that created incompatibilities.
Incompatibilities between what and what?
Between their software and Windows that was intended to run on Windows that created incompatibilities.
And did you tell them that that software also was not consistent with cooperation between Microsoft and Intel?
I doubt I used those words. I suggested that it wasn't helpful to any of their goals or our goals to have software that had incompatibilities and was low quality and broke.
Did you tell Intel representatives, or did, insofar as you're aware, any Microsoft employee tell Intel representatives that you were concerned about Intel's support for Netscape?
I don't remember that.
Do you remember telling Intel representatives that you were concerned that Intel's support for Netscape could allow Netscape to grow into a de facto standard?
No.
Did you tell representatives of Intel that you were concerned that Intel's use of Netscape could set up a positive feedback loop for Netscape that would allow it to grow into a de facto standard.
What do you mean Intel's use of Netscape?
I'm asking whether you told this to Intel. If you didn't,
Given that I don't know what you mean by Intel use of Netscape, if you're not going to clarify what you mean by that.
All I'm asking is whether you told them something, Mr. Gates. And if you tell them I didn't tell them that, not only would I not tell them that because I don't understand what it could be, that's an answer. But what I'm asking you is whether you told them that in words or in substance, and if you didn't, you didn't. Or if you say you didn't, you say you didn't. But all I want to do is get your answer. Let me try to approach it this way. I wouldn't have thought the term use is quite so ambiguous, but Mr. Gates, did you tell representatives of Intel that Intel using Netscape in a Windows environment would not be a problem so long as Intel did not assist in setting up a positive feedback loop for Netscape that allowed it to grow into a de facto standard? Did you say that, or write that, or communicate that? Those words, or words that you recognize to mean the same thing.
I'm still confused about what you mean Intel using something. You're talking about like in their internal IT systems? What's this about?
Mr. Gates, either you told that to Netscape or you didn't. If you tell me you didn't tell it to Netscape, I'll go on to the next question.
I did not.
Okay. Did you, Mr. Gates, personally ever express concern to Mr. Grove that Intel's software work was beginning to overlap with Microsoft's software work?
Only in the sense that the low quality and incompatibilities were inconsistent with any goals that Intel might have had in doing that work.
Why was that a concern?
Because Intel was wasting its money by writing low-quality software that created incompatibilities for users, and those negative experiences weren't helpful for any goal that Intel had.
Were they harmful to any goal that Microsoft had?
Only in the sense of hurting PC popularity by creating negative user experiences.
Is it your testimony that your only concern with what Intel was doing in the software area was a concern to avoid negative user experiences?
That's right. Low quality and incompatibilities.
Which, according to you, would lead to negative user experiences.
That's right.
Did you, or insofar as you were aware, anybody at Microsoft ever tell Intel representatives in words or in substance that they should stick to hardware and leave the software to Microsoft?
I'm sure there were times when we were frustrated about the quality and incompatibility problems created about their software, where someone might have expressed that sentiment in an extreme feeling about how tough it had been for Intel to do quality work that would have advanced any Intel goal.
Were you aware of any work that Intel was doing relating to Internet software development?
I can't think of any.
Did you ever express any concern to anyone at Intel, or to your knowledge, did anyone at Microsoft ever express any concern to anyone at Intel concerning Intel's internet software work, if any?
I don't think Intel ever did any internet software work.
If they did, I take it as your testimony, no one ever told you about it.
That's right.
Did you, or to your knowledge, anyone at Microsoft express concern to Intel about the success of Java, or what you have referred to in this deposition as Java runtimes?
From time to time, we'd have general discussions with Intel about things going on in the industry, and I'm sure our views of the Java runtime competition may have come up in some of those discussions.
In those discussions, did you or others from Microsoft express concern about Java and Java runtimes popularity to Intel representatives?
I think it's likely in those general discussions we talked about some of the opportunities and competitive things going on, including our view of what was going on in Java runtime.
Did you tell representatives of Intel, or did, to your knowledge, anyone from Microsoft tell representatives of Intel that in Microsoft's opinion, the wide distribution of Java and Java runtimes was incompatible with the interests of both Intel and Microsoft?
Actually, there's one aspect of Java that could have an effect on Intel and would have no effect on Microsoft, so it's completely orthogonal. And I pointed out to them what that was. And so I did think there was one thing they ought to think about in terms of where the world of software development was going, but it wasn't an issue that related to Microsoft.
Irrespective of what you said about that particular issue, did you or others from Microsoft tell Intel, in words or in substance, that as a general matter, general conclusion, the popularity of Java and Java runtimes was not in your joint interest? And joint interest, I mean Microsoft and Intel.
No, there was nothing about it that related to any joint interest. There was one thing about it that related to some of Intel's interests, and there were other things about it that related to some of Microsoft's interests, but there's no overlap between those two.
Let me put the question this way. Did you, or to your knowledge, others from Microsoft, tell Intel that for whatever reasons you believed that the widespread distribution of Java and Java runtimes was inconsistent with both interests of Intel and interests of Microsoft?
Well, it's like you're trying to rephrase what I said in a more inaccurate way. I told you there's an aspect of it that I thought they should think about that related to them only. That's the bytecode piece. And then there's an aspect of it that relates to us only. So there's no end there. There's just a piece that might have been of interest to them that I articulated, and then there's the part that relates strictly to us.
Let me take it in two pieces. Did you tell Intel representatives that you believed that there were reasons why the widespread distribution of Java and Java runtimes were not in Intel's interests?
Not in that general sense. I pointed out the very specific aspect of it, the bytecode aspect, that I thought they ought to think about that had no effect on us.
Did you tell Intel representatives that there were things about the wide distribution of Java and Java runtimes that Microsoft believed was not in Microsoft's interests?
It's likely that in the general discussion, the notion of some of the new competitive activities, including the Java runtime issues, would have come up in some discussions with Intel, but not related to anything they were doing.
Did you ask Intel to keep you apprised of what software work Intel was doing?
I think I made that request in vain on several occasions. Nothing ever came of it.
Is it your testimony that they refused to keep you apprised of the software work they were doing?
No, I just said to them that if they were, whatever software work they were doing that was intended to help Windows, they should talk to us about it early on if they wanted to have the highest probability that it would in fact achieve that goal. And unfortunately, we never achieved that result. That is, they would do things related to Windows that without talking to us in advance, and then once they'd done the work, there'd be some incompatibilities between what they had done and Windows itself.
When was the last time that you asked Intel to keep you apprised of what software work they were doing?
I'm not sure.
Approximately when?
I don't know.
Was it within the last year?
I don't know.
Was it within the last 2 years?
I honestly don't know.
Was it within the last 3 years?
There's probably one instance where I asked them to tell us about things they were doing related to Windows.
Did you or others to your knowledge from Microsoft tell Intel that if Intel began to compete with Microsoft, Microsoft would be forced to begin to compete with Intel?
No.
Not at all, sir? Never said that in words or in substance?
No.
To your knowledge, did anyone else from Microsoft ever say that?
I'm not aware of anybody saying that.
If anybody had said that, would you consider that to be inconsistent with company policy?
I'm confused. Intel and Microsoft are not in the same businesses. So there's no policy about one of our people suggesting that we're going to go into the chip business.
Was it part of what you wanted to accomplish, Mr. Gates, to keep Intel and Microsoft in separate businesses?
No.
Did you ever take any action intended to accomplish that?
No.
Did you, or to your knowledge, anyone from Microsoft ever tell people at Intel that Microsoft would hold up support for Intel's microprocessors if Intel didn't cooperate with Microsoft in areas that Microsoft wanted Intel's cooperation in?
When we saw Intel doing the low-quality work that was creating incompatibilities in Windows that served absolutely no Intel goal, we suggested to Intel that that should change. And it became frustrating to us because there was a long period of time where they kept doing work that we thought, although it was intended to be positive in the Windows environment, was actually negative. And we did point out the irony of how well we seem to communicate with them on microprocessor issues, and yet they seem, on the areas where they were trying to enhance Windows, that the communication worked very poorly.
Did you or others on behalf of Microsoft tell Intel that Microsoft would hold up support for Intel's microprocessors if Intel did not cooperate with Microsoft?
No.
No one ever told Intel that, to your knowledge?
That's right.
Let me see if I can refresh your recollection. Did you or anyone from Microsoft ever tell Intel representatives that Microsoft would hold up support for Intel's microprocessors if Intel didn't cooperate with Microsoft on the Internet?
No.
Did you or anyone from Microsoft ever tell representatives of Intel that Intel would not cooperate, that if Intel would not cooperate with Microsoft on communications programs, Microsoft would hold up support for Intel's microprocessors?
No.
Did you, or to your knowledge, anyone from Microsoft ever tell Intel that you wanted Intel to reduce its support of Netscape?
It's very likely that our sales force that calls on Intel as a software customer talk to them about their website and their browsers, and they may have tried to convince them to use our browser in terms of their internal efforts. It's kind of a nit, but I think it's possible.
Did you, Mr. Gates, ever yourself try to get Intel to reduce its support of Netscape?
I'm not aware of any work that Intel did in supporting Netscape. They may have used their browser internally or one of their server things, but that's not really support. So I'm not sure of any support they were giving to Netscape.
You may mean that to answer my question, but I want to be clear. It is your testimony that you're not aware of any instance where you asked anybody at Intel to reduce the support that Intel was providing to Netscape. Is that your testimony?
No. I may have asked, and I don't remember it, but I may have talked to them about their internal browser use. I don't think so, but I may have. And I may have talked to them about their web servers and what they were using.
Mr. Gates, you're familiar with a company called Real Networks, are you not?
Yes.
Did you ever have any discussions with any representative of Real Networks concerning what products Real Networks should or should not offer or distribute?
No.
Microsoft signed 2 contracts with Real Networks. Did it not, sir?
I have no idea. I thought it was one.
Real Networks was previously called Progressive Networks, correct, sir?
Right.
In the contract or contracts, if there was more than one, between Microsoft and Real Networks, was there any restriction on what services Real Networks could provide to competitors of Microsoft?
I've never looked at those contracts.
Did you participate at all in those contracts, either the negotiation of those contracts or discussions concerning those contracts prior to the time they were entered into?
I knew that Muglia and Moritz were talking with Progressive about some kind of deal, but I didn't know what was in the deal.
Did you know anything about what was in the deal?
I knew there was an investment piece. I knew there was some code licensing in it. That's about all.
At the time that Microsoft was negotiating the contract or contracts with Real Networks, and I'll refer to it as Real Networks, even though at the time it was referred to as Progressive Networks. Did you consider that company to be a competitor of Microsoft?
I think I was confused about what Real Networks, what their plans were, and therefore I wasn't sure if they were a competitor or not.
Was there a time when you did become convinced that they were a competitor?
Yes.
When was that?
When Rob Glazer appeared in Washington, D.C.
To testify before a congressional committee?
Senate, yes.
What led you to conclude from Mr. Glazer's testimony that Real Networks was a competitor of Microsoft?
There was nothing in his testimony.
Why did you become convinced at the time of his testimony that Real Networks was a competitor of Microsoft?
Well, because he went out of his way to lie about us, I sort of thought, he must be a competitor.
When you say he went out of his way to lie about you, when was that?
That was the press interviews surrounding the testimony. Maybe the testimony itself, I'm not sure. I've never seen a transcript.
Did you ever personally have a conversation with Mr. Glazer about his business?
A long time ago, when Rob was just getting started, I think there was one meeting that I had with Rob. I haven't met with him since then.
Was that meeting before or after the contract between Real Networks and Microsoft that you say that you know about?
If you mean the contract where we invested in Progressive, it was years before it and not at all related to it.
When was the contract in which you invested in Progressive Networks or Real Networks?
I'm not sure. I'd guess it's about a year ago.
Did you have a conversation with Mr. Glazer a few days after that agreement was signed?
Well, now that you ask me that, maybe I did. Maybe I did. I think we may have had a short meeting.
And did you, in that meeting, tell Mr. Glazer in words or in substance how you thought he should limit his business?
Absolutely not.
Not in any way, sir?
Not in any way.
Did you tell him he ought to get out of the base streaming media platform business?
No.
Did anyone ever tell you that Mr. Glazer had said he would get out of the base streaming media platform business?
No.
Did Mr. Moritz ever tell you that Mr. Glazer's stated plan was that he would get out of the base streaming media platform business?
As far as I know, we didn't know what Rob's plans were.
Did you ever try to find out what those plans were, sir?
No.
Were those plans important to you?
To me personally, no.
Were they important to Microsoft?
On a relative basis, I'd say no.
Well, I suppose on a relative basis, a business as big as Microsoft, I don't know what would be important, but on
I
a
could tell you.
non-relative basis. Yes, tell me what would be important to Microsoft on a relative basis.
Improvements in Windows, improvements in Office, breakthroughs in research, breakthroughs in back office.
How about browsers? On a relative basis, would that be important? Was that important to Microsoft?
To the degree it relates to Windows, yes.
What about Java or Java runtime? Was that on a relative basis important to Microsoft?
To the degree it related to Windows, yes.
Let me ask you to look at a document that we have marked Government Exhibit 379. This purports to be a email from Paul Moritz. You are not shown on this as receiving a copy. The portion I'm particularly interested in is the last full paragraph that says, quote, Rob's stated plan is that he will get out of the base streaming media platform business and focus on higher level solutions, hosting, and content aggregation, and says that his goal is now to get us to get his base technology as widespread as possible, close quote. You see that?
Mm-hmm.
Did anyone ever tell you, as Mr. Moritz writes here, that Mr. Glazer had said that his stated plan was that he would get out of the base streaming media platform business?
No.
Did you, or to your knowledge, anyone from Microsoft ever tell Mr. Glazer that he should get out of the base streaming media platform business?
No.
You are aware, are you not, sir, that one of the issues in this case is the extent to which operating systems and browsers are or are not separate.
I'm not a lawyer, so I think it's very strange for me to opine on what's an issue in the case. As far as I know, the issues in the case are not are something that you decide, and I don't claim to have any expertise at all.
And if you don't know, that's okay. But one of the things that I want to understand from you is whether your understanding, which is important to my next line of questions, is that the issue of whether or not browsers are or are not a separate product from the operating system is in this case. Mr. Gates, do you understand that the issue of whether or not browsers are a separate product or are not a separate product from the operating system is an issue in this case?
I don't consider myself someone who could say if that's an issue in this case or not.
Have you participated in any way in trying to get Microsoft personnel to use language that would suggest that browsers and operating systems are not separate products?
I have no idea what you mean by that.
Have you seen emails that urge people within Microsoft not to talk about browsers as if they were separate from the operating system?
I don't recall seeing any such email.
Are you aware of anybody within Microsoft who has asserted, either in an email or otherwise, that people ought to not talk about browsers as if they were separate from the operating system?
I don't remember any such email.
Has Microsoft tried to get companies to agree to statements that Internet Explorer comprises part of the operating system of Windows 95 and Windows 98?
I know it's a true statement, but I'm not aware of us doing anything to try to get anyone else to endorse the statement.
You're not aware of any effort by Microsoft to get non-Microsoft companies to endorse the statement that Internet Explorer comprises part of the operating system of Windows? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I'm not aware of such efforts.
Do you know whether Microsoft has made any efforts to include language like that in any of its license agreements?
No, I don't.
Do you know why Microsoft might do that?
I'm not sure.
Do you recognize that OEMs have a need to acquire the Windows operating system that Microsoft licenses?
What do you mean by OEM? Is it a tautology because of the way you're defining it?
If you take IBM and Compaq and Dell,
Gateway and some other companies. Those are commonly referred to as OEMs or PC manufacturers, correct, sir?
No, the term OEM would be quite a bit broader than that. OEMs means original equipment manufacturer.
I see. Does OEM have a specialized meaning in your business to refer to people that supply personal computers?
No, it usually means our licensees.
And do your licensees in part supply personal computers, sir?
Some of our licensees.
The licensees to whom you license Windows are suppliers of personal computers, are they not, sir?
If you exclude Windows CE, and depending on how you talk about workstations and servers.
So that if we can get on common ground, the licensees for Windows 95 and Windows 98 would be companies that you would recognize as personal computer manufacturers. Is that correct?
Yeah, almost all the licensees, Windows 95 and Windows 98, are personal computer manufacturers. Some are not, but the overwhelming majority are.
When you price Windows 98, or when you priced Windows 98, what competitive products, if any, did you take into account in setting the price of Windows 98?
Well, we take into account a lot of factors, not just other products.
I'm sure that that is so, Mr. Gates. What I'm asking you is what prices of what products, if any, did you take into account in pricing Windows 98? I'm not saying that's the only thing you took into account. I'm just trying to find out whether there were other product prices that you took into account, and if there were, what they were.
We consider all the elements of competition, whether it's the durability of the product, the changes in users' demands, things going on with computing moving to the server, the things going on with middleware, the things going on with clones, the things going on with other operating systems. There's a great number of factors. At the end of the day, it's not very scientific. We take all those factors and come up with our best judgment.
What I'm now asking you is whether there are any products whose prices you took into account in pricing Windows 98. And if the answer to that is yes, I'm going to ask you what products and what the prices were. But as a preliminary matter, I'm just asking whether there were such products.
Well, we'd look at all the other operating systems out there, all the middleware products that are out there, the general startup activities out there, the breakthroughs we expect. Some of those aren't, products that are on the market today. Some of them are products that are on the market today.
What product did you consider to be your primary or the most important competitive product in pricing Windows 98?
I think it's a silly question because there isn't one single product that stands out above others, and it's not products as much as it is the general nature of competition.
Well, can you identify for me either the most important or the most important three products that you took into account in pricing Windows 98?
Well, I guess you could say in a sense, because I decided that the price of Windows 98 would be the same as the price of Windows 95, that was the product whose pricing had the most influence on the pricing of Windows 98.
What was the product other than a Microsoft product? Or what were the 2 or 3 products other than Microsoft products that most influenced the pricing of Windows 98?
I wouldn't single any one out. I could, talk about several different ones.
What I'd like is your best judgment as to what you think either the most important or the most important 3 or 4 or 5 products were non-Microsoft products in pricing Windows 98. Your best present judgment. That's what the most important such products were.
I'd say that if you look at all the other factors we have to consider, this is just one of many, but certainly we'd look at...
I want the most important. I want what you tell me are the most important. I know you tell me there are many others. These are not the only ones. What I want is your best judgment of what you think the most important ones are. That's all I'm asking for now.
I would look at Linux, Mac OS, Java OS, the whole idea of network computing, of running the applications on the server, which means that you have to think about pricing of server-type operating systems because of the way that the terminal approach can work there. So you can take the server operating system, sort of divide up how many users it can serve, and so divide its cost down and look at that. So you get things like Solaris, AIX, and various things that people are doing there. But it's particularly important to think of new products that aren't on the market yet and that we don't know the pricing of.
Yeah, what I'm asking is what you took into account for Windows 98. And I take it the most important ones that at least occur to you right now are what you told me. Is that fair?
Yeah, I've said that wasn't the major component in how that decision was made, but those were factors in the decision.
Okay.
Let me turn to the subject of pricing. Does Microsoft price its Windows operating system the same to each of the OEMs that it licenses?
We negotiate agreements individually with the OEMs, and the various terms and prices that are agreed to end up being different for different OEMs.
Do some OEMs have more favorable prices and terms than others?
Well, given that they're different, somebody could evaluate and, depending on what criteria they use, decide what they thought of the various ones. It's not easy to do a direct comparison because you have pricing terms and other terms as well.
Do some OEMs have prices, terms, and conditions that you, Bill Gates, believe are more favorable than the prices, terms, and conditions of other OEMs?
Well, it's typical that somebody with larger volume asks for and gets somewhat lower pricing than somebody who doesn't have high volume. There's not a perfect correlation to volume, but there is a correlation there.
Other than whatever correlation there is between volume and prices, terms, and conditions, are there any OEMs that you believe have more favorable prices, terms, and conditions than other OEMs?
I don't know enough about the specific agreements. There are some things in terms of the relationship and marketing that I think IBM has been reluctant to do. So it may be that because of their view of those terms and their decisions on that, IBM may have somewhat higher price than people with a similar volume. Although they have their volume is nobody has the same volume.
What marketing things did IBM decline to do that led to these price differentials?
I'm forgetting the name of the program, but there's on a typically a yearly basis, there's a program that we talk to OEMs about which weighs into their discount. I don't remember the name of it.
What is the marketing program that you're referring to designed to do?
To help us sell more copies of Windows.
How?
We'd have to get into the specific elements. You can have OEMs do a better job of marketing the benefits of Windows. You can have them do a better job testing their machine and how it works with Windows. They can make machines that show off particular advantages of Windows. If you want to ask me about an specific aspect of the program, I can go into it, but it's all aimed at advancing the sales of Windows.
Perhaps my question wasn't clear, Mr. Gates. What I'm trying to find out is what was it that IBM refused to do that resulted in IBM paying somewhat higher prices for Windows?
I'm not sure specifically, but I know that there's some of the Windows promotional things that I think they didn't sign up for, and that other people did decide were good for them, and I think that resulted in IBM not getting a discount where some of the others would have been able to negotiate a discount.
Do you know what promotional things IBM declined to do?
I don't remember which ones, and I wasn't involved in that negotiation.
Did any of these promotional things that IBM declined to do have anything to do with the browser, Mr. Gates?
Well, they all related to Windows.
Is that the best answer you can give me to my question, Mr. Gates?
It's the answer. I'm not sure what distinction you're making. I mean, to the degree they relate to Windows, they relate to all the features of Windows, including the browser.
Well, sir, the term browser is a term that is widely used within Microsoft, or at least was until this year. Correct, sir?
We use the term browser, yes.
And you personally used the term browser, did you not, sir?
Yes, that term is used in quite a variety of ways.
Including by you, correct, sir?
Yes.
You've written emails about browsers, correct, sir?
I've written emails where the term browser was used. I wouldn't say it was necessarily an email about browsers.
Have you ever written an email that you consider to be about browsers, sir?
I'll bet there's email where the primary subject relates to browsers. I don't remember a specific piece of email.
And when you wrote emails using the term browsers, you believed that people would understand what you meant by browsers, correct, sir?
I'm sure there was enough context in the email that I felt I could communicate something of meaning.
And you've used the term browser in dealing with people outside of Microsoft, have you not, sir?
Yes, it's a term that I've used both internally and externally.
And there are a lot of people outside Microsoft that have written articles about browsers, correct, sir?
There have been articles about browsing and the technology people use for browsing and comparing how different companies do that, and they use the term browser.
Yes, the industry and Microsoft tracks what is referred to as browser market share, correct, sir?
No.
No? Does Microsoft track browser market share?
I've seen usage share.
You've seen usage share?
Mm-hmm. But not market share. Usually refers to something related to not to usage, and with browsers I've seen mostly usage. Now some people might refer to that as a market share, but it's not a market share.
What is a market share?
Well, when I think of a market share, I think of where you're comparing the revenue of one company to the revenue of another company.
The total revenue of a company?
No, the revenue related to one company's product to the revenue of another company's product.
And that's what you think of when you use the term market share? Is that your testimony?
Usually.
Are you aware of documents within Microsoft that describe browser share as the company's #1 goal?
No, I'm aware of documents within Paul Maritz's group that may have stated that.
Is Paul Maritz's group within Microsoft?
Yes, but he doesn't set the company-wide goals.
Mr. Maritz, you identified last week as being a group vice president, is that correct?
Mm-hmm. Several times.
And he is the group vice president with responsibility for Windows, is that correct?
That's among his responsibilities.
And included in his responsibilities was Internet Explorer, is that correct?
Our browsing technology was part of that group.
Was Internet Explorer part of that group?
Yes.
Now, did you ever tell Mr. Maritz that browser share was not the company's #1 goal?
No?
You knew Mr. Moritz was telling people that browser share was the company's #1 goal, did you not, sir?
I knew that Mr. Moritz was saying to people that a top goal and perhaps the #1 goal for his group was browser usage share.
Now you've put in the word usage share there. When Mr. Moritz was telling people that browser share was the #1 goal, was Mr. Moritz saying browser usage share or just browser share, sir?
You'd have to ask him. I think he meant usage share.
I'm not asking what he meant, excuse me, and perhaps my question was unclear. I'm asking what he said or wrote.
Object.
Do you understand the question?
What writings are we talking about?
Well, let me ask you the question, Mr. Gates, since you're the witness. Are you aware of any time that Mr. Moritz wrote in an email or said or otherwise communicated to people that browser share was the #1 goal?
The #1 goal for what?
Just the #1 goal for the company. Let's start with that. Are you aware of any time when Mr. Moritz said that?
Said it was the #1 goal for the whole company?
I didn't say the whole company. I didn't put in the word whole, Mr. Gates. And I know that you're very precise in the way you use words, and so I want to be sure that the question and answer are meeting. The question is, are you aware of any instance in which Mr. Moritz, in words or in substance, communicated that browser share was the #1 goal for the company? And by the company, I mean Microsoft.
I don't remember any such case.
Are you aware of any instance in which Mr. Moritz communicated in words or in substance that browser share was the #1 goal for his group?
I think there was a point where he did that. I don't remember the document, but I think there was a point.
Do you know why Mr. Moritz came to the view that browser share was the #1 goal?
For his group?
Did he say for his group in the communication that you're talking about?
It's not his position to set goals for the entire company. So when he says something that's a goal, it's certainly implied it's a goal for his group.
Interpreting what Mr. Moritz has communicated in light of that, do you know how Mr. Moritz came to the view that browser share was the #1 goal?
Well, I think he was aware of the increasing popularity of the Internet and the growing usage of the Internet, and felt that all the many innovations we were doing in Windows, that a particular focus had to be doing the best job on the Internet and Internet browsing features of the operating system, and seeing if we could innovate enough to make people prefer to use that technology from us.
Mr. Gates, isn't it the case that you told Mr. Moritz that browser share was a very, very important goal? And that's why he believed it.
I guess now we're delving into the inner workings of Paul Moritz's mind and how he comes to conclusions.
Well, let me try to ask you a question that won't require you to delve in anybody else's mind. Did you tell Mr. Moritz that browser share was a very, very important goal?
I know we talked about browser share being important,
I'm not asking you what he said to you. I'm not asking you what topic you talked about. I'm asking you whether you told Mr. Moritz that browser share was a very, very important goal.
I remember that we agreed that it was an important goal. I'm not sure which one of us reached that feeling before the other.
Have you communicated to people other than Mr. Moritz within Microsoft that browser share was a very, very important goal?
Well, you've used several times, the very, very, and I don't know if you're asking specifically about some time where I used the words very, very. Is that the question?
Let me begin with that question. Have you communicated to people within Microsoft, other than Mr. Moritz, that browser share was a very, very important goal, using those words?
I don't remember using those words.
Have you communicated the substance of that to people within Microsoft?
Help me understand. If you communicate to people that something is important, is the substance of that identical to communicating to them it's very, very important?
Would it be, in your view, Mr. Gates, if you were using those terms, would important be the same as very, very important?
Not identical.
What would be the difference?
The two varies.
And what significance in terms of substance would those two varies have?
A speaker's tendency towards hyperbole.
Now, other than your tendency, if you have one, to hyperbole, would there be anything different that you would be communicating to people if you were to say browser share is an important goal or browser share is a very, very important goal?
You'd have to look at the context to see.
As you sit here now, what you've told me is that you recall communicating that browser share was an important goal, but not a very, very important goal. And all I'm trying to do is find out whether you draw a distinction in terms of the substance of those communications.
And I said it would depend on the context.
Let me ask you to look at least one context, and that would be Exhibit 358 that we marked during your deposition last week and is in the stack of exhibits that you have in front of you. Did you write Exhibit 358, Mr. Gates, on or about January 5, 1996?
I don't remember doing so specifically, but it appears that I did.
And the first line of this is, quote, winning internet browser share is a very, very important goal for us. Do you see that?
I do.
Do you remember writing that, sir?
Not specifically.
Now, when you were referring there to internet browser share, what were the companies who were included in that?
There's no companies included in that.
Well, if you're winning browser share, that must mean that some other company is producing browsers and you're comparing your share of browsers with somebody else's share of browsers. Is that not so, sir?
Well, you asked me if there was any companies included in that. And now I'm very confused about what you're asking.
All right, sir, let me see if I can try to clarify it. You say here, quote, winning internet browser share is a very, very important goal for us, close quote. What companies were supplying browsers whose share you were talking about?
It doesn't appear that I'm talking about any other companies in that sentence.
Well, sir, is a market share something that is compiled only for one company? I understand if a company has a monopoly, that may be so, but in the usual situation where a company does not have a monopoly, a share ordinarily implies comparing how much of a product one company has with how much of a product another company has, correct?
Yes?
Now, when you were talking about internet browser share here, what companies were you talking about?
You seem to be suggesting that just because share involves comparison multiple companies, that when I wrote that sentence I was talking about other companies. It doesn't appear to me that I'm talking about other companies in that sentence. I mean, I've really read it very carefully, and I don't notice any other companies in there.
Oh, you mean you don't see any other company mentioned in this sentence? Is that what you're saying?
The sentence doesn't appear to directly or indirectly refer to any other companies.
When you refer to a internet browser share here, sir, what is the share of?
Browser usage.
Now, of course, you don't say browser usage here, do you, sir?
No, it says share.
Now, let's say that you meant browser usage, because that's what your testimony is. What browser usage were you talking about in terms of what your share of browser usage was? What browsers?
I'm not getting your question.
Okay.
Are you trying to ask what I was thinking when I wrote this sentence?
Let me begin with that. What were you thinking when you wrote this sentence?
I don't remember specifically writing the sentence.
Does that mean you can't answer what you were thinking when you wrote the sentence?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. So since that question is that you don't have an answer to, you don't have an answer to that question, let me put a different question.
No, I have an answer. The answer is I don't remember.
Okay. You don't remember what you meant. Now let me try to ask you.
I don't remember what I was thinking.
Is there a difference between remembering what you were thinking and remembering what you meant?
If the question is what I meant when I wrote it, no.
Okay. So you don't remember what you were thinking when you wrote it, and you don't remember what you meant when you wrote it. Is that fair?
As well as not remember writing it.
Okay. Now, let me go on to another paragraph and see whether you remember writing that or not. And that is the second paragraph, which reads, quote, apparently a lot of OEMs are bundling non-Microsoft browsers and coming up with offerings together with internet service providers that get displayed on their machines in a far, and you've capitalized each of the letters in far, more prominent way than MSN or our internet browser, close quote. Do you see that? Mm-hmm. Did you write that sentence, Mr. Gates?
I don't remember, but I have no reason to doubt that I did.
Do you remember what you were thinking when you wrote that sentence, or what you meant when you wrote that sentence?
No.
Do you remember that in January 1996, a lot of OEMs were bundling non-Microsoft browsers?
I'm not sure.
What were the non-Microsoft browsers that you were concerned about in January of 1996?
What's the question? Are you trying to get me to recall what other browsers I was thinking about when I wrote that sentence?
No, because you told me that you don't know what you were thinking about when you wrote that sentence.
Right.
What I'm trying to do is get you to tell me what non-Microsoft browsers you were concerned about in January of 1996.
Well, if it had been only one, I probably would have used the name of it. Instead, I seem to be using the term non-Microsoft browsers.
My question is, what non-Microsoft browsers were you concerned about in January of 1996?
I'm sure. What's the question? Is it, are you asking me about when I wrote this email, or what are you asking me about?
I'm asking you about January of 1996.
That month.
Yes, sir.
And what about it?
What non-Microsoft browsers were you concerned about in January of 1996?
I don't know what you mean concerned.
What is it about the word concerned that you don't understand?
I'm not sure what you mean by it.
Is
there a document where I use that term?
Is the term concerned a term that you're familiar with in the English language?
Yes.
Does it have a meaning that you're familiar with?
Yes.
Using the word concerned consistent with the normal meaning that it has in the English language, what Microsoft or what non-Microsoft browsers were you concerned about in January of 1996?
I think I would have been concerned about Internet Explorer, what was going on with it. We would have been looking at other browsers that were in use at the time. Certainly Navigator was one of those. And I don't know which browser AOL was using at the time, but it was another browser.
What I'm asking, Mr. Gates, is what other browsers or what non-Microsoft browsers were you concerned about in January of 1996? Not asking what you were looking at, although that may be part of the answer, and I don't mean to exclude it. But what non-Microsoft browsers were you concerned about in January of 1996?
Well, our concern was to provide the best internet support, among other things, in Windows. And in dealing with that concern, I'm sure we looked at competitive products, including the ones I mentioned.
Let me try to use your words and see if we can move this along. What competitive products did you look at in January of 1996 in terms of browsers?
I don't remember looking at any specific products during that month.
Were there specific competitive products that in January of 1996 you wanted to increase Microsoft's share with respect to those products? Do you understand the question, Mr. Gates?
I'm pausing to see if I can understand it.
If you don't understand it, I'd be happy to rephrase it.
Well, go ahead and rephrase it. I probably could have understood thought about it, but go ahead.
Okay. In January 1996, you were aware that there were non-Microsoft browsers that were being marketed. Is that correct?
I can't really confine it to that month, but I'm sure in that time period I was aware of other browsers being out.
And were those non-Microsoft browsers, or at least some of them, being marketed in competition with Microsoft's browser?
Users were making choices about which browser to select.
Is the term competition a term that you're familiar with, Mr. Gates?
Yes.
And does it have a meaning in the English language that you're familiar with?
Yeah, I hadn't. Any lack of understanding of your questions doesn't stem from the use of that word.
Okay. And you understand what is meant by non-Microsoft browsers, do you not, sir?
No.
You don't? Is that what you're telling me? You don't understand what that means?
You'll have to be more specific with.
Do you understand what is meant by non-Microsoft browsers?
In the right context, I'd understand that.
Is the term non-Microsoft browser a term that you think has a reasonably common and understandable meaning in the industry?
Yeah, it's only the scope of what you'd include in that would vary according to the context.
Okay. That is, in some context you'd include more, and in some context
That's right.
you'd include less. When you refer to non-Microsoft browsers generally, are there particular browsers that you have in mind?
There are many that I would include in that, and as I said, it'd be broader depending on the context.
Do all of the non-Microsoft browsers that you're aware of compete with Internet Explorer?
In the sense that users select which browser they want to use, yes.
Now let's focus on January of 1996. What were the non-Microsoft browsers that, in your view, were competing with Internet Explorer in January of 1996?
Well, users could choose from a number of browsers, including the original Mosaic browser, the Netscape Navigator, and I don't know what version they had out at the time, the AOL browser, and some others that were in the market.
And using the term, as you use the term, were all of those three browsers competing with Internet Explorer in January of 1996?
In the sense that users could choose to use them or use Internet Explorer, yes.
I want to use it the way you use it, not the way somebody else might use it, Mr. Gates. What I want to know is that in January 1996, did you consider Mosaic, Navigator, and AOL's browser as all competing with Internet Explorer?
In the sense that users could select one of those others to choose, yes.
And is that the only sense that you use the term competition?
No.
Okay. Now what I want to do is I want to focus on competition the way you use it in the ordinary operation of your business.
And one of the senses is whether people choose to use our way of providing a feature or if they choose to get additional software to provide them with that feature.
And was that the choice that users were making between Internet Explorer and the AOL browser in January of 1996, Mr. Gates?
Users had that choice between those two.
Were they making that choice, Mr. Gates, insofar as you're aware?
Some were, yes.
And some were choosing the AOL browser instead of Internet Explorer? That's your testimony?
Well, people can switch at any time and they can intermix their usage. But yes, some people chose to primarily use the AOL browser.
Instead of Internet Explorer is your testimony?
Well, when they use it primarily, that means it's got most of their usage share, and that means nothing else does. So, and let's take somebody who exclusively would have used the AOL browser. I can't name anybody like that, but I'm sure there were people like that. That would mean they weren't using the Internet Explorer technologies in Windows.
And because of that, as you use the term competition, you would consider that a competitive alternative. That's what you said, is that correct?
In terms of competing for usage share, yes.
And what you've testified is that when you use browser share, you meant usage share, correct? That's what you said?
That's right.
So that as you use the term browser share, it is your testimony that in January 1996, Microsoft was competing for browser share with Mosaic, Navigator, and AOL's browser, correct?
In the sense that users would choose to use one of those in varying degrees, yes.
But in terms of what you meant by browser share, that was what you considered to be competition in January of 1996, correct?
That we were competing to see who could make the better browser that users would choose to take advantage of, yes.
And you were competing with the supplier of Mosaic and the supplier of Navigator and the supplier of AOL's browser to do that. Is that your testimony?
I know we were interested in making our browser attractive so that we'd gain higher usage share.
Higher usage share compared to?
All the other browsers, including particularly those browsers.
Okay. Now, in January of 1996, did you consider any one of those three browsers to be a stronger or more important competitor than any of the others?
It's hard for me to pin it down to January 1996. At some point, we definitely thought of the Netscape browser as the #1 in terms of how our Windows browsing would be compared by users and which they would select.
Have you finished your answer?
Mm-hmm.
When did you first consider Netscape's browser to be your primary or most important non-Microsoft browser with which Internet Explorer was competing?
I think by late 1995, we thought of Navigator as competing both with, well, competing with Windows broadly, including the internet capabilities of Windows.
Prior to late 1995, did you think of the Netscape browser as competing either broadly with Windows or with Internet Explorer?
No, I think prior to that we were unclear about whether that was the case.
Let me try to go back now to the first sentence in your memo of January 5, 1996 that has been marked as Exhibit 358, where it says winning internet browser share is a very, very important goal for us. Does the prior discussion that we've just had refresh your recollection that you would have been referring primarily there to the goal of gaining market share versus Netscape?
You keep trying to read Netscape into that sentence, and I don't see how you can do that.
I just really want to get your testimony,
Okay.
Mr. Gates. And that is when he wrote winning internet browser share is a very, very important goal for us in January 1996.
were you referring primarily to gaining market share compared to Netscape?
I've testified I don't remember what I was thinking when I wrote that sentence.
If you can't remember what you meant when you wrote that sentence, do you at least remember that in January 1996, winning internet browser share was an important goal for Microsoft?
Yes.
And with respect to the goal of winning internet browser share in 1996, was that goal primarily to gain share compared to Netscape?
Not necessarily.
When you talk about winning browser share, not necessarily just in this document, but generally, you're referring to gaining market share compared to other competitors, correct?
Or any new products that come along.
That are competitive, correct?
That people use for that function.
In January of 1996, was it the case that the most important competitive product to Internet Explorer was Netscape's browser?
I think by this time, the browser that had the highest usage share was Netscape's Navigator.
Could you read the question back, please?
In January of 1996, was it the case that the most important competitive product to Internet Explorer was Netscape's browser?
Can you answer that question, sir?
In terms of users picking browsers, the product that was on the market that competed for usage the most in this time period was probably Netscape's Navigator.
Okay. Was the fact that you just described a fact that caused you and Microsoft to want to study Netscape and determine how you could reduce Netscape's ability to compete.
Yeah, I don't know what you mean by that.
In or about January of 1996 or thereafter, did Microsoft try to study Netscape to determine how you could reduce Netscape's ability to compete?
I don't know what you mean by that.
Let me try to break it up into as small pieces as I can. In or about January 1996 or thereafter, did Microsoft, to your knowledge, undertake to try to study Netscape as a company, including where its revenues came from, what its dependencies were, what it needed to remain viable?
I'm sure we looked at their revenue, and I'm sure we looked at their products and their organizational structure.
Was that in whole or in part a result of an attempt to find out what their vulnerabilities were? Mr. Gates?
Did you end the question?
Both your counsel and I had thought so.
Okay.
But if you don't understand it, I'll rephrase it.
We were interested in learning what users liked about their products and what kind of response customers had.
For my present question, I'm not asking about learning about their products just for the sake of learning about their products. What I'm asking about is whether you were trying to figure out where Netscape's dependencies were so that you could attack Netscape and render Netscape a less effective competitor.
Objection. We were interested in building a product that users would prefer over them.
My question, sir, is whether, in addition to whatever you did to improve your product, were you also attempting to ascertain what Netscape's dependencies were so that you could attempt to render Netscape less viable, less able to compete with Microsoft?
We gathered information about Netscape like we do a number of companies we compete with, including IBM, Sun, Novell, and many others.
Have you finished your answer?
I have.
I'm now asking you about Netscape in particular, and I'm asking you whether you gathered information about Netscape for the purpose, in whole or in part, to determine what Netscape's dependencies were so that you could then try to attack those dependencies and render Netscape a less viable competitor.
The compoundness of the question that makes it so confusing.
Okay. Is the question so confusing that you really think you can't answer it?
It's the compoundness that makes it so confusing that I don't think I can give you a good answer.
All right. You gathered information about Netscape, correct?
People in the company did. I didn't personally.
Well, you asked them to gather information about Netscape, correct, sir?
I didn't initiate any particular gathering of information. I may have asked questions once I was presented some information.
You told people that you wanted them to gather information concerning such things as Netscape's revenues and head count and how much revenues they got from various sources, things like that. Did you not, sir?
No, we already talked about the fact that there was a normal competitive review done of a number of companies, and I didn't initiate that particular review.
Let me mark as the next exhibit, which will be Government Exhibit 380, a document that I will give you a copy of and give your counsel copies of. The first page of Exhibit 380 contains what purports to be a message from you dated December 1, 1996. Do you see that, sir?
Yes.
Did you write that message?
Yeah, we've already discussed this particular message. As I said when we discussed it before, I don't remember specifically sending that message, but I don't have any reason to doubt that I did.
You see the first paragraph of this message? It says, what kind of data do we have about how much software companies pay Netscape?
It's weird that you're repeating this exhibit without the disclosures to the email. I think it's very misleading to have the version of the document. You had the real exhibit earlier. Did you lose it?
Now, first of all, let's see if we can reach some agreement. Is Exhibit 353 the other exhibit that you were referring to?
Yes.
All right. And Exhibit 353, the email from you is the same as the email on Exhibit 380, but Exhibit 353 has an additional email. Is that correct?
No.
Okay. Let me try to go through Exhibit 353. The first email on Exhibit 353 is an email from Mr. Ballmer to you and others, correct?
Right.
The second email is an email from you dated December 1, 1996 at 9:24 p.m., correct?
Yes.
There is a third email from Mr. Nehru dated November 27, 1996 at 11:54 a.m., correct?
Well, it's not a separate email. It's part of my email.
Well, sir, let me just try to see if we can get this straight. And we'll read this whole thing into the record if we have to.
I can explain what you're confused about.
I'm not confused, Mr. Other than conversations that you've had solely with your attorneys, have you ever had any discussions with anyone, or have you ever received any communications that indicated that there had been any effort to go back and search email messages or files for purposes of this litigation?
No.
Good afternoon, Mr. Gates. Let me show you Government Exhibit 382. And I would ask you whether that is a document that you've ever seen before.
No.
There is a reference in this document to fiscal year 1998 WWSMM attendees. Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you know what that is?
Mm-hmm.
What is it?
It's the Worldwide Sales and Marketing Meeting, otherwise known as the WISM.
Did you attend the fiscal year 1998 WISM?
No, I don't attend that. I come in and speak, usually at the end of it, but I don't attend it.
The subject matter of this is the fiscal year 1998 planning memo, quote, preserving the desktop paradise, close quote. Are you familiar with that?
I don't know what you mean, am I familiar with that? I know fiscal year 98.
Have you ever seen the fiscal year 1998 planning memo?
The one from Brad Chase? No.
Have you seen a fiscal year 1998 planning memo from somebody else?
There's a lot of these. Each group writes planning memos. I'm not copied on most of them.
Are there planning memos from some of the groups that you recall receiving for fiscal year 1998?
I think there's a memo Steve wrote that was probably sent to me.
And by Steve, you're referring to Mr. Balmer?
Yes.
In the third paragraph of this memo on the first page, it says, quote, our competitors are still hard at work trying to obsolete Windows. More people than ever now believe they will. Netscape and Sun endeavor to commoditize the OS. Do you know what is meant by commoditize the OS in this context?
In the context of this memo?
Yes.
I'd need to read the memo.
Have you ever heard anybody say that Netscape or Sun threatened to commoditize the operating system?
Yes.
Have you ever said that?
Those words?
Yes.
I don't think so.
When other people have said those words, what have you understood them to mean?
I think the first time I heard that was from Mark Andreessen, and I never had a chance to ask him what he meant.
Have you heard those words from people within Microsoft?
Subsequently to Andreessen using those words, I know they were repeated inside the company quite a bit.
Did you understand that some people within Microsoft were saying that they believed that Netscape or Sun were threatening to commoditize the operating system?
I don't know of anybody using that terminology before Andreessen did. I don't think it was used before he used it.
My question is not whether it was used before or after Mr. Andreessen's statement. My question is whether people within Microsoft communicated with you that they believed that Netscape or Sun threatened to commoditize the operating system.
It says endeavor here. You're switching?
I was asking a question that was not necessarily tied to the document. My question is whether anyone within Microsoft told you that they believed that Netscape or Sun threatened to commoditize the operating system.
Those specific words?
Yes, the same words that we've been using in the last previous series of questions, Mr. Gates. Those words.
I think that most of the time when people use those words, they were repeating what Andreessen had said.
My question is not what they meant most of the time or what they were doing most of the time. My question is whether people within Microsoft ever communicated to you that they believed that Netscape or Sun were threatening to commoditize the operating system.
Well, they certainly communicated to me that Netscape was communicating that they were on a path to, in Netscape's words, commoditize the operating system.
Have you finished your answer?
Yes.
Now my question is whether anyone within Microsoft ever communicated to you that they believed that either Netscape or Sun were threatening to commoditize the operating system.
I think after Andreessen said it, some people suggested they agreed with Andreessen's sentiment that Netscape was trying to reduce Windows sales.
When people use the word with you, commoditize, as in the statement that Netscape was threatening or endeavoring to commoditize the operating system, what did you understand commoditize to mean?
That they were creating a product that would either reduce the value or eliminate demand for the Windows operating system if they continued to improve it and we didn't keep improving our product.
Did you have any other understanding of the term commoditize in that context?
Well, it was a word that was used to refer to Andreessen's comment.
Other than that, did you have any understanding of the meaning of the term commoditize in that context?
Other than those two things?
Yes.
No.
All right. Let me show you next a document that has been marked as Exhibit 383. This purports to be a email from Mr. Moritz to you and others with charts attached to it. First, have you seen this email before?
I think Mr. Houck showed it to me.
You may be right in a sense, Mr. Gates, in the sense that I think that your counsel has produced to us various versions of documents. I do not believe that this particular version, which was produced to us stapled this way, was shown to you by Mr. Houck.
When you asked me whether I'd ever seen the email before, I wasn't referring to the way it was stapled.
Well, this happens to be have various charts attached to it. Have you ever seen this email with these charts attached to it?
Can I look back through the old exhibits?
What I'd like, yes, you can. You can do whatever you want to answer the question. But what I'd like to do is I'd like to get your answer to this question with respect to Exhibit 383. If you need to look back at the other exhibit to answer this question, then you can do whatever you need to answer the question.
Well, I certainly do. You've asked me if I've ever seen something before, and I'm thinking maybe a previous exhibit had some or part of this, and therefore, to answer your question, I need to look at the exhibits to see if that's the case or not.
Let me see if I can move things along. Did you receive this email in or about January 1997? This email being a message from Paul Moritz to you and others, dated January 5, 1997.
I don't remember receiving it, but I don't have any reason to doubt that it was sent.
Did you see this email at any time prior to the commencement of your deposition last week?
I don't remember seeing it.
The subject of this email is, quote, overview slides for Bill Gates' NC and Java session with 14 pluses on Monday. Do you see that?
Yes.
And I think you identify the 14 pluses as some group of executives, is that correct?
No.
What is the 14 pluses?
It's people above a certain level, primarily engineers. Also executives, but mostly engineers.
But it's all the people in the company above a certain level, the 14 level.
Which are mostly engineers and not executives.
How many people are there in the 14 pluses group?
It's a good question. I think around 200 to 300.
And these would be the people in the 200 or 300 top rated jobs in the company? Is that correct?
If top means the best compensation, yes.
Okay. Now, do you recall the slides that are attached to this email?
I remember when I testified earlier seeing these and seeing that I was pretty sure that I never presented these slides.
Do you recall whether someone else presented these slides in January of 1997?
I'm not sure. I remember looking at the slides and thinking, probably not.
Let me ask you to look at the third page of the exhibit, which is headed Key Platform Challenge. It is page 2 of the charts and page 3 of exhibit 383, in which it says NC and Java are platform challenges. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Did you believe in January of 1997 that Java was a platform challenge?
Not Java the language, but some of the Java runtime APIs that were being promoted to ISVs in the way that Sun and others were talking about enhancing them were platform challenges.
When reference is made here to Java, do you understand that to refer to what you refer to as Java runtime APIs?
I'm not sure.
Are you aware of people asserting that Java runtime APIs were a platform challenge in or about January of 1997?
I just told you that we looked at what was going on in terms of the plans of Sun and other people with Java runtime APIs as being a platform challenge.
Are you aware of any other platform challenge represented by Java other than Java runtime APIs?
No.
So would it be fair to say that you believe that when reference is made here to Java, the reference means Java runtime APIs, since it asserts here that Java is a platform challenge?
It's the best way to make sense of a document that I hadn't seen until my deposition, as far as I know.
Okay. Let me show you a document that has been marked as Exhibit 397. This purports to be a message to you and others from Brad Chase, dated March 13, 1997. Did you receive this message in or about March of 1997?
I don't remember receiving it. In fact, it's very strange that the email names aren't expanded, but I probably received it.
Let me go down to the third paragraph of the document. And the fifth sentence that says, quote, browser share needs to remain a key priority for our field and marketing efforts, close quote. Do you see that?
In the third paragraph?
Yes.
Okay, the third sentence of the third paragraph, yeah.
Were you told in or about March of 1997 that people within Microsoft believed that browser share needed to remain a key priority for your field and marketing efforts?
I don't remember being told that, but I wouldn't be surprised to hear that people were saying that.
Immediately before that sentence, there's a statement that Microsoft needs to continue its jihad next year. Do you see that?
No.
The sentence that says browser share needs to remain a key priority for our field and marketing efforts, the sentence right before that says we need to continue our jihad next year. That's the way it ends. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm. Now I see it doesn't say Microsoft.
Well, when it says we there, do you understand that means something other than Microsoft, sir?
It could mean Brad Chase's group.
Well, this is a message from Brad Chase to you, Brad Silverberg, Paul Moritz, and Steve Ballmer, correct?
And as I say, it's strange. If this was a normal piece of email, it wouldn't print like this. I'm not aware of any way, maybe there is some way, that email ends up looking like this when you print it out.
I wasn't the one that was asserting it was an email. I don't know whether it's an email or whether it's a memo or what it is. All I know is that it was produced to us by Microsoft. The first line of it says, to, and the first name there is Brad S.I. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Does that refer to Brad Silverberg?
Usually you can use that shorthand in typing in someone's name, but when you print out email, it doesn't come out that way.
Do you believe that the reference here to Brad S.I. is a reference to Brad Silverberg, sir?
Yes.
Okay. The next addressee is Paul M.A. Do you believe that that is Paul Moritz?
Yes.
The next addressee is Steve B. Do you believe that that is Steve Baumer?
Yes.
The next addressee is Bill G. And do you believe that that is yourself?
Yes.
And it says it's from Brad C. And do you believe that is Brad Chase?
Yes.
Now, when Brad Chase writes to you and the others, we need to continue our jihad next year. Do you understand that he is referring to Microsoft when he uses the word we?
No.
What do you think he means when he uses the word we?
I'm not sure.
Do you know what he means by jihad?
Yeah, I think he's referring to our vigorous efforts to make a superior product and to market that product.
Now, what he says in the next sentence is browser share needs to remain a key priority for our field and marketing efforts. Is that correct?
Yes.
The field and marketing efforts were not involved in product design or making an improved browser, were they, sir?
No.
Let me show you next a document that has been marked as Exhibit 384. I want you to look at the second message that is on this exhibit in the middle of the first page. Is a message from Steven Sinofsky. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
And it is dated June 10, 1994. There is one name that it's hard to read on the copy that we were produced, but I don't believe that you were shown as receiving a copy of this exhibit, at least back in 1994. Have you seen this message before, sir?
Not before this lawsuit.
When did you first see it?
I think sometime during the course of the lawsuit.
That is sometime in the last 6 months?
That's right.
Have you discussed this with anyone in Microsoft other than your counsel?
Yeah, I think I had a short conversation with Mitch Matthews on the general topic, not on this specific message.
What was the general topic that you referred to?
The history of our decision to put browsing functionality into Windows.
There is a reference here to Chicago, and is that a reference to Windows?
It's a code name that was used for what became Windows 95.
the third paragraph of this email says, quote, "We do not currently plan on any other client software, especially something like Mosaic or Cello." Do you see that?
I see it.
You've identified Mosaic as a browser, correct, sir?
Yes.
Do you know what Cello is?
No.
Were you informed in or about June of 1994 that people within Microsoft did not currently plan on including something like Mosaic or Cello in Windows 95?
Quite the opposite.
So it's your testimony that this is just not accurate? Is that what you're saying?
What are you referring to?
Well, I'm referring to this document. And what this document says is, quote, "We do not currently plan on any other client software, especially something like Mosaic or Cello." And you understand this to mean that they're not currently planning on including something like Mosaic or Cello in Chicago, correct, sir?
Well, I guess I'd read the whole email message if I was really interested, and I've gone ahead and done that. So you're asking, you're trying to take that sentence just out by itself, or you're trying to get me to talk about what the email itself is saying?
What I'm trying to do is to get you to tell me whether, as you understand it, Mr. Sinofsky is writing here on June 10, 1994, that, at least insofar as he is concerned, there is not a plan to include something like Mosaic or Cello in Chicago. Is that what he's saying here?
No.
That's not what he's saying. Let's go to the previous paragraph. He says, "I think it is really important that we stick to the basic facts of the situation and not overcommit Chicago or Microsoft in any way. The Chicago message is all the plumbing you need to connect to the internet, which translates to TCP/IP stacks, SLIP and PPP, and the basic FTP and Telnet clients. Our built-in client and our NT server will also support internet protocols such as SMTP and MIME." He then continues in the very next sentence, "We do not currently plan on any other client software, especially something like Mosaic and Cello." Are any of the things that Mr. Sinofsky indicates here that are going to be included in Chicago software that you would consider to be browser software?
The email I'm looking at talks about the Chicago message, and this is he seems to be talking about what we're saying externally about the Chicago project. This email doesn't include anyone who's involved in deciding what's in Chicago, and so he's talking about the Chicago message here.
Mr. Gates, my question is whether any of the software that Mr. Sinofsky identifies here as being included in Chicago is software that you consider to be browser software.
Where do you see the phrase "included in Chicago"?
Well, sir, when he says the Chicago message is all the plumbing you need to connect to the internet, which translates to TCP, IP stacks, SLIP, and PPP, and the basic FTP and Telnet clients, our built-in mail client and our NT server will also support internet protocols such as SMTP and MIME. When he says those things, do you believe that he's saying that those are going to be included in Chicago?
No, he's saying the Chicago message is.
So what you're saying is that when he says the Chicago message is that, he doesn't mean that you're going to include in Chicago what he then lists? Is that what you're saying?
Saying that's the Chicago message may imply that.
Yes, but that's what I'm asking you. What I'm asking you is whether you read this document as saying that TCP IP stacks, SLIP, and PPP, and the basic FTP and Telnet clients are going to be included in Chicago. Do you read it that way?
No.
Okay. And when he says our built-in mail client and our NT server will also support internet protocols such as SMTP and MIME, do you believe that he's saying that your built-in mail client and your NT server are going to come out with Chicago?
Certainly not.
Okay. And when he says we do not currently plan on any other client software, especially something like Mosaic or Cello, and then in the next sentence says Chicago is investigating possibilities, but nothing at all is public, and DRG should not be talking to anyone with the thought of including them in the box or resource kit. That is purely for Chicago NT to deal with, though any interesting packages should of course be brought to everyone's attention. Our plans for offering any sort of connection to the internet are also highly confidential and merely speculative. Do you think when he talks about Mosaic and Cello, he's talking about something for Chicago?
He's talking about the Chicago message. The definition of what would and wouldn't be in Chicago wasn't finally known until Chicago shipped. Certainly at this time we'd made the decision to do our best to include the browsing functionality if we could. We weren't saying that as part of the Chicago message.
Mr. Gates, you've testified that you never saw this until the last 6 months, correct?
That's right.
Who showed you this?
I'm not sure. I think maybe the government cited it. I'm not sure.
Well, who showed it to you?
I'm not sure anyone showed it to me. I think the government cited it in something.
Well, the government cited it. Did you read through the government's papers and just pick out sites and go find them for yourself?
No.
I didn't think so. So somebody had to go pick this out and show it to you, correct, sir?
I'm not sure, other than in attorney-client meetings, when I've seen the entire mail message.
Okay. Let me show you a document that has been marked as Exhibit 386. The second item here purports to be a message from you to a number of people dated April 6, 1995. Do you see that?
Yes.
Did you send this message on or about April 6, 1995?
I don't remember sending it, but I don't have any reason to doubt that I did.
Now, attached to this message, as this was produced to us, I believe, by Microsoft, is a two-page document headed Netscape as Netware. Do you see that?
I see a three-page document, yes.
Yes, 3 pages. Pages 3558 through 3560. Have you seen this before?
I don't remember seeing it before.
Now, the title of this 3-page attachment is Netscape as Netware, and there's a footnote that says the analogy here is that the major sin that Microsoft made with NetWare was to let Novell offer a better, actually smaller and faster with simpler protocol client for networking. They got to critical mass and can now evolve both client and server together. You see that?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
In or about April of 1995, was Microsoft concerned with Netscape getting to what is referred to here as critical mass?
I don't know what Paul meant in using that word.
Do you have any understanding at all about what Mr. Moritz meant when he referred to a competitor getting, quote, to critical mass, close quote?
He seems to be using those phrase with respect to NetWare or Novell, but I'm not sure what he means by it.
Well, he's also using it with respect to Netscape by analogy. That's in fact what he says. Is that not so, sir?
No, it's not clear that the term critical mass is part of the analogy, is it? It's not to me.
Okay. This document is about Netscape. It's not about Novell, correct, sir?
I didn't write the document. The document appears to refer to Netscape as NetWare as its title.
Yes.
And so Novell is talked about in this document, and a lot of things seem to be talked about here. Do you want me to read it?
Well, if you have to answer any of my questions, NetWare is something from Novell, correct, sir?
Fact.
What?
Fact.
Does that mean yes?
Yes.
And what Mr. Moritz here is doing is analogizing Netscape to NetWare, correct?
It's kind of confusing because Netscape's the name of a company and NetWare is the name of a product. And so I'm not sure what he's doing. Usually you'd think of analogizing two products to each other or two companies to each other. But he appears to be analogizing a company to a product, which is a very strange thing.
Well, sir, in April of 1995, insofar as Microsoft was concerned, was Netscape primarily a browser company?
No.
It was not?
No.
All right, sir. In this document, do you understand that what Mr. Moritz is saying is that Microsoft should not make the same mistake with Netscape's browser as it did with Novell's NetWare?
I'd have to read the document. Do you want me to?
If you need to read the document to answer that question, Mr. Gates, go ahead and do so. And when you've finished, if you have the question in mind, please answer it. If you don't have the question in mind, we'll read it back. And the question is, do you understand that what this document is saying is that Microsoft should not make the same mistake with Netscape's browser as it did with Novell's NetWare? And you can read any portion that you want, but I am particularly interested in the heading, which says, quote, Netscape as NetWare, and the footnote right off that heading that says, quote, the analogy here is that the major sin that Microsoft made with NetWare was to let Novell offer a better, actually smaller and faster with simply protocol client for networking. They got to critical mass and can now evolve both client and server together.
Are you asking me a question about the whole document?
No, I didn't think I was.
I thought it was possible for you to answer my question by looking at the title and that first footnote.
Oh, I thought you asked me what the document was about.
I think it's possible to answer the question by looking at the heading and that footnote. My question is whether, as you understand it, what Mr. Moritz is saying here is that Microsoft should not make the same mistake with Netscape's browser as it did with Novell's NetWare.
Does it say mistake somewhere?
All I'm asking you is whether you interpret this that way.
Does it say mistake somewhere?
Mr. Gates, we have had a conversation about how I ask the questions and you give the answers.
I don't see where it says mistake.
It doesn't say mistake. It says major sin. And if you think that major sin is something different than a mistake, you can answer my question that no, that's not what you think Mr. Moritz means. My question is clear. You can answer it yes, no, or I can't tell.
What is the question?
My question is whether, as you understand what Mr. Moritz is saying here, is he saying that Microsoft should not make the same mistake with Netscape's browser as it did with Novell's NetWare?
No, I think he's saying something else.
Okay. Do you think that when Mr. Moritz uses the term major sin that Microsoft made, he's referring to what he thinks is a mistake?
Probably.
Okay. Let me ask you to look next at a document marked as Exhibit 387. This is an email from Brad Silverberg, or it's a message from Brad Silverberg, I don't know whether it's an email or not, dated April 12, 1995 at 12:53 p.m. Have you ever seen this message before, sir?
No.
The first paragraph says, I have spoken to Paul Moritz and he is in agreement that we should get our internet client distributed as broadly as possible, as soon as possible. Did you understand that that was the view of Mr. Moritz in April of 1995?
I think it probably was.
And when reference is made here to Microsoft's Internet client, do you understand that to be Internet Explorer?
I think at the time of this document it meant O'Hare.
And what did O'Hare become?
Became Internet Explorer plus some other things.
Let me ask you to look next at a document marked as Exhibit 388.
The second email or message here is a message dated April 12, 1995 at 12:54 p.m. from Paul Moritz to you and a number of other people. Correct, sir?
That's what it appears to be.
And the subject is the 3-year plan thoughts draft. Correct?
That's, yes, the subject.
Did you receive this message on or about April 12, 1995?
I don't remember receiving it, but I have no reason to doubt that I did.
Now, attached here is something that is titled 3-year plan follow-up, parentheses, draft, close parentheses. Do you see that?
Yes.
Did you receive this at or about the time indicated of April 12, 1995?
I'm not sure.
Let me ask you to look at the page that bears in the bottom right-hand corner the Microsoft document production stamp ending 7193. And in particular, the portion that is under the heading shell/browser. Do you have that?
Yeah.
And it says here, quote, "We should get a view as to what will be handled by the Win97 shell and what will not. And if not, how is the needed extension integrated into the Win97 environment?" Close quote. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Were you told in or about April of 1995 that one of the issues in terms of planning that was needed to be decided was what would be handled by the Win97 shell and what would not be?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure what's meant by Win97 shell here. I don't remember seeing that at the time.
Well, you know what a shell is in this context, do you not, sir?
Yes.
And you recognize Win97 as a reference to what ultimately became Windows 98, do you not, sir?
No. The fact that we use a name like that before we've decided what's in a product doesn't mean that when we used that name back then, it referenced the things that eventually got into the product.
Let me be sure if I understand that last answer. Was Win97 a reference that was used within Microsoft to refer to what ultimately became Windows 98?
It was a term that was used to refer to a project. When it was used, none of us knew either what would be in the project or what it would be called. So anytime you see that reference, you can't assume it's a reference to the things that eventually became Windows 98. All you know is they're referring to the next project related to enhancing Windows.
Let me ask the question this way. Was the project that was internally described within Microsoft as Win97 the project that ultimately resulted in Windows 98?
I believe so.
Okay. Mr. Gates, let me show you a document marked as Government Exhibit 390.
We go backwards.
The first message here purports to be a message to you and Mr. Moritz and Mr. Alchin on February 24, 1997 at 11:07 p.m. Do you see that?
Yes.
And it talks about a focus group report, and it says that most of the people in the focus group were Navigator users, and then it goes on to say about those Navigator users, quote, they said they would not switch, would not want to download IE4 to replace their Navigator browser. However, once everything is in the OS and right there, integrated into the OS, in their face, so to speak, then they said they would use it because there would be no more need to use something separate, close quote. Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you recall being told that in or about February 1997?
No.
Okay. Let me ask you to turn to the 5th page of this exhibit. And this is a original message dated February 24, 1997 at 10:38 a.m. Also relating to the Memphis focus groups report.
It's an enclosure to the message above.
It's an enclosure to the message above. That is, what you have is first a message dated February 24, 1997 at 11:07 p.m. that went to you, Mr. Moritz, and Mr. Alchin, and then you have another message that was an enclosure to the message that went to you and others, correct?
Yes.
So you would have received this second message when you received the message that was addressed to you, correct?
If I did, which I told you I don't remember, but I have no reason to doubt that I did.
Right. The next to last paragraph on the 5th page of the exhibit, the one that ends with the Microsoft document production stamp 8179. Do you have that page?
Yes.
The next to last paragraph of this material that was sent to you on February 24th, 1997, if in fact it was, on page 5 says, quote, it seems clear that it will be very hard to increase browser market share on the merits of IE4 alone. It will be more important to leverage the OS asset to make people use IE instead of Navigator. Do you see that?
Yes.
Were you told that in or about February of 1997?
Out of the context of this memo?
Well, first, let's ask, were you told that in the context of this memo?
Those sentences seem to appear in this memo that's talking about some features. It wasn't a product demo, but some features, including web view, that they showed to some end users.
Let me try to break the question down. First, do you recall being told in any context in or about February of 1997, quote, "It seems clear that it will be very hard to increase browser market share on the merits of IE4 alone. It will be more important to leverage the OS asset to make people use IE instead of Navigator"?
Those words?
Let me begin with that. Do you recall being communicated those words in or about February of 1997?
I said no.
Do you recall being communicated those words at any time, whether in or about February 1997 or any other time?
Isn't that what I just answered?
Perhaps you did. I thought the first answer related to February 1997, but if you're telling me you don't recall ever being told that, I just want that clarified for the record.
Those words? No.
Do you recall being told in substance what is stated here at any time in the language that I have just quoted?
Now that's a self-contradictory question. You can't say you're asking me something that's in substance and then say in the language you just quoted. That's completely contradictory.
Well, sir, if you don't understand the question or you can't answer it, all you have to do is say so.
Well, I understand that the question is contradictory to itself.
Well, this document that purports to have gone to you, sir, says, "It seems clear that it will be very hard to increase browser market share on the merits of IE4 alone. It will be more important to leverage the OS asset to make people use IE instead of Navigator." Do you recall ever being told or ever receiving a communication that said in substance what is reflected there?
No.
All right. Let me show you Exhibit 591, or I guess it's Exhibit 391. This purports to be a message to you dated April 18th, 1995, to you and other people. Did you receive this message in or about April of 1995?
I don't remember receiving it, but I have no reason to doubt that it was sent to me.
Let me ask you to look at the bottom of the first page, the next to last paragraph, the sentence that begins,
quote, "This does not mean that Netscape needs to be a direct competitor." Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you recall discussions in or about April of 1995 about whether or not Netscape would or would not be a direct competitor of Microsoft?
I'm sure there was some discussion about Netscape and the whole internet phenomena, and particularly what that meant about the business Nathan was in charge of, which was Marvel. I don't remember specifically if we figured out whether they would or wouldn't be a competitor or what they were doing.
Do you recall communications within Microsoft in or about April of 1995 about what might be done to be sure that Netscape did not become a direct competitor of Microsoft?
No.
Do you recall any communications within Microsoft in or about April of 1997 relating to what Microsoft might do to influence whether or not Netscape became a direct competitor of Microsoft?
No.
Do you recall any discussions within Microsoft at any time, or any communications within Microsoft at any time, relating to what Microsoft might do to influence whether Netscape became a direct competitor of Microsoft?
No.
Okay. Let me ask you to look next at an exhibit marked as Government Exhibit 392. The second item here purports to be a message from you to Paul Moritz and Brad Silverberg, with copies to a number of other people, dated January 28, 1997 at 10:34 a.m. Do you see that?
Yes.
Did you send this message to Mr. Moritz and Silverberg and the others on or about January 28, 1997?
I don't remember doing so, but I have no reason to doubt that I did.
You say that, quote, there has been, or at the beginning of this document, the very beginning of the document, you say, quote, there has recently been an exchange on email with people in the Office group about Office and HTML. In one piece of mail, people were suggesting that Office had to work equally well with all browsers, and that we shouldn't force Office users to use our browser. This is wrong, and I wanted to correct this, close quote. Do you see that?
Yes.
Did you send that message to Mr. Moritz and Mr. Silverberg and others in or about January of 1997?
You already asked that, and I told you I don't remember sending it.
Did you convey the substance of what is here to Mr. Moritz and Mr. Silverberg in or about January of 1997?
I don't know the time frame, but there was a question for very advanced features in Office, had to deal with the fact that older browsers, including our own older browsers, couldn't display the information. And should we therefore display it to no one, or what should we do about advanced display semantics? And I know in that case the issue came up about should we support the advanced display semantics at all.
Is it your testimony, Mr. Gates, that that's what you were talking about here?
Absolutely. That's what this message, I mean, if you read it, that's what it's about.
Now, this is a message that you don't recall sending. Is that correct?
I've read it today, but I don't recall sending it. That's right.
But what you're doing is you're testifying under oath that when you say that you should force Office users to use Microsoft's browser, you were talking about what you just described. Is that your testimony?
I don't see that in the message.
Well, you're saying here that Microsoft should force Office users to use Microsoft's browser, are you not, sir?
No.
Well, sir, you say, quote, in one piece of mail, people were suggesting that Office had to work equally well with all browsers and that we shouldn't force Office users to use our browser. This is wrong, and I wanted to correct this. Is it your testimony under oath that you were not saying that the assertion that you had heard that Microsoft shouldn't force Office users to use Microsoft's browser was wrong?
There's a sentence there that talks about whether Office has to work equally well with all browsers. And because I'm talking about Trident here, Trident was a set of technology we're doing to extend things so that you could work with Office documents that are very rich documents in a new way that no previous browser, including our own previous browsers, was willing to display. And there was a question of whether they should take advantage of those Trident things or not. Some people were questioning whether we should take advantage of those Trident things. And here, I'm making very clear, and all I have to do is read the complete email, I'm saying we should go ahead and take advantage of those Trident things. Now that's very different than saying that people are forced to use any browser. It's just if you want the best experience in terms of seeing those rich documents, what we were doing in Trident, I thought we should take advantage of.
Now, sir, is it your testimony sitting here under oath that when, in the language that I have quoted, you wrote, "This is wrong and I wanted to correct this," relating to the previous sentence in which it said, in one piece of email, people were suggesting that Office had to work equally well with all browsers and that we shouldn't force Office users to use our browser? You were talking about Trident? Is that your testimony?
Well, I think you've mischaracterized my testimony.
Okay. All I'm asking is whether that's your testimony. If you tell me that's not your testimony, we'll go on. Is that what you're telling me, sir?
Are you trying to characterize my previous testimony?
I was trying to see whether we understood your previous testimony.
Your characterization was wrong.
Okay. In the second paragraph of this exhibit, you write, in one piece of mail, people were suggesting that Office had to work equally well with all browsers and that we shouldn't force Office users to use our browser. This is wrong, and I wanted to correct this. Does that statement relate to Trident, sir?
I explained how it relates to Trident.
So your answer is that that relates to Trident. Is that your testimony?
In order to know that, I read the entire piece of email, and upon reading it, I know that what that relates to is whether we should exploit the advanced features of Trident so that the Office works particularly well with a new browser from us with those Trident features.
Mr. Gates, isn't it clear that the discussion at the end of the memo about Trident is about a different point than the point that we've been talking about?
Absolutely not.
Well, sir, immediately after the paragraph we've been talking about, don't you write, another suggestion in this mail was that we can't make our own unilateral extensions to HTML. I was going to say this was wrong and correct this also. And then you go on to talk about Trident. Isn't that what you wrote here
I think you've correctly read some of the words in the email. We could go on and read more of the words so that you could understand why what I've told you is correct.
Well, is there anything in here that asserts that forcing Office users to use Microsoft's browser is limited to the Trident situation?
It's clearly about whether Office should emit HTML that takes advantage of Trident and whether that's a good idea or not. That's what this piece of email is about.
Well, if that's all it's about, Mr. Gates, why do you introduce the Trident discussion by saying, another suggestion in this mail is that we can't make our own unilateral extensions to HTML. I was going to say this was wrong and correct this also. Aren't you clearly saying that this is an additional point?
No, you're just trying to misread my email. It talks about Office.
Yes, it certainly does talk about Office. And it talks about forcing Office users to use your browser, correct, sir?
No.
It doesn't? When you say that somebody is saying that you've seen an email, people saying that we shouldn't force Office users to use our browser and that this is wrong, you're not saying that you should use Office to force users to use your browser? Is that what you're saying?
That was the most circular thing I've ever heard.
Okay, I think it was pretty circular because I think what was going on here is pretty circular.
You continue to not read the sentence and look at the piece of email. The question in this email is whether Office should work equally well with all browsers.
Well, now, sir.
And it's talking about, if you want to look further to understand it,
it says we
need to have...
The first, actually, we've read the first sentence, but I'll read it again. The first sentence, which is one paragraph, says, there has recently been an exchange on email with people in the Office group about Office and HTML. Second paragraph says, in one piece of mail, people were suggesting that Office had to work equally well with all browsers and that we shouldn't force Office users to use our browser. This is wrong, and I wanted to correct this. Third paragraph says, another suggestion in this mail was that we can't make our own unilateral extensions to HTML. I was going to say this was wrong and correct this also. Now, have I read correctly the first three paragraphs of this memo, Mr. Gates?
Yes.
And is it your testimony that when you said that the email suggesting that Office had to work equally well with all browsers and that Microsoft shouldn't force Office users to use Microsoft's browser was wrong, that all you were talking about there was Trident? Is that your testimony?
I'm not sure what you mean, all I was talking about. This email is about the Office and HTML.
Yes.
There's a new extension to HTML being created in Trident. There was a question of whether Office could take advantage of it, which meant that it would take advantage of those new browsers in a better way than it would take advantage of our old browsers or other people's browsers without those extensions. I was suggesting here, and it's totally a mischaracterization to suggest that that third paragraph isn't totally in line with it, that we should take advantage of those Trident HTML extensions, and therefore Office documents would look better, at least for those users.
And is it your testimony? And all I'm trying to do is clarify your testimony, Mr. Gates, because once the testimony is done and down, the trier of fact can decide what credibility, if any, to give it. All I'm trying to do is identify it. And you have said that the extensions to HTML relate to Trident, correct?
Yes.
Now, what I'm trying to find out is whether these extensions to HTML that relate to Trident is also the only point of your statement
that you should force office users to use your browser?
That's a sentence fragment here. What people were saying was, if we took unique advantage of Trident, wouldn't people feel like they needed to upgrade to Trident? And I said, hey, if that's the only way they can see the advanced document capability, then fine.
Well, Mr. Gates, I mean, that's not what this email says. I mean, the
We
words
certainly
about,
know what the email says.
Yeah, I mean, yes, exactly. I mean, and I don't mean to be disrespectful here, but aren't you doing what we talked about before here, just trying to substitute different words for the words that you actually wrote that you think will sound better in the context of this litigation?
I've explained to you what this email is about. You don't seem to like the facts.
Well, Mr. Gates, my question, and if the answer is yes or no, or I don't understand your question, you can give me that testimony. But is the explanation that you're giving me now of this document an explanation where you're trying to use words differently now because of the litigation than you used them back in 1997?
No.
Not at all, sir?
No.
Do you feel more uncomfortable admitting in a deposition in this case that you were trying to force office users to use your browser than you did back in January of 1997?
You're mischaracterizing the email.
Well, let me ask you a question independent of the email. Do you feel more uncomfortable with the characterization that Microsoft is forcing office users to use Microsoft's browser today than you did back in January 1997?
I've never been comfortable with lawyers mischaracterizing the truth.
Well, Mr. Gates, can I have my question answered?
I answered it.
Would you read the question back, please?
Do you feel more uncomfortable with the characterization that Microsoft is forcing office users to use Microsoft's browser today than you did back in January 1997?
Could I have an answer to that question, sir?
My view of lawyers mischaracterizing something has not changed.
Mr. Gates, I'm not talking about your view of lawyers mischaracterizing things. I'm talking about your view of the use of language. You've got a document in here in which you talk about forcing office users to use our browser. You say, quote, in one piece of mail, people were suggesting that Office had to work equally well with all browsers and that we shouldn't force office users to use our browser. And you go on to say, to top executives of your company, this is wrong. Now, my simple question is whether you're more concerned about the use of those words today than you were back in January of 1997. Whether this litigation is influencing the care and precision, if you want to put it your way, with which you are determined to use words.
I'm not sure what I'm comparing to what.
Okay, let me try to be clear. In January of 1997, you wrote this email.
In total.
In total. And at the time you wrote this email, you didn't have any expectation that it was going to show up in this litigation, did you?
I'm not sure what you mean by that.
What I mean is you thought this was a private email. You thought you were writing to your executives, and you didn't think anybody outside the company was going to review this and do what I'm doing now, which is ask you questions about it, right?
Well, I think the general notion that any email I write might be reviewed at some point is one that I've understood certainly since 1990.
All right, sir. So it is your testimony that taking this email in its whole entirety, that you today are entirely comfortable that the memo, the email, in its entirety, is a fair and accurate statement of your views. Is that correct?
If somebody takes the trouble to understand it, yes.
Right. That is, if somebody reads this document all the way through, takes the trouble to figure out what is here, you say, that's a fair and accurate statement of my views. Correct?
Views on what?
Views on the things that you're talking about in the memo. Let me try to approach it a different way. Sometimes when people write things, after the fact they say, I wish I hadn't written it that way. That just isn't accurate. Or I overstated it, or I got it wrong. Are you saying that about this document?
I guess I can say that if I realized how you might misinterpret the thing, I would have put a little footnote in here for you to help make sure you didn't misinterpret it.
And that's because you think that what I'm doing, as you've said before, is mischaracterizing what's here, correct?
Several of your questions, I believe, have mischaracterized it.
Now suppose, Mr. Gates, that you have to worry not about what I think about this memo, which is really irrelevant, but only about what the trier of fact thinks about this memo. Assume that a neutral trier of fact is going to look at this memo in a fair and balanced way. Would you say to that neutral trier of fact, I really shouldn't have written this. This really doesn't reflect my views. I made a mistake. Or would you say, if you read the whole thing and read it fairly, that's what I believe?
If they understood what it was about, I wouldn't feel any need to amend or change it.
Change the memo. Okay, sir. That's, I mean, on that basis, I think we can leave it to the trier of fact to determine what it means. Because I think the one thing that we both, you believe this memo is clear, don't you?
I don't know what you mean by that. You've made it clear that somebody can misinterpret this memo. Whether that's being done maliciously or not, I don't know. So now I understand that somebody who doesn't understand the subject matter of the memo can misinterpret it. In particular, you can misinterpret what's meant there.
Well, you've told us that extensions to HTML that you were referring to here were the Trident extensions, haven't you, sir? That's what you've said.
And general principles about HTML extensions, yes.
All right. Let me ask you to look next at Government Exhibit 395. This purports to be a memo or message from you, dated February 19, 1997. To Mr. Alchin with copies to Mr. Moritz, among others. Did you send this message on or about February 19, 1997?
I don't remember sending the message.
The second message here in this exhibit is a message from Mr. Alchin to you, dated February 18, 1997 at 5:17 p.m. with a copy to Mr. Moritz. Do you see that?
Yes.
And am I correct that when you sent your message, you enclosed this earlier message from Mr. Alchin with your message?
That's right. The default reply command does the enclosure.
Let me ask you to look at the second page, the first full paragraph, in which Mr. Alchin writes to you, I am convinced the path we're on is the wrong one. We're playing into Netscape's strengths and against our own. I hear lots of words about how the software will, of course, be, quote, better, close quote, on Windows because we have more people working on Windows, but I can't sell abstract statements like this. You see that? Mm-hmm. He then goes on in the very next sentence to say, quote, we focus attention on the browser battle, where we have little market share, instead of focusing the battle at integrating things into Windows, where we have market share and a great distribution channel. Did Mr. Alchin write this to you on February 18th, 1997?
I'm not sure.
Did Mr. Alchin communicate that to you at some point, whether in February 1997 or some other time?
I know Jim was a big advocate of increasing the integration features to make them even stronger.
I have my question read back, please.
Did Mr. Alchin communicate that to you at some point, whether in February 1997 or some other time?
May I have an answer to that question, sir?
That's what I answered.
I'm not asking you what Mr. Alchin was a big advocate of. I'm asking whether he communicated this to you at some point.
Those specific words?
Or what you understand to be the substance of those words.
Yeah, and looking at the substance of those words, I can say that the one part of that I do remember him communicating is that he was a big advocate of strengthening even further the integration benefits of the browser technology in Windows.
Well, sir, when he talks about integrating the browser technology into Windows, which he does in the very next few sentences, what he says is, when IE4 first was discussed, we were, quote, integrating the browser into Windows, close quote. That is what we told everyone. That was a strong message for Windows. That message is now gone since IE4 is going onto all platforms. It won't be as, quote, integrated, close quote, open parentheses, whatever they means technically, close parentheses. But all the words about WebPC and the like convince me we are determined to put a gun to our head and pull the trigger. Now, did he tell you that, Mr. Gates, in or about February of 1997?
I don't remember him using those words. They're colorful enough. Sometimes I might remember that, but I don't remember that.
All right, sir. Let me ask you to look at a document that has been marked as Government Exhibit 396. And this purports to be some questions and answers on the use and misuse of technology by Bill Gates. Dated October 24, 1995. Copyrighted 1992 to 1995 by the Microsoft Corporation. Do you recall preparing these questions and answers, sir?
Yeah, I know it was in a meeting where this was worked on.
And did the statements set forth here reflect your views at the time?
I don't remember specifically these sentences, but I have no reason to doubt this is what was discussed and put into the column.
And you understood that when this was prepared, and as you put it, put into the column, that it was going to be published. Did you not, sir?
Yeah, the column is published.
Where is the column published?
A number of newspapers.
Now, when you refer here on the second page, the fourth line, to winning from Microsoft a larger share of the market for Internet browsers, do you see that?
No.
It's on the second page.
Oh, you're on the
fourth
second
line.
page. Let me just read this. Okay, go ahead.
When you refer in here to winning from Microsoft a larger share of the market for Internet browsers, and do you see where you say that?
Yeah, it's part of a sentence here.
What did you mean by the market for Internet browsers, sir?
I assume I meant usage share of browsers on the World Wide Web.
You then go on in parentheses to say, quote, an Internet browser is software that lets an individual roam the worlds of information available on the Internet. Microsoft's browser is called the Internet Explorer, close quote. Do you see that?
Close paren, yeah.
Close paren and then close quote, since I'm quoting it. Did you believe that was an accurate statement at the time that you made it and published it?
I'm trying to give an explanation to the broad audience that the column was aimed at. Yes, I thought it was a good way of describing it to that audience.
Let me ask you to look at a document that's been previously marked as Government Exhibit 398. The first message here is one from Brad Silverberg to you and others, including Mr. Moritz and Mr. Alchin, dated October 3, 1994 at 6:42 p.m. Do you see that?
Say again?
The first message here is a message to you and others, including Mr. Alchin and Mr. Moritz, from Mr. Silverberg, dated October 3, 1994 at 6:42 p.m., correct?
It appears to be.
And he references Marvel and Capone. Do you see that?
Yes.
Marvel is a code word for what became the MSN, is that correct?
Not the way he uses it here.
Oh,
What does Marvel refer to here?
Blackbird.
So here Marvel refers to Blackbird. And what does Capone refer to?
I think an email client that was a feature of Windows.
And it also refers to Chicago.
The next sentence.
Yes. The next sentence of Mr. Silverberg's message to you. What is Chicago, as you understand it here?
It's the name for the project that resulted eventually in the product, Windows 95.
And Mr. Silverberg writes you and Mr. Moritz and others that there is no one in the world outside of Microsoft who will buy the argument that Marvel and Capone are, quote, part of Chicago, close quote.
No, that's
not so?
No.
Well, let me see. He says, quote, I will jump in, dash, yes, we have to take them out of Marvel and Capone too. There is no one in the world outside of Microsoft who will buy the argument that they are, quote, part of Chicago, close quote, so get the interfaces while others don't. This is an impossible sale, close quote. As you read this, and do you recall receiving this?
No.
Did you ever discuss it with Mr. Silverberg?
I'm not sure.
Did you ever discuss with Mr. Silverberg or anyone else what he meant by part of Chicago?
I'm not sure. It's clear, it's very clear that they're not referring to what you asked about.
All right, sir. Let me ask you about the third message down. There's a message from you, dated October 3, 1994 at 5:18 p.m. Do you see that?
Yes.
You write in the first line, it's time for a decision on shell browser.
Little I shell browser.
Little I shell browser. And in the third sentence, you say, it's hard to know how much actual benefit little I shell browser integration would bring.
Third paragraph?
Third paragraph of your message.
Not sentence.
Third paragraph of your message.
Right.
The first sentence.
Right.
Quote, it's hard to know how much actual market benefit little I shell browser integration would bring.
Right.
You see that?
I see it.
Do you recall writing that in or about October 1994?
I don't recall the specific message. I recall the general issue about the little I shell browser APIs.
The next paragraph, the first line, you talk about how Microsoft is in, quote, a real struggle versus notes. Do you see that?
Yes.
What do you mean by notes when you say that Microsoft is in a real struggle against notes?
I mean Notes.
Okay, can you explain what Notes is?
It's a product called Notes.
Produced by whom, sir?
You could say Lotus or IBM, or there's actually the company who wrote it. I forget their name.
But in any event, not Microsoft. Correct, sir?
That's right, not Microsoft.
And is it true that Microsoft in or about October of 1994 was in a real struggle against notes?
I think some people would say yes and some people would say no.
You said yes, though, right?
Apparently in an email in 1994, I said we are in a real struggle versus notes.
Mm-hmm. And in the next paragraph, now the fifth paragraph of your message, you say, quote, I have decided that we should not publish these extensions. We should wait until we have a way to do a high level of integration that will be harder for likes of Notes WordPerfect to achieve and which will give Office a real advantage. Do you see that?
Yes.
Did that reflect your views in October of 1994?
That sentence taken out of context or the whole email?
That sentence in the context of this email.
I don't think you... Oh, in the context of the email? I have no reason to think that it didn't.
What I'm asking, again, is fairly read in its entirety. Does this message from you reflect your views at the time that you wrote it?
If you're asking about the whole message, I have no reason to think I didn't write those messages or that it didn't reflect my thinking at the time.
Okay.
I haven't actually read the whole message, but I'll still say that.
Let me ask you to look at a document marked as Government Exhibit 399. This purports to be a message from you to Brad Silverberg with a copy to Paul Moritz and others dated January 8, 1996. Did you send this message, sir?
I don't remember it specifically. Do you want me to read it?
If you need to answer my questions, this is on a subject of Steve Case of American Online, is that correct?
Yes.
In the second paragraph, you write that Mr. Case said that he viewed Microsoft as technically behind Netscape, but credible enough to do a very good job. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Did Mr. Case tell you that?
With respect to IE2, the product we were shipping, but later they had a chance to see the work we were doing and changed that view.
Is there a document that you're aware of which reflects their changed view?
Almost certainly.
Have you seen that document in the last 6 months?
No.
Do you know who that document was from?
Oh, I think I know there were technical discussions subsequent to this where AOL came away very impressed with the componentization work we were doing and how it was superior technically to what they'd seen anyplace else.
My question right now is not what AOL's view was. You told me what you thought AOL's view was, and I asked you whether there was a document that reflected that they'd changed their position.
Yeah, so I should have gone on to say, after they came out and saw that technology, it's likely that somebody, either in email, recorded their impressions at that time.
Could you recall actually seeing such a document, sir, ever?
I recall being told that they were impressed that we had the best technology.
Do you recall ever seeing a document that reflected that?
I'm not sure if it was verbal or email, but I remember being told that after they'd come out and seen the componentization technology we were working on as part of IE3, They viewed it as the best technology.
And when you say verbal there, you mean oral, not written down in email or written memo form. Is that correct?
Yes.
Let me ask you to look at a document previously marked as Government Exhibit 400. The second item here is a message from you to Steve Ballmer, Paul Moritz, Jim Alchin, Christine Turner on the subject of IBM, dated October 30, 1997. Is that correct?
It appears to be.
Did you send this message, sir?
Let me look at it. I don't remember specifically, but this kind of topic was being discussed, so I have no reason to doubt. This is a piece of email I wrote.
This relates to a conversation you had with Gary Steemack, is that correct?
Not strictly.
Does it relate in part to that?
Yes.
Did Mr. Steemack tell you that he was thinking about taking a job with IBM?
I think he did.
And did he tell you that one of his concerns was whether IBM's relationship with Microsoft would be a problem?
I see that in the email. I don't remember it specifically.
Do you remember people at IBM being concerned about IBM's relationship with Microsoft being a problem?
No.
Do you remember Mr. Steemack telling you that he was concerned about whether IBM's relationship with Microsoft would be a problem?
As I said, I see it in the email.
Or at any other time?
No, I don't remember that.
In response to that, you say that you told him that the Java religion coming out of the software group is a big problem. You see that?
Mm-hmm.
Did you tell Mr. Steemack that?
I don't remember telling him that.
Now, when you talk about the Java religion coming out of the software group, you're talking about IBM's software group, correct, sir?
I'm not sure.
Well, this sentence immediately follows Mr. Steemack purporting to be concerned about whether IBM's relationship with Microsoft would be a problem, and immediately precedes a sentence in which you say that you told him that IBM refused to big anything related to back office.
Yeah, that doesn't relate to the IBM software group.
But it relates to IBM, correct, sir?
Yes.
This whole paragraph relates to IBM, correct, sir?
Primarily.
So, when you say that you told Mr. Steemack that the Java religion coming out of the software group is a big problem, do you really have any doubt that you were talking about IBM's software group?
Well, there was a lot of joint work between IBM people and Sun's people and other companies. And so it's very hard to draw a line between the IBM software groups and other people's software groups.
Does that mean that it is your testimony here under oath that when you referred to the software group in this sentence, you don't know whether you were talking about the IBM software group?
I'm certainly talking about software groups that IBM is at least a part of.
You go on to say that they continue to use their PCs to distribute things against us. Is the they that you're referring to there IBM?
I think so.
And is the us there Microsoft?
I think so.
And you then, in the next sentence, say that you told Mr. Steemack that they are dabbing in NCs in a way we don't like. Is the they there again IBM?
Apparently. I don't know what dabbing is.
I was going to ask you that next. The next paragraph, you say, quote, overall, we will never have the same relationship with IBM that we have with Compaq, Dell, and even HP because of their software ambitions. I could deal with this just fine if they weren't such rabid Java backers. Now, when you refer in that sentence to they, as in, I could deal with this just fine if they weren't such rabid Java backers, you're again talking about IBM, correct?
Parts of IBM. It's important to distinguish different groups in IBM.
And the different groups in IBM would include, perhaps among others, the software group as one and the PC group as another, correct?
That's right.
At the end of that, you say that you are willing to take some risk in improving the relationship, and you think that steps ought to be taken to approach them. And you end by saying, quote, we should position it as let's do some things that are good for both of us, but which require some of the rhetoric to be lowered on both sides. On their side, I mean Java and NC. And their side, you're talking about IBM side?
I think so.
And what you're saying is that you want a message conveyed to IBM that in order to improve the relationship, you want some of their rhetoric lowered on Java and NC.
No.
No? Did you want IBM to lower their rhetoric on Java?
I actually explained in this message that I thought the rhetoric was actually hurting IBM itself, independent of Microsoft.
Did you think it was hurting Microsoft?
I wasn't sure. In terms of specifics, I wasn't sure.
When you say that you could deal with IBM's relationship just fine if IBM wasn't such rabid Java backers, weren't you saying that you thought that IBM's rabid backing of Java was bad for Microsoft?
I know at this time we thought some of the claims around Java were just plain false and weren't doing customers any favors by leading them down a belief that certain things were solved that were not solved.
My question, Mr. Gates, is in October of 1997, did you believe that what you refer to here as IBM's rabid backing of Java was something that was hurting Microsoft?
I can't point to any particular hurting that it was doing. We didn't think it was accurate in terms of what technically could be achieved with Java.
Let me put the question this way. In or about October of 1997, did you want to stop IBM from being what you refer to here as a rabid Java backer?
We thought some of the rabidness was hurting IBM as well as the industry as a whole.
Did you believe it was hurting Microsoft? Or were you just doing this as sort of a public-spirited company to try to help IBM from hurting itself?
I can't point to any particular damage, but we certainly would have preferred if the more extreme statements we didn't think were true, if they weren't pushing those forward.
Mr. Gates, let me put it this way. In October of 1997, were you trying to get IBM to reduce its public support for Java?
I say in here that under some circumstance the rhetoric should be lowered on both sides, and that I think that's that makes sense in certain circumstances.
I don't think you actually say in certain circumstances, do you, sir? You may have meant that. I'm not saying you didn't mean it. I'm just saying those words don't appear here, do they?
No, it's all about I am willing to take some risk in improving the relationship and think you should approach them on steps for improvement. It's in that vein that I talk about rhetoric being lowered on both sides.
And then you go on to say that on IBM's side, you mean they lower the rhetoric on Java and NC, correct?
The rhetoric.
And by rhetoric, you were talking about public rhetoric, were you not?
Definitely public rhetoric.
And is it fair to say that in October of 1997, you were trying to get IBM to reduce its public rhetoric in support of Java?
I don't know what you mean trying. I talk about a circumstance in which both sides would lower their rhetoric.
You were offering to lower your rhetoric if they'd lowered their rhetoric. Is that fair? Isn't that what you say right here?
In the context, this is about improving the overall relationship, which is not focused on the rhetoric. It says that in the context of that improved relationship, I think that both of us should lower our rhetoric.
Well, indeed, you say that the improved relationship will, quote, require some of the rhetoric to be lowered on both sides.
That's a statement about human feelings, that if our rhetoric is so high, it'll be hard for them to do their side of improving the relationship and vice versa.
Well, you then go on to say on their side, on IBM's side, you mean Java and NC. Right, sir?
So that's part of the rhetoric I'm referring to.
Part of their rhetoric?
Yes.
That you wanted them to lower. Isn't that true?
No.
Okay. Let me ask you to look at Exhibit 401. This is a message from you to Mr. Balmer and Mr. Chase with a copy to Mr. Ritz, and some other people were also given copies. Dated August 15, 1997 at 4:07 p.m. on the subject of IBM and Netscape, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And you type in here importance : high.
No.
No?
No, I didn't type that.
Who typed in high?
A computer.
A computer. Why did the computer type in high?
It's an attribute of the email.
Uh-huh. And who set the attribute of the email?
Usually the sender sets that attribute.
Who's the sender here, Mr. Gates?
In this case, it appears I'm the sender.
Yes. And so you're the one who set the high designation of importance, right, sir?
It appears I did that. I don't remember doing that specifically.
Right. Now, did you send this
message on or about August 15, 1997?
I don't remember doing so.
Now, you say that you had a meeting with Jeff Pappas, is that correct?
I did have a meeting with Jeff Pappas, yes. The third paragraph from the bottom, you write, quote, "He doesn't want anything attributed to me or he will get in trouble. But he says we can just refer to all the rumors on the web about what kind of deal is being done between Netscape and IBM," close quote. Do you see that? I do.
At this point, that is in or about August of 1997, were you aware, prior to your conversation with Mr. Pappas, that there was a prospect of a deal between Netscape and IBM?
There'd been rumors of that. So yes. In fact, there had been deals. There was rumors of a new deal.
Let me ask you to look next at a document marked as Exhibit 402. The second message on this exhibit is a message from you to Mr. Balmer and Mr. Moritz, dated August 4, 1997 at 5:17 p.m., correct?
It appears to be, yes.
Did you send this, Mr. Gates?
I don't remember sending it, but I have no reason to think that I didn't.
Okay. Let me ask you to look at Exhibit 403. This is a message dated February 16, 1998, from Laura Jennings to you and a number of other people, including Mr. Alchin, Mr. Balmer, and Mr. Moritz. You see that?
Yes.
Did you receive this email in or about February of 1998, sir?
I don't remember receiving it, but I have no reason to think that I didn't.
Let me take you down to the next last paragraph on the first page. The first sentence says, quote, "One potential concern, colon, Brad mentioned to me late Friday that there may be new concerns about our plan to make START a requirement for being in the IE referral server, or at least there may be timing issues related to your appearance at Senator Hatch's hearings," close quote. Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you recall a discussion of this in or about February of 1998?
Not with Laura, but on the general subject, yes.
Did Microsoft, in fact, make START, quote, a requirement for being in the IE referral server, close quote?
No, I don't think we did.
Why not?
I think the PR group thought it would be controversial, and we didn't see the benefit as being worth having that controversy.
Let me ask you to look at a document that has been marked as Exhibit 404. The first message here is a message to you and Mr. Ballmer with copies to other people, dated March 23, 1994 at 9:13 a.m. on the subject of IBM helps Lotus. Did you receive this message in or about March of 1994, sir?
I don't know.
The message begins by describing how IBM is helping in the selling of notes. Do you see that?
Yes.
And at the end, Mr. Kempen, who's the author of this, says, quote, "I am unsure if we need to see this as an organizational issue or an OEM issue." Do you know what he means by that?
What's he talking about?
Do you know what he's talking about?
No.
Okay. He then says, quote, "I am willing to do whatever it takes to kick them out, but strongly believe we need a WW hit team to attack IBM as a large account, whereby the OEM relationship should be used to apply some pressure." Close quote. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
You have to say yes for the record.
I see it.
Do you know what Mr. Kempen means when he writes to you about a WW hit team?
He means a salesperson.
If he means a salesperson, why doesn't he say salesperson, sir?
It clearly means salesperson.
Are salespeople within Microsoft commonly referred to as WW hit teams?
If they're worldwide, and if they're trying to sell to somebody as a large account, you bet.
And when your salespeople go out to sell large accounts, are they commonly referred to as needing a, quote, WW hit team to attack IBM as a large account, whereby the OEM relationship should be used to apply some pressure?
No.
Quote. Did you say no?
I said no.
Do you remember Mr. Kempen telling you in March of 1994 that he was proposing that the OEM relationship with IBM should be used to apply some pressure to stop IBM from promoting the sale of notes?
No.
Do you recall anyone ever telling you that, sir?
No.
Did you ever respond to Mr. Kempen and tell him that no, you didn't think that Microsoft ought to apply OEM pressure to IBM?
I don't understand your question.
Do you understand that Mr. Kempen is here proposing to you that Microsoft apply OEM pressure to IBM?
It doesn't say OEM pressure.
I didn't say it said it, sir. It says that he's proposing that the OEM relationship should be used to apply some pressure on IBM, correct, sir?
You're asking me to read it?
I'm asking you if that's what you understand him to be saying.
What?
That he's proposing that the OEM relationship should be used by Microsoft
to apply some pressure on IBM.
No, I don't think he's proposing anything.
You don't think he's proposing anything. When he says that he strongly believes that there needs to be, quote, a WW hit team to attack IBM as a large account whereby the OEM relationship should be used to apply some pressure, you don't think that he is suggesting that Microsoft apply pressure on IBM?
I don't think he's making a proposal. It is one of the things he mentions, but it's not a proposal.
Now, Mr. Kempen's message was a response to a message from you to Mr. Kempen and Mr. Balmer, dated March 20, 1994 at 11:29 p.m., correct?
It appears to be, yes.
And you write him in the first paragraph, quote, "This is one topic I really want to try to get to the bottom of. Why does IBM help Lotus so much? Is there anything we can do about this? Should it become an issue in our global relationship with IBM?" Close quote. Did you send this message to Mr. Kempen and Mr. Balmer in March 1994?
It appears I did. I mean, that's part of the message I sent. It appears.
Now, when Mr. Kempen replied, saying we need a WW hit team to attack IBM as a larger count, whereby the OEM relationship should be used to apply some pressure, did you understand him to be responding to your questions?
I don't remember receiving his mail.
All right, I have no more questions at this time.